Tonight, we journey back to where civilization rose from the fertile earth along the Nile. We explore the majesty and mystery of ancient Egypt, a world of pharaohs, pyramids, and gods that has captivated minds for millennia. If you find peace in these long journeys through history, your subscription helps us continue crafting them. We'd love to know where you're settling in from tonight. Feel free to share your location and time in the comments below. Drift back, far back in time, to a land dominated by endless stretches of golden sand, baking under a relentless sun. Imagine the vast, silent expanse of the Sahara Desert, an ocean of dunes shimmering in the heat. Yet, slicing through this seemingly barren world, imagine a vibrant, life-giving artery. A great river flowing with calm insistence, carving a fertile green valley where life can flourish. This is the Nile, a river unlike any other, the heart and soul of the land we know as Egypt. Its journey begins far to the south, fed by distant rains near the equator, winding its way northward for over 4,000 miles, until it fans out into a broad delta, finally meeting the gentle blue waters of the Mediterranean Sea. This long passage naturally creates two distinct regions. In the south lies Upper Egypt, a narrower valley hemmed in by cliffs, closer to the river's source. To the north, where the river spreads its fingers wide, lies Lower Egypt, the fertile triangle of the delta. The river itself is broad and placid for much of its length, though interrupted in the south by rocky rapids called cataracts. For millennia, it was the main highway, the unifying thread connecting communities scattered along its banks. Boats with tall sails moved gracefully upon its surface, carrying goods, people, and ideas, weaving the fabric of a nascent civilization. Without this magnificent river, the story of Egypt could never have been written. The most profound magic of the Nile, however, was its predictable rhythm, the annual miracle of the inundation. Every year, typically beginning in June, the river would begin to rise, swollen by the far-off monsoon rains. Slowly, steadily, the waters would spill over the banks, submerging the adjacent floodplains under a shallow, silty lake. Imagine the land covered, villages on slightly higher ground becoming temporary islands, the familiar landscape transformed. Then, just as predictably, usually by September or October, the waters would begin to recede. As they drew back, they left behind an extraordinary gift, a thick, rich layer of dark, fertile mud, known as black silt. The Egyptians called their land Kemet, meaning the black land after this life-giving soil, contrasting it with the Deshret, the red land of the surrounding desert. This silt was incredibly rich in nutrients, perfect for agriculture. As soon as the waters retreated, farmers would emerge to plow the damp earth, often with simple wooden plows pulled by oxen, and sow their seeds. Wheat for bread, barley for beer, the staples of their diet, and flax for making linen cloth grew abundantly in this fertile ground. This reliable cycle of flood, growth, and harvest gave the early Egyptians a deep sense of order and predictability in the universe, a concept they called Ma'at, representing truth, balance, harmony, and justice. Maintaining Ma'at became the central duty of their rulers and the foundation of their civilization. Long before the pharaohs and pyramids, hunter-gatherer groups were drawn to the Nile's life-sustaining banks. Over thousands of years, perhaps starting around 10,000 BCE, they gradually learned to domesticate plants and animals, transitioning to a settled agricultural way of life. Small villages dotted the riverbanks, composed of simple dwellings made from readily available materials. mud bricks dried in the sun, and reeds gathered from the marshes. Life revolved around the farming seasons. People fished in the river, hunted birds in the marshes, tended their small flocks of sheep and goats, and cultivated their fields. They developed crafts, learning to shape the Nile clay into useful pottery vessels, sometimes decorated with simple geometric patterns or scenes from river life. They wove the fibers of the flax plant into linen fabric for clothing. They fashioned tools from stone and later began to work with copper, hammering it into shape. As communities grew, they developed distinct local traditions. Archaeologists identify these early predynastic cultures, like the Badarian and Naqada cultures in Upper Egypt, by their unique pottery styles and burial customs. These early burials, often placing the deceased in shallow pits with a few possessions, hint at the beginnings of complex beliefs about death and an afterlife, ideas that would become so central to Egyptian civilization. Slowly, some villages grew into larger towns. Trade increased along the river, connecting these burgeoning centers. Local chieftains likely emerged, organizing labor for tasks like digging irrigation canals or building protective dikes. The stage was being set for a momentous change, for the scattered communities along the great river to coalesce, for the two lands of Upper and Lower Egypt to become one. Imagine the gradual culmination of centuries of growth and connection along the Nile. Then, around the year 3100 BCE, tradition tells us a powerful figure emerged, a ruler known as Menes, perhaps the same person as the king Narmer depicted on a famous carved stone pallet. This remarkable leader achieved what had likely been developing for generations: the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt into a single kingdom. Picture the symbolic joining of the tall white crown of the south and the distinctive red crown of the north into the double crown, the Shent, worn by the pharaohs who would rule this united land for millennia. This unification marks the dawn of Egyptian history as we often think of it, the beginning of the early dynastic period, which soon gave way to the first great era of cultural brilliance and monumental construction, the Old Kingdom. This period, stretching roughly from 2686 to 2181 BCE, is forever linked with its most enduring legacy, earning it the name Age of the Pyramids. To govern the newly unified kingdom, a capital city, Memphis, was established. Located strategically near the point where the Nile Valley meets the delta, near modern-day Cairo, Memphis served as the political and religious heart of Egypt for centuries. From this center, a powerful, centralized state began to take shape, built around the extraordinary figure of the pharaoh. The pharaoh was no mere king. He was considered a god walking among mortals, the physical embodiment of the falcon-headed god Horus, the rightful heir to the divine rule of the land. He was the essential link between the world of the gods and the world of humans. His primary duty was to uphold Ma'at, the cosmic principle of order, truth, balance, and justice. It was believed that through his divine power and rituals, the pharaoh ensured the sun rose each day, the Nile flooded predictably, the harvests were bountiful, and Egypt was protected from enemies and the forces of chaos. His word was law, his authority absolute. Imagine him adorned in the symbols of his power: the double crown signifying his rule over the two lands, the shepherd's crook representing his guidance, and the flail symbolizing his authority. Supporting this divine ruler was an extensive and organized bureaucracy. At the top was the vizier, the pharaoh's chief minister and overseer of the entire state administration. Below him were numerous officials, priests who managed the temples and religious rites, and nomarchs, governors appointed to oversee the provinces, or nomes into which Egypt was divided. Essential to this complex administration were the scribes. These educated individuals mastered the intricate art of hieroglyphic writing, a beautiful script combining pictograms, symbols representing sounds, and determinatives clarifying meaning. Using reed pens and ink made from soot or minerals, they wrote on sheets of papyrus, a paper-like material made from the processed stems of reeds abundant along the Nile. Scribes kept meticulous records of taxes paid in grain or goods, managed state granaries, organized labor projects, recorded laws, and copied sacred religious texts. Their work was the invisible glue holding the kingdom together. Religion was woven into the very fabric of Old Kingdom life. The Egyptians revered a multitude of gods and goddesses who personified the forces of nature and fundamental aspects of existence. Ra, the powerful sun god, journeyed across the sky daily in his celestial boat. Osiris ruled the underworld, offering the promise of rebirth and eternal life. His devoted wife, Isis, represented motherhood, magic, and healing. Their son, Horus, embodied kingship and divine protection. Ptah, the creator god particularly venerated in Memphis, was believed to have brought the world into being through the power of his thought and word. Thoth, often depicted with the head of an ibis or a baboon, was the god of wisdom, writing, and knowledge. Grand temples were constructed as earthly homes for these deities, staffed by priests who performed daily rituals, offered sacrifices, and maintained the sacred spaces. Central to their religious beliefs was the conviction that life continued after death. This wasn't just a vague hope, but a certainty that required careful preparation. The body needed to be preserved through mummification, and the tomb needed to be equipped with everything the deceased would require in the afterlife: food, tools, furniture, and texts containing spells to navigate the journey. This profound belief in eternal life was the driving force behind the most astonishing architectural achievements of the Old Kingdom. Early rulers were buried in mastabas, solid, rectangular structures with sloping sides made of mud brick, built over an underground burial chamber. But during the Third Dynasty, a visionary architect named Imhotep, serving Pharaoh Djoser, conceived a revolutionary design. He built not just one mastaba, but stacked 6 of decreasing size atop one another, creating the magnificent step pyramid at Saqqara. This was not only the tomb for his king, but also the world's first colossal structure built entirely of stone, a breathtaking leap in architectural ambition that heralded the dawn of the Pyramid Age. The innovation of the step pyramid ignited an era of architectural gigantism, pushing the boundaries of engineering and human organization. Following Djoser, pharaohs of the Fourth Dynasty sought to perfect the pyramid form, transitioning from stepped sides to smooth, sloping faces reaching towards the heavens like solidified rays of the sun god Ra. Early attempts, like the collapsed pyramid at Maedum or the intriguing bent pyramid at Dashur, which changes angle partway up, show the process of experimentation. Success was achieved with the Red Pyramid at Dashur, the first successful true smooth-sided pyramid. These impressive monuments, however, were precursors to the ultimate expression of Old Kingdom power and belief: the pyramids on the Giza Plateau just outside modern Cairo. Here, around 2560 BCE, Pharaoh Khufu commissioned the Great Pyramid, a structure that would hold the record as the tallest man-made object on Earth for nearly 4,000 years. Imagine its scale, originally soaring to about 481 feet, built from an estimated 2.3 million massive stone blocks, each weighing an average of 2.5 tons, fitted together with breathtaking precision. Standing beside it are the slightly smaller, but still immense, pyramid of Khufu's son, Khafre, whose complex uniquely retains part of its original smooth limestone casing at the peak, offering a glimpse of how dazzling these monuments once appeared. Nearby is the pyramid of Menkaure, Khafre's successor, significantly smaller but originally faced with expensive red granite. Guarding this necropolis, this city of the dead, is the enigmatic Great Sphinx. Carved from a single outcrop of bedrock, it depicts a mythical creature with the body of a reclining lion and the head of a human, widely believed to bear the features of Pharaoh Khafre. Its gaze fixed towards the east, it remains one of history's most mysterious and captivating monuments. The Giza complex, including smaller Queen's pyramids, mastaba tombs for nobles, temples, and causeways, stands as an unparalleled testament to the ambition, resources, and spiritual conviction of the Old Kingdom. For centuries, the image persisted that these colossal structures were built by vast armies of slaves, toiling under the lash. However, archaeological evidence, including the discovery of workers' villages near Giza, tells a different story. The pyramids were constructed by tens of thousands of skilled Egyptian laborers and farmers. These were not slaves, but citizens fulfilling a form of national service known as corvée labor, often during the months of the Nile inundation when agricultural work was impossible. They were organized into large crews, or files, with names like Friends of Khufu or Drunkards of Menkaure. These crews were further divided into smaller gangs. They were housed in purpose-built towns near the construction sites, provided with rations of bread, beer, fish, and meat. Evidence suggests the pyramid builders were relatively well fed. Specialized craftsmen, quarrymen cutting the stone, masons dressing the blocks, surveyors ensuring precise alignment, toolmakers keeping implements sharp, worked alongside the general laborers who transported the massive blocks, likely using ramps and levers. Building a pyramid was an enormous logistical undertaking, requiring sophisticated planning, resource management, and a highly coordinated workforce, all showcasing the incredible organizational power of the Old Kingdom state. It was a national project, a collective effort focused on ensuring the pharaoh's successful transition to the afterlife, which in turn was believed to guarantee the continued prosperity and order of Egypt itself. Life in the Old Kingdom wasn't solely focused on the pharaoh and monumental building, though these dominated the official record. Society was highly stratified. Below the pharaoh, the royal family, and the high officials and priests were artisans, soldiers, and overseers. Skilled craftspeople, potters shaping clay on wheels, weavers creating fine linen textiles, carpenters building furniture and boats, sculptors carving statues, jewelers working with gold and semi-precious stones, were essential to the economy and religious practices. The vast majority of the population, however, were peasant farmers, their lives dictated by the rhythm of the Nile, planting after the flood, tending crops under the hot sun, and harvesting the grain. Their surplus supported the entire structure of the state. Families formed the core social unit. While society was patriarchal, Egyptian women generally held a higher status than in many other ancient civilizations. They could own property, run businesses, and had legal rights. Art during this period developed a distinctive, enduring style. Sculptures and reliefs, often found in tombs, depicted pharaohs and nobles in formal, idealized poses, often shown in profile with frontal eyes and shoulders, intended to convey eternal strength and composure rather than realistic portraiture. Inside the pyramids of later Old Kingdom rulers, walls were inscribed with the pyramid texts, the earliest known collection of religious spells and prayers designed to guide the deceased king safely through the perils of the underworld and ensure his rebirth among the gods. Yet, even amidst this apparent stability and grandeur, subtle shifts were occurring. The immense expenditure on pyramid projects may have gradually depleted royal coffers. Perhaps more significantly, the provincial nomarchs governing their regions far from Memphis slowly began to accrue more independent power and wealth. These factors, possibly combined with environmental challenges like inconsistent Nile floods, began to quietly erode the foundations of centralized authority, hinting at the troubles that lay beyond the golden age of the pyramid builders. The immense confidence and centralized power that built the Great Pyramids could not endure indefinitely. As the Old Kingdom drew to a close around 2181 BCE, the threads holding the unified state together began to fray. The long reign of Pepi II, ruling for perhaps over 90 years, saw a gradual decentralization. The regional governors, the nomarchs, grew stronger in their own provinces, accumulating wealth and influence, sometimes passing their positions hereditarily, behaving almost like local kings. Added to this internal political shift were potential external pressures. Changes in climate might have led to lower Nile floods, resulting in crop failures and famine, shaking the people's faith in the pharaoh's ability to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic order. The massive expenditure on pyramid complexes over generations may also have strained the royal treasury. Whatever the precise combination of causes, the result was the collapse of central authority. Egypt entered what historians call the First Intermediate Period, a phase lasting approximately 150 years, when the unity of the two lands was broken. Memphis lost its grip, and the kingdom dissolved into competing regional powers. Imagine Egypt no longer as a single mighty entity, but as a patchwork of territories vying for dominance. In the north, near the Fayum region, rulers based in the city of Heracleopolis Magna established a dynasty and claimed kingship over all Egypt, though their actual control was limited. Meanwhile, in the south, a rival power base was emerging in the city of Thebes, home to ambitious local princes of the 11th dynasty. These competing centers engaged in intermittent warfare and political maneuvering. This era was marked by profound insecurity and disruption. Without a strong central government, large-scale state projects like pyramid building ceased. Trade routes, both internal along the Nile and external, were likely interrupted. Some ancient texts, like the Lamentations known as the Admonitions of Ipuwer, paint a picture of chaos, social upheaval, and despair, where the poor became rich, the rich became poor. Foreigners raided the land, and respect for authority vanished. While such texts might contain literary exaggeration, they reflect a genuine memory of hardship and a deep anxiety about the breakdown of the established order. It was a time when the fundamental Egyptian value of Ma'at seemed lost, replaced by Isfet, chaos and injustice. Yet, this period of decentralization was not entirely barren. Freed from the strict artistic conventions dictated by the royal court at Memphis, regional styles of art and craftsmanship flourished. showing local variations and perhaps a rugged vitality. Religious beliefs also evolved. With the decline of the pharaoh's absolute divine status, access to the afterlife became, in a sense, more democratized. Elaborate funerary preparations, once reserved for royalty and the highest elite, began to appear in the tombs of provincial officials and local nobles. Spells and rituals intended to ensure safe passage to the afterlife, previously inscribed only within royal pyramids, began to be written on the inside of coffins belonging to private individuals. These became known as the coffin texts, offering magical protection and guidance for a wider segment of the population seeking eternal life. Amidst the turmoil, the seeds of resilience and change were sown, and in the south, the determined rulers of Thebes were steadily growing in strength, nursing the ambition to once again unite the two lands under their command, paving the way for Egypt's renewal. As the first intermediate period wore on, the rivalry between the northern kings based in Heracleopolis and the southern princes of Thebes intensified. Thebes, located in Upper Egypt, had grown significantly in importance. Its local god, Montu, a falcon-headed deity associated with warfare, perhaps reflected the martial spirit of its ambitious rulers. The 11th dynasty, Theban princes gradually expanded their control over the southern nomes, challenging the authority claimed by the Heracleopolitans. Generations of conflict ebbed and flowed along the Nile, a struggle for the soul of Egypt. The turning point came with the reign of a powerful Theban ruler named Mentuhotep II, who ascended the throne around 2055 BCE. He was a determined and capable leader who inherited a strong power base and pursued the goal of reunification with vigor. Through a series of military campaigns, Mentuhotep II pushed northwards, defeating his rivals and finally overcoming the Heracleopolitan kingdom. His victory brought an end to the fragmentation and turmoil of the first intermediate period, restoring unity to the two lands under a single ruler. This momentous achievement marks the beginning of a new era of stability and cultural brilliance, the Middle Kingdom. The experience of disunity and hardship during the preceding century and a half left a lasting impression on the Egyptian psyche and subtly reshaped the ideology of kingship. While the pharaoh remained a divine figure, the absolute, somewhat remote god-king image of the Old Kingdom builders seemed to give way to a portrayal emphasizing the king's responsibility towards his people. Middle Kingdom pharaohs often presented themselves as diligent shepherds, protectors of the weak, upholders of justice, and active administrators concerned with the practical well-being of the nation. This is reflected in the literature and royal inscriptions of the time, which stress the king's role in maintaining order, ensuring fair governance, and providing for his subjects. It was perhaps a more accessible form of divinity, born from the memory of chaos and the need to actively demonstrate the value of centralized rule. To better administer the reunited kingdom, the administrative capital was eventually moved from Thebes northwards to a new city called Ichtawi, strategically located near the Fayyum oasis, closer to the traditional junction of Upper and Lower Egypt. This allowed for more effective control over the entire length of the Nile Valley and the Delta. The administration was reorganized, possibly aiming to curtail the excessive power that provincial nomarchs had accumulated before and during the intermediate period, strengthening direct royal authority. The Middle Kingdom also saw a renewed focus on securing Egypt's borders and resources. Pharaohs launched military expeditions south into Nubia, the land beyond the First Cataract, rich in gold, ebony, ivory, and other valuable commodities. To consolidate their control and protect trade routes, they constructed a series of massive mud brick fortresses along the Nile in Nubia, imposing structures like Buhan and Semna, garrisoned with Egyptian soldiers. These forts stand as powerful symbols of the Middle Kingdom's outward-looking policies and military strength. Relations with the Levant, the lands along the eastern Mediterranean coast, also intensified, involving both trade and occasional military campaigns. Alongside military endeavors, Middle Kingdom rulers invested in infrastructure, notably undertaking large-scale land reclamation and irrigation projects in the fertile Fayum Depression, expanding agricultural land and demonstrating their commitment to the prosperity of Egypt. The reunification achieved by Mentuhotep II and the subsequent stability established by his successors, particularly the powerful pharaohs of the 12th dynasty, like Amenemhat-Ri and Senusret III, ushered in what is often considered a classical age for Egyptian civilization. The Middle Kingdom, lasting until around 1650 BCE, was a period of remarkable cultural flourishing, literary achievement, and refined artistic expression. The Egyptian language itself reached a peak during this time. Middle Egyptian became the standard classical form, used for hieroglyphic inscriptions and literary works for centuries afterward, much like Latin in later European history. This era produced some of the greatest masterpieces of ancient Egyptian literature. Texts explored complex themes with psychological depth and sophisticated language. The story of Sinuhe, perhaps the most famous work, tells the tale of a court official who flees Egypt in fear after the king's assassination, lives abroad for many years, and finally returns home to find forgiveness and acceptance. It delves into themes of loyalty, Egyptian identity, homesickness, and the relationship between the individual and the state. Other notable works include The Eloquent Peasant, a story highlighting the importance of justice through the persistent appeals of a peasant who has been wronged, and various wisdom texts offering moral precepts and practical advice for living a good life according to Ma'at. These literary achievements reflect a confident, introspective, and highly articulate culture. Art and architecture during the Middle Kingdom also developed distinctive characteristics. While building upon Old Kingdom traditions, sculpture often displayed a greater degree of realism and individualism, particularly in royal portraiture. Statues of pharaohs like Senusret III sometimes show faces etched with lines of care and responsibility, a departure from the eternally youthful idealism of Old Kingdom rulers, perhaps reflecting the shepherd king ideology. However, traditional formal poses and idealized bodies were still common. While pyramid building continued, it never reached the colossal scale of Giza. Middle Kingdom pyramids were often constructed with mud brick cores and limestone casing, making them less durable over time. However, temple construction flourished, particularly at Karnak in Thebes, where successive pharaohs began adding to the great temple complex dedicated to the increasingly important state god, Amun. Many provincial nobles chose to be buried in elaborate rock-cut tombs carved into cliff sides, such as those at Beni Hassan, decorated with vibrant scenes of daily life, agriculture, and crafts. Religious life saw significant developments. The local Theban god Amun rose to national prominence, eventually merging with the traditional sun god Ra to become Amun-Ra, revered as the king of the gods and the patron deity of the pharaohs. Simultaneously, the cult of Osiris, god of the underworld, gained widespread popularity. Belief in the possibility of achieving a blessed afterlife spread further through society, evidenced by the proliferation of coffin texts and funerary goods among non-royal Egyptians. Egypt's influence extended far beyond its borders during this period. Trade networks bustled, connecting Egypt with Nubia to the south, the mysterious land of Punt, the Minoan civilization on Crete, and the cities of the Levant. Egypt was a major power in the ancient Near East, commanding respect and engaging in complex diplomatic and commercial relationships. The 12th dynasty, with its sequence of capable and long-reigning pharaohs, represents the apex of the Middle Kingdom's stability and prosperity. However, like the Old Kingdom before it, this golden age eventually began to wane. The following 13th dynasty saw a rapid succession of short-lived rulers, hinting at renewed internal instability that would ultimately lead Egypt into another period of fragmentation, the Second Intermediate Period. But the legacy of the Middle Kingdom endured. Its art, its literature, its refined expression of Egyptian culture left an indelible mark on the millennia that followed. As the echoes of these ancient kingdoms fade, feel the long passage of time settle around you like a soft, quiet blanket. Let the enduring presence of the Nile bring a sense of calm continuity as you rest. Let us journey now from the fertile banks of the Nile to another vibrant center of the ancient world, the city of Athens, nestled among the hills of Attica in Greece. We arrive in the 5th century BCE, a time often called the Golden Age of Athens, a period of extraordinary cultural achievement and political dynamism. Imagine the city shimmering under the Mediterranean sun. High above, on a rocky outcrop known as the Acropolis, stands the magnificent Parthenon Temple, dedicated to the city's patron goddess Athena. Its brilliant marble structure, adorned with sculptures overseen by the master artist Phidias, is a testament to Athenian confidence and artistic genius. Below the Acropolis lies the sprawling heart of the city, the Agora. This was not just a marketplace, but the central hub of Athenian life, a large, open square surrounded by public buildings, temples, workshops, and stoas, which were covered colonnades offering shelter from the sun and rain. Here, citizens gathered not only to trade goods, but to discuss politics, conduct business, serve on juries, and, perhaps most importantly for our story, engage in conversation and debate. Democracy, though limited to adult male citizens, was practiced with fervor. Decisions were made in the assembly held on the nearby Nix Hill. The air in Athens during this time must have buzzed with energy, a potent mix of civic pride, intellectual curiosity, artistic innovation, and constant political discourse. Yet, beneath this vibrant surface, tensions existed. Athenian society relied heavily on the labor of enslaved people, and the seeds of a long and draining conflict with rival city-state Sparta, known as the Peloponnesian War, were beginning to sprout. A conflict that would deeply impact the later years of the man whose life we now explore. Into this bustling, brilliant, and complex city, Socrates was born around the year 470 BCE. His background appears to have been relatively modest. His father, Sophroniscus, is traditionally said to have been a stonemason or sculptor, a skilled craftsman working with his hands. His mother, Phaenarete, was a midwife, assisting women in childbirth. Socrates himself would later use the art of midwifery as a powerful metaphor to describe his own method of helping others give birth to ideas. He likely received a standard Athenian education for a boy of his time, which would have included learning to read and write, studying music, particularly the lyre, and undergoing physical training or gymnastics, considered essential for developing a healthy body and mind. While details of his youth are scarce, we know he grew up immersed in the unique culture of Athens. Unlike some thinkers who might retreat into seclusion, Socrates was deeply engaged with the life of his city. He was a citizen, fulfilling the duties expected of him. Ancient sources report that he served with courage and notable endurance as a hoplite, a heavily armed foot soldier, in several key battles during the Peloponnesian War. Accounts mention his service at Potidaea, Delium, and Amphipolis, where his physical toughness and composure under duress were remarked upon. This image of Socrates the soldier reminds us that he was not an ethereal scholar detached from reality, but a man grounded in the experiences and obligations of his time, a participant in the fate of the city whose conscience he would later strive to awaken. The intellectual atmosphere of 5th century Athens was also shaped by a group of influential figures known as the Sophists. These were skilled, often traveling educators who offered practical instruction, particularly in rhetoric, the art of persuasive speaking. In a direct democracy like Athens, where citizens were expected to participate in assemblies and law courts, the ability to speak effectively and sway public opinion was highly valued, and the sophists catered to this demand, usually charging fees for their teaching. Prominent sophists like Protagoras, famous for his claim that man is the measure of all things, and Gorgias, a master rhetorician, drew crowds and attracted ambitious young students. They explored questions of language, morality, and knowledge, often emphasizing practical success and arguing that concepts like justice might be relative, varying from place to place or person to person. This focus on rhetoric and sometimes relativistic viewpoints stood in contrast to the deeper, more absolute truths that Socrates would later seek. He emerged into a world already alive with philosophical debate and intellectual challenges, a world where traditional beliefs were being questioned and the power of argument was keenly appreciated. Socrates was both a product of this stimulating environment and, ultimately, one of its most profound critics, charting a unique course in the pursuit of wisdom. Socrates represented a turning point in ancient Greek philosophy. While earlier thinkers, often called the pre-Socratics, had primarily focused on understanding the nature of the physical universe, asking questions like, what is everything made of? Socrates shifted the focus dramatically inwards. He was concerned not with cosmology, but with ethics, with how one should live, with the nature of virtue and the state of the human soul. Furthermore, his method was entirely different from the sophists who often delivered prepared lectures or aimed to teach specific skills for success. Socrates insisted he was not a teacher in the conventional sense. He wrote no books, established no formal school, and charged no fees. His philosophy was enacted entirely through living conversation, through a dynamic process of question and answer, conducted usually in the public spaces of Athens. He believed that wisdom was not something to be passively received, but something to be actively pursued through rigorous self-examination and shared inquiry. His legacy, therefore, lies not in written doctrines, but in the powerful method he pioneered and the searching questions he relentlessly posed. This unique approach is famously known as the Socratic method, or the elenchus, a Greek term that implies cross-examination or refutation. Imagine Socrates in the bustling agora, perhaps encountering a respected citizen, a politician, or a craftsman known for his skill. Socrates, often professing his own complete ignorance on the subject at hand, would initiate a dialogue by asking for a definition of some important moral concept. He might ask, what is piety, or what is justice, or what is courage. The person, typically confident in their understanding, would offer a definition based on common belief or personal conviction. Socrates would then proceed, not by offering his own definition, but by asking a series of carefully crafted questions designed to probe the implications and consistency of the initial answer. He might ask for examples, or test the definition against hypothetical scenarios. Slowly, gently, but persistently, the questioning would reveal hidden contradictions, unforeseen consequences, or limitations in the person's understanding. The aim was not simply to embarrass or defeat the conversational partner, although that sometimes happened. The deeper purpose was therapeutic, to clear away the illusion of knowledge, to expose layers of unexamined assumptions and prejudices, and thereby to encourage a more humble and genuine search for truth. It was a method designed to make people think for themselves, to question their own deepest beliefs, and to recognize the difference between mere opinion, what the Greeks called doxa, and true knowledge, or episteme. Let's try to picture a simplified version of this in action. Perhaps Socrates approaches a well-regarded general known for his bravery on the battlefield. "Tell me," Socrates might begin calmly, "since you are known for your courage, what exactly is courage?" The general, perhaps slightly flattered but confident, might reply, "Courage is standing firm in battle and not retreating from the enemy." Socrates, nodding thoughtfully, might then ask, "Indeed, standing firm can be courageous. But what about soldiers who employ clever tactics, perhaps feigning a retreat to lure the enemy into a trap? Is their action not also courageous, even though it involves retreat?" The general might concede this point. Socrates might continue. "And what about enduring hardships outside of war? Facing illness with fortitude, or speaking truth to power despite personal risk? Could these actions also be considered courageous?" As the conversation unfolds, guided by Socrates' gentle yet probing questions, the general's initial simple definition proves inadequate to cover all instances of courage. He is led to recognize the complexity of the concept and the limitations of his own understanding. This process, repeated countless times with different people and different concepts, was Socrates' way of stimulating intellectual awakening. It was a call to move beyond easy answers and engage in the difficult, ongoing work of philosophical self-reflection. Underlying this entire method was Socrates' famous, almost paradoxical assertion, "I know that I know nothing." This statement should not be taken as a declaration of complete skepticism or ignorance in the ordinary sense. Rather, it represented what is often called Socratic irony or Socratic ignorance. It was a profound intellectual humility, an acknowledgement of the vastness of what he did not know, particularly concerning the complex nature of virtue and the good life. While others confidently claimed expertise in moral matters, Socrates recognized that human wisdom is severely limited when compared to the wisdom of the gods or the true nature of reality. This awareness of his own ignorance, he believed, was precisely what made him wiser than those who were unaware of their lack of knowledge. It was the necessary starting point for any genuine philosophical journey. By stripping away the pretense of knowing, Socrates opened the door to authentic inquiry, a shared search for understanding undertaken with intellectual honesty and a willingness to follow the argument wherever it might lead. This humble profession of ignorance became the bedrock of his challenging and transformative philosophical practice. Socrates was undeniably a distinctive figure in Athenian society, not just for his ideas, but for his very presence. surviving descriptions and portrayals, some from admirers like Plato and Xenophon, others from critics like the playwright Aristophanes, who caricatured him in his comedy The Clouds, paint a picture of a man who defied conventional expectations. Physically, he may not have fit the classical Greek ideal of beauty. Accounts sometimes describe him as stout, perhaps a bit ungainly, with a snub nose and prominent eyes. His lifestyle was one of remarkable simplicity and indifference to material comforts. He famously wore the same simple woolen tunic, called a tribon, throughout the year, regardless of the weather, and often walked barefoot through the streets of Athens, seemingly oblivious to heat or cold. He showed little interest in accumulating wealth, accepting no fees for his conversations, and lived in apparent poverty, supported perhaps by the generosity of his wealthier friends and admirers. Yet, this outward simplicity housed a personality of great complexity. He possessed extraordinary self-control and physical endurance, demonstrated during his military service and in his daily life. He was known for his focus and concentration, sometimes standing motionless for hours, lost in thought. He employed a characteristic irony, often praising his conversational partners for their wisdom while subtly preparing to dismantle their arguments, a technique that could be both charming and deeply frustrating. Beneath the irony, however, lay a profound moral seriousness and an unwavering commitment to his philosophical calling. Socrates believed this calling was not merely a personal inclination, but a divine mission. He often spoke of being guided by a daimonion, an inner divine sign or voice that would warn him against taking certain actions, but never positively commanded him what to do. The pivotal moment, however, seems to have been the pronouncement from the Oracle of Apollo at Delphi. His enthusiastic friend Chaerephon reportedly traveled to the sacred site and asked the oracle if anyone in Athens was wiser than Socrates. The Pythia, the priestess who delivered the oracle's cryptic messages, answered that no one was wiser. Socrates himself claimed to have been perplexed by this response, knowing his own ignorance. He interpreted it not as a statement of his own positive wisdom, but as a divine puzzle or task. He concluded that the god must mean that human wisdom is worth little or nothing, and that he, Socrates, was wisest only in the sense that he knew he lacked wisdom, unlike others who falsely believed themselves to be wise. This interpretation spurred him to embark on his life's work, systematically questioning his fellow citizens, especially those with reputations for wisdom or skill, to test the oracle's meaning, and, more importantly, to expose their lack of true knowledge and encourage them to seek it. He saw this as a service to the god and a benefit to his city. In Plato's account of his defense at his trial, Socrates famously described himself using a powerful metaphor. He compared the city of Athens to a large, noble horse, which had become sluggish and complacent. He, Socrates, was like a gadfly, a stinging insect sent by the god to attach itself to the horse and continuously bite and pester it, rousing it from its slumber. His purpose, he argued, was to provoke his fellow Athenians out of their intellectual laziness and moral apathy, to force them to examine their lives, their values, and their assumptions about virtue. Just as a gadfly is annoying but necessary to keep the horse awake and moving, Socrates believed his persistent questioning, though often irritating and unwelcome, was essential for the health and vitality of the Athenian soul, both individually and collectively. He pursued this role relentlessly, engaging anyone who would talk with him, young or old, rich or poor, seeking to stir their minds and encourage them toward self-knowledge and the pursuit of goodness. It was a mission he undertook without pay, neglecting his own private affairs, dedicating his life to this public, philosophical service. However necessary Socrates believed his role to be, the life of a gadfly is inherently provocative, and his activities inevitably generated significant hostility and resentment. Imagine the scene repeated daily in the agora or gymnasia. Socrates, the unconventional-looking, barefoot philosopher, publicly engaging a respected politician, a celebrated poet, or a master craftsman in dialogue. Through his relentless questioning, he would often lead them to a state of aporia, a Greek term meaning confusion or perplexity, demonstrating that their confident claims to knowledge about justice, beauty, or virtue were ultimately unfounded. This public refutation could be deeply embarrassing for the individuals involved, and unsettling for onlookers who held traditional beliefs. Powerful figures felt their authority challenged. Parents became concerned that Socrates was leading their sons to question established values and disrespect their elders. His association with certain young men who later became notorious figures in Athenian politics, like Alcibiades and Critias, further fueled suspicion, even though Socrates himself never advocated for political overthrow. The constant questioning, the undermining of certainty, the exposure of ignorance, all these factors combined to create a growing number of enemies who viewed Socrates not as a beneficial stimulant, but as a dangerous and disruptive influence, a threat to the social order of Athens. This simmering resentment would eventually boil over, leading to the formal charges that brought him to trial. Understanding the core philosophical ideas attributed to Socrates requires a gentle acknowledgement of how we know about him. Since Socrates himself wrote nothing, our primary sources are the dialogues written by his devoted student, Plato, and further accounts from another follower, the historian Xenophon. Scholars sometimes debate how accurately these writings reflect the historical Socrates versus the developing philosophies of the authors themselves, particularly Plato. This uncertainty is often called the Socratic problem. However, by carefully considering these sources, we can identify certain key themes and principles that are widely regarded as central to Socrates' own thought and teaching. These ideas revolved not around the nature of the cosmos, but around the conduct of human life, the pursuit of virtue, and the importance of self-understanding. At the very heart of Socrates' philosophy was an urgent concern for the human psyche. This is a Greek term often translated as soul, but perhaps better understood as encompassing the mind, consciousness, moral character, and true self. Socrates believed that the primary task for any human being was the care and improvement of their soul. He argued passionately that cultivating wisdom and virtue within oneself was far more important than pursuing external goods like wealth, reputation, or political power. These external things, he suggested, were ultimately less valuable and could even be harmful if not guided by a well-ordered soul. True happiness, Socrates contended, came not from possessions or status, but from inner goodness, from living a virtuous life. This emphasis on the inner self, on moral integrity, marked a significant shift in philosophical focus and laid the groundwork for much of Western ethical thought. Flowing directly from this focus on the soul is perhaps Socrates' most distinctive and sometimes controversial ethical doctrine: the idea that virtue is knowledge. This means that true moral excellence, called arete in Greek, is fundamentally a matter of understanding. Socrates argued that if a person truly knows what is good, they will naturally choose to do it. Conversely, he believed that wrongdoing stems ultimately from ignorance. When people act unjustly, or cruelly, or intemperately, which means lacking self-control, it is not because they deliberately choose evil, knowing it to be evil, but because they are mistaken about what is truly good or beneficial for their souls. They might pursue wealth, thinking it will bring happiness, or act out of anger, believing it achieves justice. But these actions arise from a fundamental misunderstanding of where true well-being lies. For Socrates, therefore, the path to virtue was the path of philosophical inquiry, the pursuit of knowledge about the nature of goodness, justice, courage, and other virtues. To know the good, in his view, was intrinsically linked to being good. Related to this is the idea of the unity of virtues. Socrates seemed to believe that the various moral virtues, such as justice, courage, temperance, meaning self-control, piety, meaning reverence towards the divine, and wisdom, were not separate, independent qualities, but were somehow interconnected, perhaps different facets of a single underlying knowledge of the good. If someone truly possessed one virtue in its fullest sense, founded on genuine understanding, they would necessarily possess the others as well. A truly courageous person, for example, would also need wisdom to know what is truly fearful and what is not, and justice to ensure their courage serves good ends. This concept, sometimes referred to as moral intellectualism, places reason and knowledge at the very center of the ethical life. It suggests that becoming a better person is fundamentally about improving one's understanding. All these threads converge in one of Socrates' most enduring and resonant declarations, famously reported by Plato during his trial. The unexamined life is not worth living for a human being. This powerful statement encapsulates the essence of his philosophical mission. For Socrates, a life lived on autopilot, guided by unthinking habit, inherited prejudices, or the pursuit of fleeting pleasures, without ever stopping to reflect critically on one's own beliefs, values, and actions, fails to achieve true human potential. He believed that our capacity for reason and self-reflection is what distinguishes us, and that exercising this capacity through philosophical inquiry is essential for improving our souls and living a meaningful existence. The Socratic method, the constant questioning, the stripping away of false certainty, all were aimed at encouraging this vital process of self-examination, urging his fellow Athenians, and by extension all of us, to engage in the ongoing, sometimes uncomfortable, but ultimately rewarding task of knowing ourselves and seeking virtue. The Athens that put Socrates on trial in the year 399 BCE was a city still recovering from collective trauma and grappling with uncertainty. The long and bitter Peloponnesian War against Sparta had ended just 5 years earlier in Athens' humiliating defeat. This loss was followed by a brief but brutal period of oligarchic rule known as the 30 Tyrants, imposed by Sparta. Although democracy had been restored by 399 BCE, the atmosphere remained tense. There was likely widespread distrust, a search for scapegoats to blame for the city's misfortunes, and a conservative impulse to reassert traditional values and religious piety that many felt had been dangerously eroded during the preceding decades of war and upheaval. Socrates, with his unconventional methods, his questioning of established norms, and his association with controversial figures like Alcibiades and Critias, who had been linked to the 30 Tyrants, although Socrates himself opposed them, became an easy target in this climate of suspicion. 3 Athenian citizens stepped forward as his official accusers. Meletus, a young poet perhaps representing religious and artistic circles offended by Socrates. Anytus, a powerful politician and prominent democratic figure who may have held a personal grudge or seen Socrates as a threat to the restored democracy, and Lycon, an orator about whom less is known, possibly representing professional rhetoricians. The formal indictment lodged against the 70-year-old philosopher contained two main charges. First was asabeia, or impiety. This was a serious accusation in ancient Athens, where religion was deeply intertwined with civic life. Specifically, Socrates was accused of failing to acknowledge the gods recognized by the city-state and of introducing new, unofficial divine matters. This likely referred to the daimonion, the inner guiding voice he sometimes claimed to hear. The second charge was corrupting the youth. This accusation suggested that Socrates' teachings led young men to question parental authority, disrespect traditional Athenian values, and perhaps engage in subversive thinking. These charges tapped into the anxieties of the time, portraying Socrates as a dangerous influence undermining the foundations of Athenian society. The trial itself followed standard Athenian legal procedure for such public cases. It took place likely in or near the agora before a very large jury called a dikasterion. This jury was composed of hundreds, likely 501 male citizens over the age of 30, selected by lot from a pool of volunteers. There was no judge in the modern sense to interpret the law, nor were there professional lawyers. Both the accusers and the defendant spoke for themselves, presenting their cases directly to the citizen jurors. The speaking time for each side was strictly limited, measured by a clepsydra, which was a water clock that slowly dripped water from one vessel to another. The jurors listened to the speeches and then rendered their verdict by secret ballot, deciding guilt or innocence based on their own judgment and interpretation of the arguments presented. It was a profoundly democratic, yet potentially volatile, legal process, highly susceptible to rhetoric, prejudice, and the prevailing mood of the citizenry. Our most detailed account of Socrates' defense comes from Plato's dialogue, The Apology. The title is slightly misleading in modern English. Apology here comes from the Greek word apologia, meaning a formal defense or speech made in response to accusations, not an expression of regret. According to Plato, Socrates delivered a remarkable speech, not pleading for sympathy or attempting to flatter the jurors, but offering a principled justification of his entire philosophical life. He systematically refuted the specific charges. Regarding impiety, he argued that his accusers contradicted themselves, essentially accusing him of atheism while also accusing him of introducing new divine matters. He pointed to his lifelong mission, prompted by the Delphic oracle, as evidence of his belief in the divine. Regarding the corruption charge, he denied ever setting himself up as a teacher or taking fees, emphasizing that his conversations were open to all and aimed at discovering truth, not instilling specific doctrines. He argued that if he corrupted the youth, it was unintentional, and the law required instruction, not punishment, for unintentional harm. More profoundly, Socrates used the trial as an opportunity to explain his philosophical activity as a vital service, a divine mandate to awaken Athens to the importance of virtue and self-examination. He famously declared he would rather obey the god than the jurors, and that he would continue practicing philosophy even if acquitted, stating that the unexamined life is not worth living. His defense was courageous, uncompromising, perhaps even defiant, prioritizing his philosophical integrity above his own survival. Despite his powerful defense, or perhaps partly because of its uncompromising nature, the Athenian jury voted to find Socrates guilty. Plato suggests the margin was relatively narrow, perhaps indicating a significant portion of the jury remained unconvinced by the accusations or respected Socrates' arguments. According to Athenian legal practice at the time, after a guilty verdict in cases where the penalty was not fixed by law, both the prosecution and the defense proposed a punishment, and the jury then chose between the two proposals. The prosecution, led by Miletus, demanded the death penalty. Socrates was then given the opportunity to propose an alternative counter-penalty. In a move that likely sealed his fate, Socrates, maintaining his ironic stance and his conviction that he had only benefited Athens, initially suggested that he deserved not punishment, but a reward for his services. Specifically, he proposed free meals for life at public expense in the Prytaneum, an honor typically reserved for Olympic victors and other great benefactors of the city. While perhaps intended to highlight the injustice of the charges, this proposal likely struck the jurors as arrogant and disrespectful. Eventually, Socrates reluctantly proposed a fine, initially a small one, then increased significantly after his friends, including Plato and Crito, offered to guarantee payment. However, the damage was done. The jury, likely angered by what they perceived as Socrates' insolence and lack of contrition, voted again, this time choosing the death penalty proposed by the prosecution, reportedly by a much larger margin than the initial vote for guilt. Socrates accepted the sentence with remarkable calm and equanimity. Due to a religious tradition involving a sacred mission to the island of Delos, executions in Athens were temporarily suspended. This meant Socrates spent about a month in prison awaiting his death. During this time, his wealthy and devoted friend Crito visited him and presented a plan for escape. Crito argued passionately that Socrates had a duty to his children, that his friends would be disgraced if they did not help him, and that staying to face an unjust execution was essentially collaborating with his enemy's wrongdoing. Plato's dialogue, Crato, records Socrates' gentle but firm refusal. He argued that, having lived his entire life under the protection and benefit of Athenian laws, he had entered into an implicit agreement to abide by them, even when their application seemed unjust in his particular case. To escape now, he reasoned, would be to break this agreement, to undermine the authority of the laws and the city itself, thereby harming the very community he had sought to serve. Such an act, he concluded, would corrupt his own soul, betraying the philosophical principles he had always espoused. Obedience to the law, even when facing death, was paramount. His final hours are movingly depicted in Plato's dialogue, Phaedo. Surrounded by his grieving friends in his prison cell, Socrates spent his last day engaged in what he loved most: calm philosophical discussion. The main topic, fittingly, was the nature and immortality of the soul. Socrates offered various arguments suggesting that the soul is distinct from the body and does not perish at death. He spoke of philosophy as a preparation for dying, a practice of detaching the soul from bodily concerns to attain pure knowledge. He comforted his friends, urging them not to mourn excessively, but to continue living philosophical lives dedicated to virtue. The atmosphere described is one of profound sadness among the followers, yet serene acceptance and intellectual clarity on the part of Socrates himself. As the sun began to set, the jailer arrived with the cup of poison. This was hemlock, a paralyzing agent derived from a plant. Socrates inquired calmly about the procedure, accepted the cup without tremor, and drank it readily. He walked around as instructed until his legs grew heavy, then lay down. His final words, addressed to Crito, were enigmatic. "Crito, we owe a rooster to Asclepius. Please, don't forget to pay the debt." Asclepius was the god of healing, leading to interpretations that Socrates viewed death as a cure, a release of the soul from the prison of the body. Then, quietly, he fell still. Though his enemies succeeded in silencing his physical voice, the death of Socrates ironically ensured his philosophical immortality. His calm courage in the face of death, his unwavering commitment to his principles, and his profound questioning of life's most fundamental values left an indelible mark on his followers, particularly Plato. Through Plato's brilliant dialogues, the character and ideas of Socrates were preserved and elaborated upon, becoming a cornerstone of Western philosophy. Xenophon also wrote memoirs defending his teacher. Socrates became an enduring symbol of intellectual integrity, freedom of thought, and the philosopher's willingness to die for the pursuit of truth. His method of questioning continues to influence education. His ethical focus continues to challenge us, and his famous dictum reminds us still that the truly worthwhile human life is one lived with critical self-awareness. As the story of Socrates comes to a close, let the quiet courage of his final moments deepen your sense of peace. Feel the echoes of ancient Athens fade, leaving behind a stillness perfect for rest. May the philosopher's calm acceptance guide you gently toward deep and tranquil sleep. Let us travel now across the Mediterranean to the sun-drenched shores of Italy, specifically to the region known as Campania, during the height of the Roman Empire in the year 79 CE. Picture a landscape of breathtaking beauty. The sparkling azure waters of the Bay of Naples curve gently, fringed by lush green land. The climate is mild, the air often soft and warm. Dominating this idyllic scene, rising majestically inland, stands a great mountain, Mount Vesuvius. Its slopes, covered in vineyards and wild greenery, reach towards the sky. To the Romans living in its shadow, it was simply part of the stunning scenery, a familiar landmark. Although knowledgeable Greeks centuries before had recognized its volcanic nature, Vesuvius had slumbered for so long, perhaps 800 years or more, that most inhabitants likely gave little thought to its fiery potential. It was a sleeping giant, its true power hidden beneath a peaceful, verdant exterior, part of a landscape renowned for its fertility and pleasantness. Nestled near the foot of this mountain lay several thriving towns. The most significant was Pompeii, a bustling commercial hub situated a few miles south of Vesuvius, near the mouth of the Sarno River. Pompeii was a hive of activity. Its forum served as the main public square, marketplace, and center of civic life, surrounded by important temples dedicated to gods like Jupiter and Apollo, government buildings, and bustling shops. Streets paved with large stones, marked by the grooves of cartwheels, crisscrossed the town, lined with workshops where bakers produced bread, weavers and dyers created textiles, potters shaped clay, and metalworkers forged tools. Taverns, known as thermopolia, offered hot food and drinks. Homes ranged from modest dwellings for artisans and shopkeepers to luxurious villas owned by wealthy merchants and landowners, many adorned with vibrant frescoes depicting myths or daily life, and featuring inner courtyards with gardens and fountains. Pompeii had its own large amphitheater for gladiatorial contests and public spectacles, 2 theaters for plays and musical performances, and several public bath complexes, essential centers for hygiene and socializing in the Roman world. It was a prosperous, self-contained community, deeply connected to the wider Roman economy through its port and trade. Further west along the coast, closer to the modern city of Naples, lay Herculaneum. Smaller than Pompeii, it possessed a different character. Perched overlooking the sea, it seems to have been a wealthier town, perhaps more of an elegant seaside resort favored by affluent Romans seeking leisure. Its houses were often finer, boasting more elaborate decorations and enjoying splendid views across the bay. Further south along the curve of the bay stood Stabii, another coastal settlement known for its luxurious villas built by wealthy Romans seeking relaxation and panoramic vistas. These towns, along with numerous smaller villages and agricultural estates scattered across the fertile plains surrounding Vesuvius, represented a flourishing corner of the Roman world. The very source of this prosperity was, ironically, the volcano itself. Centuries of inactivity had allowed rich volcanic soils to develop, making the land exceptionally fertile. Vineyards climbed the lower slopes of Vesuvius, producing grapes for the famous Campanian wines enjoyed throughout the empire. Olive groves thrived, yielding valuable oil. Life for the inhabitants followed the familiar rhythms of Roman society. Farmers tended their fields. Merchants conducted trade. Artisans practiced their crafts, and the wealthy enjoyed the comforts of their villas, perhaps attending the games, relaxing in the baths, or engaging in local politics, all under the watchful, seemingly benign presence of the great mountain. Yet, the earth beneath their feet was not entirely still. The region around Vesuvius was known to be seismically active. A stark warning had come just 17 years earlier, in 62 CE, when a powerful earthquake struck Campania, causing significant damage to buildings in Pompeii, Herculaneum, and other nearby settlements. Repairs were still underway in some parts of Pompeii when the final catastrophe occurred. Romans generally understood earthquakes as natural phenomena, perhaps sometimes interpreted as omens from the gods, but they did not necessarily connect this seismic activity directly to the dormant mountain overlooking the bay. In the days, weeks, or perhaps even months leading up to the eruption of 79 CE, smaller tremors likely occurred with increasing frequency. Springs might have dried up, and animals might have behaved strangely. These subtle signs, precursors to the volcanic awakening, were likely noticed by some inhabitants. However, without a scientific understanding of volcanology, these warnings went largely unheeded. People continued their daily lives, unaware that the sleeping giant in their midst was stirring, gathering immense pressure deep within, preparing to unleash a cataclysm that would abruptly end their world and preserve it in time for millennia. The day began like any other in the bustling towns around the Bay of Naples. The traditional date recorded is August 24th, 79 CE, though recent archaeological discoveries, such as preserved autumn fruits, heavier clothing found on victims, and a coin dated slightly later, suggest the eruption might actually have occurred in mid-October or November. Whichever the exact date, the morning unfolded with its usual routines. In Pompeii, bakers prepared loaves, shopkeepers opened their doors, farmers worked in the surrounding fields, and citizens went about their business in the forum, or relaxed in their homes and gardens. The sun shone brightly in a clear summer or autumn sky. There was little outward sign of the immense geological forces reaching a critical point deep beneath Mount Vesuvius. Then, around midday or perhaps early afternoon, without further warning, the mountain exploded. A tremendous blast tore through the summit, releasing centuries of pent-up pressure in a matter of moments. What followed was a terrifying spectacle of nature's power. A colossal column of volcanic material, superheated gas, pulverized rock turned into fine ash, and billions of lightweight, frothy pumice stones called lapilli was ejected vertically into the sky with incredible force. This immense cloud surged upwards, climbing many miles into the stratosphere, perhaps reaching an altitude of over 20 miles. Across the bay, at the naval base of Misenum, about 18 miles west of Vesuvius, a young man named Pliny the Younger witnessed this terrifying sight. He later described the cloud's appearance in a letter to the historian Tacitus, comparing its shape to that of an umbrella pine tree. A tall, straight trunk, rising high, then spreading out into a vast, branching canopy at the top. This type of powerful, sustained volcanic eruption, characterized by a towering vertical column, is now known in volcanology as a Plinian eruption, named after Pliny and his vivid description. The sheer scale of the event was unprecedented in the living memory of anyone in the region. The familiar green mountain had suddenly become a monstrous fountain of destruction, spewing its contents high above the earth. The eruption assaulted the senses. A deafening roar, a continuous, terrifying rumble emanated from the volcano, accompanied by the shaking of the ground as the eruption intensified. For those closer to the mountain, the sound must have been overwhelming, a physical force as much as an auditory experience. As the vast eruption cloud spread across the sky, it began to block out the sun. Daylight rapidly faded, replaced by an unnatural deep twilight, then near total darkness, even though it was still afternoon. Imagine the familiar bright Campanian landscape abruptly plunged into gloom, lit only by the terrifying flashes of lightning generated within the ash cloud itself. Soon, the material ejected high into the atmosphere began to fall back to Earth. Fine gray ash started to drift down like a sinister snowfall, coating everything in a gritty layer. For towns directly under the path of the wind-blown cloud, this was just the beginning of the terrifying aerial bombardment. The immediate reaction among the people in Pompeii, Herculaneum, Aplantis, Stabiae, and the surrounding villas must have been one of utter shock and disbelief, quickly turning to confusion and then paralyzing fear. What was happening? Was it a storm, a divine punishment? As the ash and pumice began to fall, realization dawned that the source was the mountain itself, Vesuvius violently erupting. People likely looked towards the sky, trying to comprehend the immense dark cloud that had swallowed the sun. Some may have rushed indoors, seeking shelter from the falling debris, while others perhaps gathered in open spaces, uncertain where safety lay. Panic began to spread as the familiar world transformed into a scene of chaos and terror. Across the bay at Misenum, Pliny the Younger's uncle, known as Pliny the Elder, a respected scholar, author, and commander of the Roman fleet, observed the strange cloud formation initially with scientific interest. Recognizing its volcanic origin and realizing the potential danger to the towns closer to the eruption, his curiosity quickly turned to concern. He ordered warships to be launched, intending first to get a closer look, but soon committing himself to a courageous attempt to rescue people trapped along the coast near the volcano. A mission driven by duty and compassion that would ultimately cost him his life. While the eruption column towered miles high, the prevailing winds on that fateful day began to carry the immense cloud of ash and pumice primarily towards the southeast, directly over the unfortunate city of Pompeii. For the inhabitants of Pompeii, the initial explosion was followed by a terrifying and relentless aerial assault. What began as a rain of fine ash soon intensified into a heavy fall of lapilli, the lightweight, porous pumice stones ejected by the volcano. These stones, ranging in size from small pebbles like gravel to larger chunks perhaps the size of walnuts or even fists, rained down incessantly from the darkened sky. Imagine the ceaseless drumming sound as millions of these stones struck roofs, streets, and anyone caught in the open. Though individually light, their sheer volume and continuous fall created a unique and perilous situation. The air itself became thick with swirling ash and falling stones, visibility reduced to mere feet, the sky completely obscured by the dense, churning volcanic cloud. Hour after hour, the pumice fall continued relentlessly. The light stones began to accumulate, like a strange gray volcanic snowdrift, piling up in the streets, courtyards, and, most dangerously, on the roofs of houses and public buildings. Roman architecture in Pompeii often featured flat or gently sloping roofs, designed for a Mediterranean climate with less rainfall, not engineered to withstand the immense weight building up from the continuous volcanic fallout. As the layer of pumice grew deeper, perhaps reaching several inches per hour, accumulating to several feet deep over time, the strain on structures became critical. Timbers began to groan under the load. Tiles cracked. Eventually, roofs started to collapse inwards, crashing down into the rooms below, burying furniture, belongings, and, tragically, any inhabitants who had sought shelter within. This crushing weight became one of the primary dangers for those remaining in Pompeii during this first phase of the eruption. Escape routes through streets were also becoming increasingly difficult to navigate as the pumice piled higher and higher, sometimes blocking doorways and turning familiar paths into treacherous obstacle courses. Survival became an increasingly desperate struggle against multiple threats. The near-total darkness caused by the thick ash cloud induced disorientation and fear, making movement hazardous even for those familiar with the city's layout. People stumbled through the gloom, perhaps carrying small oil lamps whose feeble light barely penetrated the swirling ash. The air itself became toxic. Fine volcanic ash particles filled the lungs, making breathing difficult and painful, leading to coughing fits and eventually suffocation for some. Volcanic gases, including compounds like sulfur dioxide, mixed with the ash, further poisoning the atmosphere. Archaeological evidence reveals the desperate measures people took. Skeletons have been found with hands covering mouths or with remnants of cloth nearby, suggesting attempts to filter the choking air. Some people tied pillows to their heads for protection against the falling pumice stones, a poignant detail recorded by Pliny the Younger, describing the experiences of those fleeing Misenum across the bay, and likely employed in Pompeii as well. The ruins of Pompeii offer silent, frozen snapshots of these terrifying hours. Archaeology reveals individuals and groups caught in their final moments. Some were trapped inside collapsing buildings, buried under the weight of pumice and roof debris. Others were found in the streets, perhaps attempting to flee towards the city gates, only to be overcome by the deepening pumice, the choking ash, or falling masonry. Skeletons have been discovered clutching sacks containing valuables or modest possessions, indicating attempts to salvage something before escaping. Family groups have been found huddled together in rooms or under staircases, seeking mutual protection in their final moments. One famous find shows a dog, chained in a courtyard, contorted in its struggle against the rising pumice. These remains, preserved by the volcanic material, speak volumes about the human tragedy unfolding amidst the relentless geological assault. People faced agonizing choices: stay indoors and risk being crushed, or venture out into the darkness and the suffocating, stone-filled air. For many in Pompeii, There was no safe option, as the eruption continued its deadly siege. While Pompeii suffered under the relentless fall of pumice and ash, carried by the southeasterly winds, the town of Herculaneum, situated closer to Vesuvius but on its western side, experienced the eruption's initial hours differently. Due to the wind direction, Herculaneum received only a light dusting of ash, escaping the heavy pumice fall that was burying its neighbor. This temporary reprieve might have created a deceptive sense of relative safety. Perhaps inhabitants felt the worst danger was the falling debris hitting Pompeii. Or maybe they believed seeking shelter near the sea offered the best chance of survival or rescue. Many gathered belongings and made their way down towards the waterfront, hoping the open space of the beach or the sturdy stone vaults of the boathouses built along the shore would provide refuge. They could not have known that the eruption was about to enter a new, far deadlier phase, one that would seal Herculaneum's fate with terrifying speed. Likely beginning during the night or early morning of the second day, the nature of the eruption shifted dramatically. The towering Plinian column, which had surged miles into the sky for hours, began to lose its upward momentum. Weakened, the column started to collapse under its own immense weight. This collapse triggered a horrifying phenomenon known as pyroclastic flows, sometimes also called pyroclastic surges or density currents. Imagine these as incandescent avalanches, turbulent mixtures of extremely hot gases, ash, and larger volcanic rock fragments moving at incredible speeds down the volcano's slopes. These flows hug the ground, channeled by valleys or spreading out across flatter terrain. Their temperatures can reach hundreds of degrees Celsius, hot enough to incinerate organic material almost instantly, and they travel at speeds that can exceed hundreds of kilometers per hour, making escape impossible for anyone caught in their path. They represent one of the most destructive and lethal hazards associated with explosive volcanic eruptions. The first of these deadly pyroclastic flows surged down the western flank of Vesuvius, directly towards Herculaneum. Unlike the slow accumulation of pumice, the arrival of the flow was sudden and overwhelming. It swept through the town with terrifying speed and heat. Anyone still exposed in the streets or open areas would have been overcome instantaneously. Buildings offered little protection against the searing heat and forceful current. Wood was carbonized, glass melted, and the intense thermal energy penetrated structures, leaving no chance for survival within the main path of the flow. This first surge was followed by others, each depositing layers of hot ash and debris, burying the town completely under many meters of volcanic material. This material, unlike the loose pumice at Pompeii, often solidified due to the heat and moisture, forming a harder, denser layer more like cement, which paradoxically aided in the preservation of organic materials like wood within the town itself, while ensuring the instant death of its inhabitants. For centuries, the fate of Herculaneum's population was largely unknown. Excavations initially found relatively few bodies within the main town area, leading some to believe most inhabitants had successfully escaped before the pyroclastic flows hit. However, a profoundly tragic discovery was made in the 1980s along the ancient shoreline. Excavating the vaulted chambers built into the seawall, structures likely used as boathouses or waterfront storage, archaeologists uncovered the skeletal remains of over 300 people. These individuals, men, women, and children, were found huddled together in groups within these chambers, clutching possessions, embracing each other. The evidence indicates they had fled to the beach area, perhaps awaiting rescue by sea, or believing the sturdy stone vaults offered protection. Instead, they were trapped. When the first pyroclastic flow reached the waterfront, its intense heat radiated into the boathouses, killing everyone inside almost instantly through extreme thermal shock, long before the ash itself filled the chambers. This poignant discovery provided stark evidence of Herculaneum's final moments, revealing that while spared the initial pumice fall, its people ultimately faced an even swifter and more inescapable form of destruction. As the eruption entered its second day, the collapsing Plinian column unleashed its fury not only on Herculaneum, but also, finally and catastrophically, on Pompeii. The same process that sent deadly flows westward now generated even more powerful pyroclastic surges radiating outwards in other directions, including southeast towards the city already buried under meters of pumice. For those still alive in Pompeii, perhaps trapped in upper stories of buildings not yet collapsed, or struggling through the deep pumice drifts hoping for rescue. The arrival of the pyroclastic flows marked the end of all hope. These were not gentle ash falls or falling stones. These were ground-hugging, superheated avalanches of gas and volcanic debris moving at hurricane speeds. The first flow to reach Pompeii might have been less intense, perhaps more of a turbulent cloud of hot ash and gas, but it was lethal nonetheless, suffocating anyone still exposed. It was followed by several subsequent, more powerful surges that swept through the city with devastating force. Imagine these incandescent clouds roaring over the city walls, blasting through streets, smashing down remaining structures, tearing off roofs, and instantly filling every open space with searing hot ash and gas. Temperatures within these flows likely reached 250 degrees Celsius or more, sufficient to cause immediate death to anyone still living. The intense heat would have caused fatal thermal shock far faster than suffocation or burning. Wooden objects like doors, shutters, and roof beams were instantly carbonized, leaving blackened impressions in the ash. The city that had suffered hours of burial by pumice was now subjected to successive waves of fiery destruction from these ground-hugging flows. It was primarily these pyroclastic flows, not the earlier ash and pumice fall, that caused the deaths of the majority of the estimated 2,000 or so victims whose remains have been found within Pompeii. Caught in the open or within buildings offering no protection from the extreme heat and suffocating ash, their lives ended almost instantaneously. The fine ash carried by the flows rapidly enveloped the bodies, preserving the shape of their forms even as the organic tissues decomposed over time. This grim process created the voids later discovered by archaeologists, capturing the final postures of the victims in startling detail. The destructive energy of the flows also buried the city much more deeply and rapidly than the earlier pumice fall alone could have, ensuring its near-complete encapsulation under layers of volcanic material. During these final, terrifying phases of the eruption, the rescue mission led by Pliny the Elder met its tragic end. He had successfully evacuated some people further down the coast, but had landed near Stabiae, at the villa of his friend Pomponianus, intending to wait out the worst and perhaps continue rescue efforts. However, Stabiae also lay in the path of the deadly phenomena spreading from Vesuvius. As conditions worsened, with pumice falling heavily and the air thick with sulfurous gases, Pliny, described by his nephew as being rather stout and perhaps having respiratory issues, decided to rest on the beach. There, overcome by the poisonous volcanic fumes accompanying one of the surges that reached the area, he collapsed and died. His companions later found his body, appearing more asleep than dead, unharmed externally, but fatally asphyxiated by the toxic air. His death underscores the widespread lethality of the eruption's final stages, reaching miles from the volcano itself. With Pompeii, Herculaneum, Stabii, and numerous surrounding villas now completely overwhelmed and buried under meters of ash and pumice, the eruption slowly began to subside. The once vibrant landscape was transformed into a desolate, gray wasteland, the thriving Roman towns silenced and erased from view. When the eruption finally ceased, perhaps after about 18 to 20 hours of continuous activity, an eerie silence fell over a profoundly altered landscape. The cone of Vesuvius itself had changed shape. Its summit likely collapsed into a caldera. The surrounding plains were buried under a thick mantle of gray ash and pumice, smoothing over familiar contours, choking rivers, and extending the coastline outwards in places. The air slowly cleared, revealing the extent of the devastation. From across the bay at Misenum, Pliny the Younger, who had survived the ordeal along with his mother, penned 2 remarkable letters to the historian Tacitus some time later. These letters described the eruption sequence, the behavior of the cloud, the earthquakes, the darkness, the pumice fall, the terrifying surges, and his uncle's death. His calm, detailed account provides invaluable eyewitness testimony, a crucial written record complementing the archaeological evidence we have today. In the immediate aftermath, survivors who had managed to flee likely returned to search for relatives or belongings, but the devastation was overwhelming. The Roman government, under the Emperor Titus, who had only recently taken the throne, reportedly organized relief efforts and dispatched officials to assess the damage and aid survivors. There may have been some attempts to salvage materials from the buried towns, perhaps tunneling into accessible upper levels of buildings. However, the sheer depth of the volcanic deposits, reaching many meters thick, made any large-scale recovery impossible. The cities were effectively lost. Over time, new soil formed over the volcanic layers, vegetation returned, and new settlements arose in the region, sometimes directly over the buried ruins. The precise locations of Pompeii and Herculaneum faded from memory, becoming lost chapters of history, mentioned only occasionally in ancient texts. For nearly 17 centuries, they lay undisturbed, silent time capsules, preserving a moment of Roman life. The rediscovery began accidentally in the 18th century. Workmen digging a well in 1709 struck remnants of the theater in Herculaneum. This led to initial explorations, often conducted more like treasure hunts by tunneling through the hardened volcanic material under the auspices of the Bourbon monarchy ruling Naples at the time. Pompeii, buried under softer ash and lapilli, was rediscovered later, around 1748, also somewhat by chance. Excavations began there too, initially sporadic and focused on recovering valuable artifacts. It was only in the 19th century, particularly after the unification of Italy, that more systematic and scientific archaeological methods were applied. A key figure was Giuseppe Fiorelli, who became director of excavations at Pompeii in 1863. He introduced methodical digging, uncovering buildings block by block, street by street, and meticulously recording finds to understand the context of daily life. Fiorelli is perhaps most famous for his ingenious technique for recovering the forms of the eruption's victims. During excavations, workers frequently encountered hollow spaces or voids within the compacted ash layers. These voids contained human skeletal remains, indicating where a body had decomposed after being buried. Fiorelli realized that these cavities perfectly preserved the shape of the person at the moment of death. By carefully pouring liquid plaster, known as plaster of Paris, into these voids through small holes and allowing it to harden, he could create remarkably detailed casts. Once the plaster set, the surrounding ash could be carefully chipped away, revealing the three-dimensional form of the individual, capturing their clothing, posture, and sometimes even facial expressions in their final moments. These plaster casts, while somber reminders of the human tragedy, provide an incredibly powerful and immediate connection to the people who lived and died in Pompeii. They allow us to see not just skeletons, but the human forms as they fell, offering a unique, albeit haunting, glimpse into the past. The preservation of Pompeii and Herculaneum is unparalleled. Because they were buried so suddenly and completely, they offer archaeologists and historians a unique snapshot of Roman urban life, frozen at the moment it ceased in 79 CE. We can walk through Roman streets, enter homes complete with furniture and decorations like frescoes and mosaics, explore shops with goods still on shelves, visit temples, theaters, baths, and even bakeries with carbonized loaves of bread still in the ovens. Everyday objects, from tools and pottery to jewelry and medical instruments, provide intimate details about how people lived, worked, and interacted. These sites are invaluable windows into the Roman world, far more complete than ruins that decayed gradually over time. Today, Vesuvius remains an active volcano, looming over the densely populated Bay of Naples, a constant reminder of the power simmering beneath the earth. It is carefully monitored by scientists. The legacy of the 79 CE eruption is twofold: a tragic story of natural disaster and human loss, but also the miraculous preservation of ancient cities that continue to speak to us across the centuries, offering profound insights into history and humanity. Let the dramatic story of Vesuvius settle into the quiet passage of history. Feel the layers of time softening the sharp edges of the past, leaving only a deep sense of stillness. May this quiet reflection on resilience and rediscovery ease you into peaceful rest. Let us turn our attention now to the turbulent waters of the western Mediterranean Sea, around the middle of the 3rd century BCE, roughly the year 265 before the Common Era. Imagine this vast blue expanse, not as empty space, but as a vital arena for trade, travel, and increasingly, rivalry between powerful civilizations growing along its shores. Two cities, two distinct cultures, stood poised on the brink of a monumental clash that would shape the future of the ancient world. One was an established giant, a wealthy maritime empire commanding the sea lanes. The other was a rapidly expanding republic on the Italian peninsula, a formidable land power whose ambitions were beginning to stretch beyond its shores. Their collision would ignite a series of conflicts known to history as the Punic Wars, a struggle for dominance lasting over a century. On the coast of North Africa, in what is today modern Tunisia, lay the magnificent city of Carthage. Founded centuries earlier by seafaring Phoenicians from the eastern Mediterranean, Carthage had grown into the heart of a sprawling commercial empire. Its strength was built upon the sea. Carthaginian merchants dominated trade routes across the western Mediterranean, exchanging goods like metals, textiles, timber, and agricultural products. Their influence extended over territories in North Africa, southern Spain, the Balearic Islands, Corsica, Sardinia, and, crucially, the western part of the fertile island of Sicily. Carthage possessed a powerful war navy, essential for protecting its merchant ships and controlling strategic sea lanes. Its government, often described as an oligarchy dominated by wealthy merchant families, relied heavily not on a large citizen army like Rome's, but on mercenary soldiers hired from various allied or subject peoples, including Libyans, Numidians from North Africa, Iberians from Spain, and Gauls. Imagine its impressive artificial harbors, bustling with ships, its imposing city walls, and the wealth accumulated from centuries of successful trade, making it the preeminent power in the region at this time. Facing Carthage across the sea was the burgeoning Roman Republic. From its origins as a single city-state on the Tiber River, Rome had relentlessly expanded its control over the Italian peninsula through centuries of warfare and diplomacy. By 265 BCE, Rome dominated Italy south of the Po Valley. Its strength lay primarily on land. The core of its power was the Roman legion, a highly disciplined and adaptable infantry force composed mainly of Roman citizens fulfilling their military obligations. Roman society emphasized civic duty, military virtue, and obedience to the state. Its republican government, guided by the influential Senate composed largely of aristocratic families and led by annually elected magistrates called consuls, proved remarkably resilient and effective in mobilizing resources and manpower for war. Rome excelled in organization, law, and engineering, building extensive road networks that facilitated troop movements and communication throughout Italy. While Rome possessed considerable manpower and military prowess on land, it lacked a significant navy and had little experience in large-scale overseas campaigns compared to the maritime veterans of Carthage. For many years, Rome and Carthage had maintained a wary distance, even formalizing their relationship through treaties that acknowledged each other's spheres of influence. Carthage controlled the seas. Rome dominated Italy. However, as Roman power consolidated throughout the Italian peninsula and began pushing southwards towards the Straits of Messina, the narrow channel separating Italy from Sicily, the interests of the two powers started to overlap dangerously. Sicily, a large, fertile island rich in resources and strategically located at the very center of the Mediterranean, became the inevitable point of friction. Carthage already controlled the western part of the island, while Greek city-states, particularly Syracuse in the southeast, controlled much of the rest. As Rome looked across the straits, viewing Sicily as a natural extension of its Italian domain and perhaps fearing Carthaginian dominance so close to its shores, the stage was set for conflict. The delicate balance of power was about to be shattered, igniting the first of three epic wars that would determine mastery of the western Mediterranean. The long, simmering rivalry between Rome and Carthage finally erupted into open warfare in 264 BCE, sparked by a seemingly local dispute on the island of Sicily. A band of Italian mercenaries, calling themselves Mamertines, meaning sons of Mars, had seized control of the strategic city of Messana, located on the northeastern tip of Sicily, right across the narrow straits from Italy. Facing threats from Syracuse, the dominant Greek city on the island, the Mamertines appealed for assistance. They first sought help from Carthage, which installed a garrison in the city, but then, fearing Carthaginian control, they controversially appealed to Rome as well. The Roman Senate, after much debate, decided to intervene, sending troops across the straits to occupy Messana. This direct challenge to Carthaginian influence in Sicily was seen by Carthage as an act of aggression, and thus began the First Punic War, a grueling conflict destined to last for 23 years, until 241 BCE. The war quickly became a massive struggle for control of Sicily itself. Initially, the conflict played to the strengths of each power. Rome's formidable legions proved highly effective in land battles, capturing several key cities, including the important Carthaginian base of Agrigentum early in the war. However, Carthage's powerful navy dominated the surrounding seas. Carthaginian warships could easily resupply their coastal fortresses in Sicily, raid the Italian coastlines, and prevent Rome from achieving decisive control over the island. The Romans soon realized that victory was impossible without challenging Carthaginian supremacy at sea, a domain where Rome had virtually no prior experience or tradition. It was a monumental challenge for a primarily land-based power. In a remarkable display of determination and resourcefulness, the Roman Republic embarked on a massive naval construction program. According to ancient historians, they used a captured Carthaginian warship, likely a quinquereme, which was a standard war galley propelled by 5 banks of oarsmen, as a model to build their own fleet. They rapidly constructed perhaps over 100 warships, training crews, many of whom had never served at sea before, through drills conducted on land. Recognizing their lack of traditional naval skills compared to the experienced Carthaginian sailors, the Romans introduced a crucial technological innovation: the corvus. This was a heavy boarding bridge, about 36 feet long and 4 feet wide, mounted on the prow of Roman ships. It could be raised and lowered, and featured a heavy spike on its underside designed to drop onto an enemy ship's deck, locking the two vessels together. The corvus effectively transformed naval combat into a form of land battle, allowing disciplined Roman legionaries to swarm across the bridge and overwhelm enemy crews in hand-to-hand fighting, neutralizing the Carthaginians' superior seamanship. The corvus proved devastatingly effective in early naval encounters. At the Battle of Mylae in 260 BCE, a Roman fleet under consul Gaius Duilius secured Rome's first major victory at sea, capturing numerous Carthaginian ships. Another massive naval battle occurred off Cape Ecnomus in 256 BCE, where hundreds of ships clashed in one of the largest naval engagements in ancient history, resulting in another Roman victory that opened the way for a brief Roman invasion of North Africa itself, though that expedition ultimately failed. However, the war was far from easy for Rome. The corvus, while effective, made Roman ships top-heavy and less stable, contributing to the loss of entire fleets in storms. The land war in Sicily bogged down into protracted sieges of heavily fortified Carthaginian coastal cities like Lilybaeum and Drepana, which proved incredibly difficult to capture. Both sides suffered immense losses in ships, resources, and manpower over the 2 decades of conflict. Towards the end of the war, a brilliant Carthaginian general, Hamilcar Barca, the father of the famous Hannibal, emerged in Sicily, conducting skillful guerrilla campaigns that harassed Roman forces. Ultimately, however, Rome's greater resilience and manpower reserves proved decisive. After yet another costly fleet-building effort, funded partly by loans from wealthy citizens, the Romans achieved a final, crushing naval victory at the Battle of the Aegates Islands in 241 BCE. This victory cut off Carthage's ability to supply its forces in Sicily and forced it to sue for peace. The terms were harsh. Carthage had to evacuate Sicily completely, which became Rome's first overseas province. It also had to return all Roman prisoners of war without ransom, and pay a substantial financial indemnity to Rome over several years. The First Punic War ended with Rome victorious, now established as a major naval power and in control of Sicily. But the conflict had exhausted both sides and left a legacy of deep bitterness and resentment in Carthage, sowing the seeds for an even larger and more devastating conflict just a generation later. The period following the end of the First Punic War in 241 BCE was far from peaceful for the defeated city of Carthage. Exhausted financially by the long war and the indemnity owed to Rome, Carthage found itself unable to pay the large numbers of mercenary soldiers it had employed. This led directly to a brutal internal conflict known as the Mercenary War, lasting from 241 to 238 BCE. Tens of thousands of unpaid mercenaries, joined by rebellious Libyan subjects, revolted against Carthaginian authority, besieging Carthage itself and plunging its North African territories into chaos. It took a supreme effort, largely led by the skilled General Hamilcar Barca, who had distinguished himself in the final stages of the war in Sicily, to eventually crush the rebellion with ruthless efficiency. This internal turmoil left Carthage severely weakened and vulnerable, just as it was trying to recover from its defeat by Rome. Rome, observing Carthage's predicament, acted opportunistically and perhaps treacherously in the eyes of the Carthaginians. While Carthage was preoccupied with the mercenary war, Rome used the pretext of alleged Carthaginian interference with Roman shipping to demand not only an increased indemnity payment, but also the cession of the islands of Sardinia and Corsica. Weakened and unable to resist, Carthage was forced to comply in 238 BCE. This seizure of islands that had long been under Carthaginian influence, taken while Carthage was fighting for its very survival, was seen as a profound humiliation and a violation of trust. It stoked the fires of resentment against Rome within Carthage, particularly among influential factions led by the Barca family, who felt Rome was kicking them while they were down. This act significantly contributed to the desire for revenge and the eventual outbreak of the Second Punic War. Seeking to rebuild Carthaginian power and compensate for the territories lost to Rome, Hamilcar Barca turned his attention to the Iberian Peninsula, known to the Romans as Hispania or Spain. Spain was rich in natural resources, particularly silver mines, and possessed numerous martial tribes whose warriors could be recruited into a new army. From 237 BCE until his death in battle in 228 BCE, Hamilcar skillfully expanded Carthaginian control over southern and eastern Spain through a combination of diplomacy, alliances, and military campaigns. He established a strong base of operations and began exploiting the region's wealth to rebuild Carthage's fortunes and military strength, largely independent of the political factions back in Carthage itself. His work was continued by his charismatic son-in-law, Hasdrubal the Fair, who governed Carthaginian Spain effectively, consolidating control and founding the important city of Carthago Nova, meaning New Carthage, which is modern-day Cartagena, as the provincial capital. Upon Hasdrubal's assassination in 221 BCE, command of the Carthaginian forces in Spain passed to Hamilcar Barca's eldest son, Hannibal. Only 26 years old at the time, Hannibal had grown up in his father's military camps, inheriting Hamilcar's military genius and his deep-seated animosity towards Rome. There is a famous and likely historically accurate story recounted by ancient historians that when Hannibal was just a boy of 9, his father Hamilcar made him swear a solemn oath before a sacred altar, pledging that he would never be a friend to the Roman people. This oath appears to have guided Hannibal's life. He was a brilliant strategist, a charismatic leader capable of inspiring intense loyalty in his diverse mercenary army, and utterly dedicated to the goal of breaking Roman power. He spent his first couple of years as commander further consolidating Carthaginian control in Spain and preparing his forces for the inevitable conflict with Rome. The trigger for the Second Punic War came in 219 BCE. Some years earlier, Rome had made an agreement with Hasdrubal the Fair, known as the Ebro Treaty, which stipulated that the Ebro River in northeastern Spain would serve as the boundary between Roman and Carthaginian spheres of influence. Carthage was not to expand north of the river. However, the city of Saguntum, located well south of the Ebro, but claiming to be an ally under Roman protection, became a point of contention. Hannibal, seeing Saguntum as potentially obstructing his plans or perhaps deliberately seeking a confrontation with Rome, laid siege to the city. Saguntum appealed to Rome for help, but Roman diplomatic efforts failed to deter Hannibal, who captured and sacked the city after an 8-month siege. Rome viewed this attack on its ally as a direct violation of its interests and honor. When Carthage refused Roman demands to hand Hannibal over, Rome declared war in 218 BCE, thus beginning the Second Punic War, a conflict that would bring Rome closer to destruction than any other in its history, largely due to the military genius of Hannibal Barca. With the declaration of war in 218 BCE, the Roman Republic prepared for a conflict they expected to fight primarily on foreign soil, in Spain and perhaps Africa, anticipating using their now proven naval superiority established in the First War. They planned to send consular armies to both theaters, but Hannibal Barca had a far more audacious and terrifying strategy in mind. Knowing Rome's strength lay in its legions and its network of loyal Italian allies, Hannibal decided to bypass Roman sea power altogether. His plan was to strike at the heart of Roman power itself, taking the war directly into Italy, hoping to defeat Roman armies on their home ground, detach Rome's allies, and ultimately break the Republic's will to fight. To achieve this, he conceived an unprecedented military maneuver, marching his entire army overland from his base in Spain, traversing the Pyrenees Mountains, crossing the wide Rhone River in southern Gaul, which is modern France, and then achieving the seemingly impossible, leading his forces, including cavalry and war elephants, over the massive, snow-capped barrier of the Alps mountain range into northern Italy. It was a gamble of colossal proportions, aiming for strategic surprise at immense physical cost. Hannibal's army was a diverse and formidable force, reflecting the Carthaginian Empire's reach. It included experienced infantry recruited from Spain and Libya, skilled slingers from the Balearic Islands, and, crucially, a large contingent of superb Numidian light cavalry from North Africa, known for their speed and skirmishing ability. He also famously brought a number of war elephants, animals unfamiliar and potentially terrifying to Roman soldiers, intended perhaps more for shock value than direct combat effectiveness in the long run. In the spring of 218 BCE, this large host set out from New Carthage in Spain on its epic journey. The initial stages involved fighting their way through hostile tribes in northern Spain and southern Gaul, securing passage across the Rhone River against Gallic resistance, a significant logistical feat in itself involving the construction of rafts and boats, even for the elephants. Then they faced their greatest natural obstacle, the Alps. The crossing of the Alps, likely undertaken in the autumn of 218 BCE as winter began to set in, remains one of the most legendary and debated feats in military history. The exact route taken is uncertain, but the ordeal was undeniably harrowing. Imagine the scene. Tens of thousands of soldiers, along with pack animals and war elephants, struggling up narrow, treacherous mountain passes, sometimes covered in snow and ice. They faced freezing temperatures, blizzards, rock slides, and treacherous footing, where a single slip could mean plunging into deep ravines. Food supplies dwindled. Furthermore, hostile mountain tribes harried the column, launching ambushes from the heights, rolling down boulders, and picking off stragglers. The strain on men and animals was immense. Many succumbed to exhaustion, exposure, accidents, or enemy action. The war elephants, ill-suited to the cold and terrain, suffered particularly heavy losses during the crossing. It took Hannibal's extraordinary leadership, his sharing of hardships with his men, and his unwavering determination to bring the army through this formidable barrier after perhaps 15 days of intense struggle within the mountains themselves. When Hannibal's army finally descended from the Alpine passes into the relatively flat plains of the Po Valley in northern Italy, it was a shadow of the force that had left Spain months earlier. He may have lost close to half his men and most of his elephants during the journey, but he had achieved his strategic objective. He had bypassed Roman defenses and brought a veteran Carthaginian army onto Italian soil, taking the Romans completely by surprise. The Roman consuls expecting to fight him in Spain now found the enemy in their own backyard. Hannibal quickly sought to recruit local Gallic tribes in northern Italy, who were often hostile to Roman rule, bolstering his numbers. He then moved decisively against the first Roman forces sent to confront him. Late in 218 BCE, near the Trebia River, Hannibal skillfully used the terrain, the cold weather, and his superior cavalry to inflict a heavy defeat on a Roman consular army. The following spring, in 217 BCE, he executed perhaps his most brilliant ambush. Luring another Roman army led by consul Gaius Flaminius into a narrow passage along the shores of Lake Trasimene, Hannibal sprung a perfectly timed trap, attacking the unsuspecting Roman column from the surrounding hills. The result was another devastating Roman defeat, with much of the army destroyed or captured. Two major victories in rapid succession sent shockwaves through Italy and caused panic in the city of Rome itself. Hannibal, the Carthaginian general sworn to destroy Rome, was loose in Italy, seemingly invincible. The crushing defeats at Trebia and Lake Trasimene plunged Rome into a state of crisis. In response, the Senate took the extraordinary measure of appointing a dictator, Quintus Fabius Maximus, granting him temporary supreme authority. Fabius, observing Hannibal's tactical genius and the superior quality of his veteran troops, particularly the cavalry, adopted a highly cautious strategy. He understood that engaging Hannibal directly in a pitched battle was extremely risky. Instead, Fabius shadowed Hannibal's army as it moved through central and southern Italy, avoiding large-scale confrontations, cutting off his foraging parties, and harassing his lines of communication. This strategy, later known as the Fabian strategy, aimed to wear Hannibal down through attrition, exploiting Rome's superior manpower and resources while denying Hannibal the decisive battle he sought. However, this approach was unpopular with many Romans. Fabius earned the nickname Cunctator, meaning the delayer, a term used derisively by those impatient for action and frustrated by the sight of a foreign army marching seemingly unopposed through Italian territory. Political pressure mounted to abandon Fabius's cautious tactics and seek a decisive engagement to eliminate Hannibal once and for all. In 216 BCE, this pressure led the Roman Republic to assemble one of the largest armies it had ever fielded, perhaps numbering close to 80,000 men, under the command of the year's two consuls, Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Terentius Varro. Their mandate was clear: find Hannibal and destroy his army in a single, overwhelming battle. They confronted Hannibal, whose army was significantly smaller, perhaps around 50,000 men but rich in experienced cavalry, on the plains near the town of Cannae, located in southeastern Italy near the Aufidus River. On a hot August day, the Romans advanced confidently, their legions forming a deep, powerful infantry center designed to smash through the Carthaginian line. Hannibal, anticipating this, deployed his forces in a brilliant and unconventional formation. He placed his less reliable Gallic and Spanish infantry in the center, forming a crescent that bulged outwards towards the Romans, while positioning his elite African infantry, veterans hardened by years of campaigning, on the flanks, held slightly back. His superior cavalry were placed on the wings. As the massive Roman legions surged forward, Hannibal's intentionally weakened center gradually gave way, drawing the Romans deeper and deeper into the crescent formation. Just as the Romans felt they were breaking through, Hannibal executed his masterstroke. His elite African infantry on the flanks wheeled inwards, attacking the exposed sides of the advancing Roman legions. Simultaneously, Hannibal's cavalry, having decisively defeated their Roman counterparts on the wings, swept around to attack the Roman rear. The Roman army, despite its numerical superiority, found itself completely surrounded, trapped in a deadly double envelopment with no room to maneuver or effectively use their numbers. What followed was not so much a battle as a slaughter. Packed tightly together, unable to fight properly, the Roman soldiers were cut down by the thousands. Ancient sources report catastrophic Roman losses, possibly 50,000 or even more killed, including one of the consuls, Paulus, and numerous senators and high-ranking officers. Cannae remains a textbook example of tactical genius, Hannibal's masterpiece, and one of the most devastating defeats ever suffered by the Roman army. The news of Cannae caused immense panic in Rome. It seemed the Republic was on the verge of collapse. Many of Rome's allies in southern Italy, believing Roman power was broken, did indeed defect to Hannibal's side. Yet, crucially, the core of Rome's alliance system, the Latin cities and communities in central Italy, remained loyal. And Rome itself, despite the staggering loss of manpower and prestige, displayed extraordinary resilience. The Senate refused to despair or negotiate. They immediately set about raising new legions, enlisting younger boys, older men, and even purchasing and arming thousands of enslaved people to fill the ranks. They rigorously returned to the Fabian strategy, avoiding further large-scale battles with Hannibal in Italy, focusing instead on containment, protecting loyal allies, and slowly regaining lost ground. Hannibal, despite his unparalleled victory at Cannae, found himself in a difficult position. He lacked the heavy siege equipment necessary to attack fortified cities like Rome itself, and without the widespread defection of Roman allies he had hoped for, he could not decisively end the war. While he remained undefeated in major engagements in Italy for over a decade longer, roaming southern Italy, the war gradually turned into a protracted stalemate there. Rome, meanwhile, with its vast resources, began to open up new fronts, sending armies to fight Carthaginian forces in Spain and Sicily, slowly turning the tide by cutting off Hannibal's potential sources of reinforcement and supply. The turning point had been reached not through a single Roman victory, but through Rome's refusal to break even after its darkest hour. While Hannibal remained bottled up in southern Italy, unable to force a conclusion, the war took a decisive turn on other fronts, largely thanks to the emergence of a young Roman general of genius comparable to Hannibal himself, Publius Cornelius Scipio. Taking command of Roman forces in Spain after his father and uncle were killed in battle there, Scipio proved remarkably successful. He employed innovative tactics, inspired loyalty in his troops, and won a series of crucial victories against Carthaginian armies led by Hannibal's brothers, Hasdrubal and Mago. In 209 BCE, Scipio captured the main Carthaginian base of Carthago Nova through a daring surprise attack. Over the next few years, he systematically defeated the remaining Carthaginian forces, culminating in the Battle of Ilipa in 206 BCE, which effectively ended Carthaginian control over the Iberian Peninsula. Spain's rich silver mines and vast recruiting grounds were now lost to Carthage, severely weakening Hannibal's strategic position. Flushed with success from Spain, Scipio returned to Rome and proposed a bold new strategy: to invade North Africa directly, threatening Carthage itself and forcing Hannibal's recall from Italy. Despite some cautious opposition in the Senate, notably from Fabius Maximus, who still feared Hannibal, Scipio's plan was approved. In 204 BCE, he landed a Roman army in North Africa. He quickly won victories against Carthaginian forces and, crucially, secured a vital alliance with Massinissa, a powerful king of the Numidians, whose superb cavalry had previously served Carthage, but now switched allegiance to Rome. Scipio's presence in Africa, winning battles and threatening Carthage's heartland, created panic within the city. The Carthaginian leadership saw no choice but to recall their greatest general from Italy to defend his homeland. In 203 BCE, after 15 years of campaigning undefeated on Italian soil, Hannibal Barca finally left Italy, bringing his veteran troops back to face the Roman threat in Africa. The stage was set for the final, decisive confrontation of the Second Punic War. In 202 BCE, the armies of Scipio and Hannibal met on the plains near Zama, southwest of Carthage. It was a clash of titans, pitting Rome's finest general against Carthage's legendary commander. Both armies were composed of veterans, though Scipio now possessed the crucial advantage in cavalry, thanks to his Numidian allies under Massinissa. Hannibal placed his remaining war elephants in the front line, hoping to break the Roman legions, but Scipio had prepared for this. He arranged his infantry maniples, the flexible Roman tactical units, in checkerboard formation with wide lanes between them. When the elephants charged, Roman skirmishers and trumpets provoked them, guiding many harmlessly through the lanes, while those that did attack the legions were dealt with by javelins. After neutralizing the elephant threat, the infantry lines clashed fiercely. The turning point came on the wings, where Scipio's Roman and Massinissa's Numidian cavalry decisively defeated their Carthaginian counterparts, and then wheeled around to attack Hannibal's infantry from the rear, mirroring Hannibal's own tactic at Cannae. Caught between the Roman legions to their front and the cavalry attacking their rear, Hannibal's army, despite fierce resistance, was finally broken. It was Hannibal's first and only major defeat in a pitched battle, and it sealed the fate of Carthage in the Second Punic War. Defeated and unable to continue the fight, Carthage sued for peace. The terms dictated by Scipio, who earned the honorary title Africanus for his victory, were extremely harsh. Carthage was forced to surrender all its overseas territories, including Spain. It had to hand over its entire war fleet except for a handful of small defensive vessels. A crippling financial indemnity was imposed, payable over 50 years. Perhaps most significantly, Carthage was forbidden from waging war, even in self-defense within Africa, without obtaining permission from Rome. These terms effectively dismantled the Carthaginian Empire, reduced Carthage to a second-rate power entirely dependent on Roman goodwill, and ensured Roman dominance over the western Mediterranean. Hannibal himself went into exile some years later, eventually taking his own life rather than fall into Roman hands. Although Carthage experienced a modest economic recovery in the following decades, deep-seated fear and animosity remained in Rome. Influential figures like the conservative senator Cato the Elder constantly advocated for Carthage's complete elimination, famously ending his speeches with the phrase, Carthago delenda est, meaning, Carthage must be destroyed. Using a minor Carthaginian defensive war against Numidian encroachment as a pretext, Rome declared war again in 149 BCE. This Third Punic War was essentially a 3-year siege of the city of Carthage itself. Despite heroic resistance, the city finally fell in 146 BCE. It was systematically destroyed, its buildings leveled, its surviving population sold into slavery, and its territory declared Roman province. The Punic Wars, spanning from 264 to 146 BCE with long intervals between conflicts, were a defining moment in ancient history. They represented a titanic struggle between the two greatest powers of their time in the West. Rome's ultimate victory, achieved through immense sacrifice, resilience, and strategic adaptation, eliminated its only serious rival and established the Roman Republic as the undisputed master of the Western Mediterranean. This dominance paved the way for Rome's further expansion eastwards and its eventual transformation into the vast Roman Empire. The wars demonstrated Rome's incredible military and organizational capacity, but also its growing ruthlessness. The destruction of Carthage stands as a stark example of ancient warfare's brutality and the totality of Roman victory. The echoes of this epic conflict reverberated through the ancient world and shaped the course of Western civilization. Reflect on the long struggle between Rome and Carthage, the rise and fall of empires across the ancient sea. Let the echoes of distant battles fade into the quiet depths of time. Feel a sense of peace descend as history's great conflicts find their resolution in the stillness of the past, guiding you towards gentle slumber. Our journey takes us northward now, from Italy and Carthage to the rugged lands of Macedon, a kingdom nestled north of the famous city-states of classical Greece like Athens and Sparta. For much of Greek history, Macedon had been viewed by its southern neighbors as somewhat peripheral, perhaps even semi-barbaric, a land of hardy farmers and horsemen ruled by a powerful monarchy. But in the mid-4th century BCE, under the rule of an exceptionally capable and ambitious king, Philip II, Macedon underwent a dramatic transformation. Philip reorganized the Macedonian army into a highly effective fighting force, centered around the formidable pike-wielding infantry phalanx, and supported by elite heavy cavalry known as the Companions. Through a masterful combination of military strength, shrewd diplomacy, and occasional bribery, Philip expanded his kingdom's influence, subdued the often warring Greek city-states, and established himself as the dominant power in the Hellenic world. Macedon, once on the fringes, now stood at the center of Greek power, rich in resources like timber and horses, and possessing a battle-hardened army. Into this dynamic and ascendant kingdom, a son was born to King Philip II in 356 BCE, in the royal capital of Pella. The boy's mother was Olympias, the strong-willed and deeply religious princess from the neighboring kingdom of Epirus, Philip's fourth wife. The relationship between the ambitious Philip and the passionate Olympias was often stormy, creating a complex emotional backdrop for their son's upbringing. This child, destined for extraordinary fame, was named Alexander. From birth, he was heir to a powerful throne and immersed in a demanding environment. His upbringing was privileged, certainly, but also intensely focused on preparing him for kingship and warfare. He received rigorous physical training in athletics, hunting, and the arts of war, learning to ride and fight from a young age. Legends quickly grew around him, some perhaps encouraged later by Olympias, hinting at divine parentage and a destiny marked for greatness. One famous story from Alexander's youth illustrates his remarkable character even as a boy. A magnificent black stallion named Bucephalus was brought before King Philip, but the horse proved wild and unmanageable, rearing and resisting all attempts to mount him. Philip was ready to dismiss the horse as untamable. However, the young Alexander, perhaps only 12 or 13 years old, observed keenly that the horse seemed frightened by its own shadow. Boldly stepping forward, Alexander calmly turned Bucephalus towards the sun, stroked him gently, and then smoothly leaped onto his back, riding him easily to the astonishment of the court. Philip, filled with pride, reportedly declared that Macedon was not large enough for his son, and that Alexander must seek a kingdom equal to himself. Bucephalus became Alexander's beloved warhorse, carrying him through battles across Asia until the horse's death years later in India. This episode highlights Alexander's insight, courage, and connection with the noble creature that would become a symbol of his campaigns. Recognizing his son's exceptional potential, Philip sought the best possible education for him. When Alexander was 13, Philip hired perhaps the most renowned intellectual figure of the age, the Greek philosopher Aristotle, to serve as Alexander's tutor. For 3 years, at a tranquil retreat called Mieza, Aristotle instructed the young prince and a group of other Macedonian noble youths. The curriculum was broad, covering philosophy, ethics, politics, logic, medicine, biology, and literature. Aristotle fostered Alexander's keen intellect and curiosity about the world. A particularly profound influence came from the epic poems of Homer, especially the Iliad, which tells the story of the Trojan War and its legendary heroes. Alexander reportedly kept a copy of the Iliad, annotated by Aristotle, with him throughout his campaigns. He deeply admired the warrior Achilles, seeing him as an ancestor and a model for his own pursuit of arete, excellence, and heroic glory. This education instilled in Alexander not only intellectual depth, but also a powerful sense of destiny and a lifelong passion for Hellenic culture. Alexander did not only learn from books, he gained practical experience in leadership and warfare under his father's watchful eye. As a teenager, he served as regent in Macedon while Philip was away campaigning, suppressing a Thracian revolt. His defining early military achievement came at the pivotal Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BCE. In this battle, Philip decisively defeated the allied forces of Athens and Thebes, cementing Macedonian control over Greece. Alexander, then only 18 years old, commanded the crucial left wing of the Macedonian army, leading the elite companion cavalry in a charge that broke the enemy lines, demonstrating his tactical skill and personal bravery. Following this victory, Philip established the League of Corinth, uniting the Greek states under Macedonian leadership for a planned invasion of the Persian Empire. However, Philip's grand ambitions were cut short. In 336 BCE, during lavish celebrations for his daughter's wedding, King Philip II was assassinated by one of his own bodyguards, under circumstances that remain somewhat mysterious. Suddenly, at the age of just 20, Alexander found himself king. Acting swiftly and ruthlessly, with the support of his mother Olympias and loyal generals like Antipater and Parmenion, Alexander eliminated potential rivals to the throne. He then marched south into Greece, crushing a brief revolt in Thebes with brutal efficiency, razing much of the city as a warning. Having reasserted Macedonian dominance and secured his position as head of the League of Corinth, Alexander stood ready to inherit his father's ultimate project, the invasion and conquest of the mighty Persian Empire. The invasion of the vast Achaemenid Persian Empire had been meticulously planned by King Philip II, envisioned partly as a pan-Hellenic, meaning all-Greek, campaign. It served multiple purposes: uniting the often fractious Greek states under Macedonian leadership against a common enemy, seeking revenge for the Persian invasions of Greece over a century earlier during the time of Marathon and Thermopylae, liberating Greek cities in Western Asia Minor, known as Ionia, that were under Persian rule, and undoubtedly satisfying Macedonian ambition for glory and conquest. Alexander, inheriting this ambitious project upon his father's assassination, embraced it wholeheartedly. In the spring of 334 BCE, just 2 years after becoming king, Alexander led his combined Macedonian and Greek forces to the edge of Europe, ready to cross into Asia and challenge the mightiest empire the world had yet known. Alexander's invasion force, while highly trained and disciplined, was relatively small compared to the immense manpower reserves of the Persian Empire, which stretched from Egypt and the Aegean Sea eastward to the Indus River. His army numbered perhaps around 35,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. The corps consisted of the elite Macedonian soldiers, the infantry phalanx, armed with long pikes called sarissas, providing a formidable defensive wall and offensive punch, and the heavy companion cavalry, Alexander's primary strike force, composed of Macedonian nobles. These were supplemented by allied Greek hoplites serving as heavy infantry, swift Thessalian cavalry, and various light infantry and skirmishers recruited from Thrace and other Balkan regions. Command was held by experienced Macedonian generals loyal to Alexander, men like the veteran Parmenion, who served as second in command, and younger officers like Cletus the Black, Perdiccas, and Craterus, who would rise to prominence during the campaigns. Alexander left Antipater, another trusted general, behind in Macedon, to serve as regent and maintain control over Greece in his absence. The crossing point from Europe to Asia was the Hellespont, the narrow strait known today as the Dardanelles, separating southeastern Europe from northwestern Anatolia, part of modern Turkey. This crossing was imbued with historical and symbolic significance. Alexander, deeply influenced by Homer's Iliad, consciously modeled himself on the ancient heroes who had fought at nearby Troy. Before crossing, he visited the site of Troy, paid homage at the supposed tomb of his hero Achilles, and took sacred artifacts from the temple there. As his fleet traversed the strait, Alexander himself reportedly steered the flagship. Reaching the Asian shore, he dramatically hurled a spear into the soil, claiming Asia as Spear One land, a clear statement of his intent to conquer. This theatrical gesture, blending religious piety with martial declaration, set the tone for the extraordinary campaign that lay ahead. The first challenge came quickly. The local Persian satraps, the provincial governors of Western Asia Minor, gathered their forces, primarily cavalry, to block Alexander's advance near the Granicus River. Underestimating the Macedonians, or perhaps overconfident, the Persian commanders deployed their cavalry somewhat unconventionally along the steep riverbank itself, with their Greek mercenary infantry held in reserve behind them. Alexander, arriving at the river in the late afternoon of May 334 BCE, faced the choice of attacking immediately across the river against the prepared enemy position or waiting until the next day. Characteristically, he chose immediate, bold action. Personally leading the charge of his elite companion cavalry, Alexander plunged into the river and up the opposing bank, directly attacking the Persian center. The fighting was fierce and confused. Alexander himself was heavily involved, engaging in personal combat and reportedly being saved from death at the last moment by Clytus the Black, who cut off the arm of a Persian nobleman about to strike the king. Despite the difficult terrain and determined resistance, the discipline of the Macedonian troops and the shock of Alexander's cavalry charge eventually broke the Persian line. The Persian cavalry fled, and the Greek mercenary infantry left behind were surrounded and largely destroyed. The Battle of the Granicus River was a resounding victory for Alexander, shattering Persian authority in western Asia Minor and opening the path for his advance. Following the victory at Granicus, Alexander marched south along the Aegean coast of Asia Minor. He focused on liberating the numerous Greek cities of Ionia, which had been under Persian rule for generations. He presented himself as a champion of Hellenic freedom, often overthrowing pro-Persian oligarchies and restoring democratic governments, skillfully winning the support of these influential cities. His campaign then turned inland into central Anatolia. At Gordium, the ancient capital of Phrygia, Alexander encountered the famous Gordian knot. Legend held that an ancient king, Gordias, had tied an incredibly intricate knot securing his chariot to a pole, and an oracle had declared that whoever could undo this knot would become the ruler of all Asia. Many had tried and failed. Alexander, faced with the challenge, contemplated the knot. Then, according to the most famous version of the story, instead of attempting to painstakingly untie it, he drew his sword and sliced through the knot with a single blow. Whether by cutting it, or perhaps by cleverly finding the pin that held it together, Alexander solved the puzzle. This act, whether historical or legendary, became a powerful symbol of his approach to problems, direct, decisive, and unconventionally brilliant, and further fueled the belief in his destiny to conquer Asia. Alexander's swift victory at the Granicus River and his subsequent successes in western Asia Minor finally alerted the Persian great king, Darius III, to the true gravity of the Macedonian invasion. Darius realized that this was not merely a raid or a provincial revolt, but a serious challenge to his entire empire. He mobilized the main imperial army, a vast host drawn from across the diverse lands under his rule, including Persian infantry, cavalry, Greek mercenaries, and contingents from many other peoples. With this enormous force, Darius marched westwards from the heartlands of his empire, determined to crush the young Macedonian king and end the invasion definitively. The stage was set for a direct confrontation between the two rulers. The armies met in November 333 BCE on a narrow coastal plain near the town of Issus, located in southern Anatolia, close to the border of modern Syria. The terrain here played a crucial role. The plain was confined between mountains on one side and the Mediterranean Sea on the other, preventing Darius from fully deploying his vastly superior numbers and negating his advantage in cavalry maneuverability. Alexander, advancing south, found the Persian army positioned blocking his path. Despite being likely outnumbered, perhaps significantly, Alexander deployed his forces skillfully. He placed his heavy infantry phalanx in the center, strengthened his right wing with the elite companion cavalry under his personal command, and angled his line to protect against being outflanked. The battle commenced with fierce fighting across the front. The decisive moment came when Alexander, spotting Darius III positioned in his war chariot near the Persian center, led his companion cavalry in a characteristically bold, wedge-shaped charge directly towards the great king. This charge broke through the Persian lines. Seeing Alexander and his elite cavalry approaching, Darius III lost his nerve and fled the battlefield in his chariot, seeking safety. The king's flight demoralized the Persian army, which dissolved into a chaotic rout. The Macedonians pursued relentlessly, inflicting heavy casualties. The Battle of Issus was another stunning victory for Alexander, demonstrating his tactical acumen and personal leadership, and further shattering the prestige of the Persian Empire. In the aftermath of the battle, the Macedonians captured the Persian army's baggage train, which included immense wealth and, significantly, Darius's mother Sisygambis, his wife Statera, and his young children. Darius himself had escaped, but his family fell into Alexander's hands. Ancient historians emphasize Alexander's treatment of the captured royal women. He reportedly visited them personally, treated them with the utmost respect and courtesy according to their royal status, reassured them of their safety, and ensured they were cared for appropriately. This act of chivalry, whether driven by genuine compassion or calculated policy, contrasted sharply with the expected brutality of ancient warfare and significantly enhanced Alexander's reputation, portraying him not just as a conqueror, but as a magnanimous figure. Darius later attempted to ransom his family, offering Alexander vast territories and even a marriage alliance. But Alexander, now aiming for nothing less than the entire Persian Empire, refused. Following Issus, Alexander made a crucial strategic decision. Instead of immediately pursuing the fleeing Darius eastward into the Persian heartland, he chose first to secure the entire eastern Mediterranean coastline. This was essential to neutralize the powerful Persian navy, which relied on coastal cities like Tyre, Sidon, and Gaza as bases. A hostile fleet operating in his rear could threaten his communications and supply lines back to Greece and Macedon. He marched south down the Phoenician coast, accepting the surrender of most cities. However, the island city of Tyre, a major naval base with formidable walls situated just off the coast, refused to submit. What followed was one of Alexander's most famous and difficult military undertakings, the Siege of Tyre, lasting 7 grueling months in 332 BCE. Because Tyre was an island, Alexander embarked on an extraordinary feat of military engineering. He ordered his army to build a massive stone causeway, or mole, stretching nearly half a mile across the sea from the mainland to the island fortress, under constant attack from Tyrian ships and missiles launched from the city walls. Eventually, using siege towers mounted on ships and on the completed mole, the Macedonians breached the walls. The subsequent capture of Tyre was exceptionally brutal, with thousands of Tyrians killed and many more sold into slavery. A harsh measure perhaps intended by Alexander as a warning against future defiance. After Tyre, Alexander continued south, facing resistance at Gaza, which also endured a difficult siege before falling. Finally, he reached Egypt in late 332 BCE. Egypt had been under Persian rule for intermittent periods and harbored considerable resentment towards its conquerors. Consequently, the Egyptians largely welcomed Alexander not as an invader, but as a liberator. The Persian governor surrendered without a fight. Alexander showed respect for Egyptian religious traditions and was likely proclaimed pharaoh. During his stay in Egypt, he made 2 significant gestures. First, he identified a strategic location on the Mediterranean coast near the western edge of the Nile Delta, and founded a new city, Alexandria. This city, carefully planned, was destined to become one of the greatest cultural, intellectual and commercial centers of the Hellenistic world, a lasting monument to his name. Second, Alexander undertook a demanding journey deep into the Libyan desert to visit the ancient and revered oracle of the god Zeus Ammon, located at the Siwa oasis. The details of his consultation with the oracle remain somewhat mysterious, but ancient sources suggest the priests greeted him as the son of the god. This experience seems to have profoundly affected Alexander, perhaps confirming or reinforcing a growing belief in his own divine destiny and connection to Zeus, further fueling his already immense ambition as he prepared to turn eastwards once more, towards the final confrontation with Darius and the heart of the Persian Empire. Having secured the entire eastern Mediterranean coast and Egypt, Alexander the Great turned his attention eastward once more in 331 BCE. His objective was the heartland of the Persian Empire, Mesopotamia, and Persia itself, and the final defeat of King Darius III. Leaving Egypt, Alexander led his veteran army through Syria and across the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, venturing deep into territory controlled by the great king. Darius, meanwhile, had used the time afforded by Alexander's coastal campaigns to gather another immense imperial army. Determined to crush the Macedonian invader, he assembled forces from the eastern reaches of his empire, including cavalry, infantry, war elephants, and the fearsome scythed chariots, which had blades protruding from their wheels designed to cut through enemy infantry formations. Darius carefully chose his ground, a wide, flat plain near a village called Gaugamela, not far from modern Mosul in Iraq. This terrain, he believed, would allow him to fully deploy his superior numbers, especially his cavalry, and negate the tactical advantages the Macedonians had enjoyed in the confined space at Issus. The two armies met on October 1st, 331 BCE. The Persian host vastly outnumbered Alexander's army, perhaps by 3 or 4 times according to some ancient estimates, though precise numbers are uncertain. Darius positioned himself in the center of his line, surrounded by his best infantry and cavalry. Alexander, facing this daunting array, deployed his smaller force with customary brilliance. He relied on the discipline of his Macedonian phalanx in the center and the striking power of his companion cavalry, which he commanded personally on the right wing. Recognizing the danger of being outflanked by the sheer width of the Persian line, Alexander angled his flanks slightly back and kept elite troops in reserve to counter any envelopment attempts. He also instructed his light infantry to deal with the scythed chariots by opening gaps in their lines for the chariots to pass through harmlessly, and then attacking their drivers. As the battle began, the Persian cavalry moved to envelop the Macedonian flanks as anticipated. Alexander responded by dispatching his reserve cavalry to counter these moves, creating gaps and confusion in the Persian line. Seeing his opportunity, Alexander launched his decisive attack. Leading his companion cavalry in their famous wedge formation, he charged diagonally across the battlefield directly towards the weakened section of the Persian line near Darius. The impact of the charge, combined with the relentless pressure of the Macedonian phalanx, shattered the Persian center. Once again, faced with Alexander's direct assault, Darius III lost his nerve and fled the battlefield. His flight triggered the collapse of the entire Persian army, which dissolved into a massive rout despite fierce fighting in other parts of the field. The Battle of Gaugamela was Alexander's greatest tactical victory, a testament to his genius against overwhelming numerical odds, effectively destroying the last major Persian field army. Following the rout at Gaugamela, Alexander relentlessly pursued the fleeing Darius eastward, hoping to capture him alive and legitimize his own claim to the Persian throne. Darius fled further into the eastern provinces, towards Bactria, which is modern Afghanistan. However, his authority had evaporated. In mid-330 BCE, Darius was betrayed and assassinated by Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, who perhaps hoped to rally resistance himself or gain favor with Alexander. Alexander eventually found Darius's body, reportedly showing respect for his fallen rival and covering him with his own cloak. He later captured Bessus, punishing him severely as a traitor and regicide before having him executed according to Persian custom. The death of Darius III marked the effective end of the ancient Achaemenid Persian Empire, which had ruled much of the known world for over 2 centuries. With Darius dead, Alexander was the undisputed master of Persia. He marched south, receiving the surrender of the legendary city of Babylon, where he was welcomed by the populace and priesthood. He then proceeded to Susa, another major Persian capital, capturing the vast imperial treasury accumulated there over generations, an immense fortune that helped finance his ongoing campaigns. From Susa, he moved on to Persepolis, the magnificent ceremonial capital founded by Darius the Great and Xerxes, renowned for its grand palaces and ornate architecture built on a massive terrace. Alexander spent several months there. Then, in a controversial and much debated act, the great palace complex of Persepolis was looted and burned to the ground in early 330 BCE. Ancient sources offer conflicting accounts. Some suggest it was a deliberate act of revenge for the Persian burning of Athens's Acropolis during Xerxes' invasion 150 years earlier, a symbolic conclusion to the Pan-Hellenic Crusade. Others describe it as occurring during a drunken revelry, perhaps accidentally started or egged on by Alexander's companions. Whatever the cause, the destruction of Persepolis signaled the finality of the Achaemenid dynasty's fall and Alexander's assumption of their power. He now began styling himself as the Great King, the successor to Darius, adopting some elements of Persian court ceremony and dress, a move that hinted at his evolving vision for ruling his vast, new, multi-ethnic empire. Although Alexander had conquered the Persian heartlands and defeated Darius III, his campaigns were far from over. Vast regions of the former empire to the east remained unconquered, and resistance continued, initially led by Bessus, who had proclaimed himself the new Persian king. From 330 to 327 BCE, Alexander led his weary but still formidable army on a series of grueling campaigns through the remote and rugged territories of Central Asia, regions known then as Bactria and Sogdiana, corresponding roughly to modern Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. This phase of the war proved different, and arguably more difficult than the conquest of Persia itself. Instead of facing large imperial armies in pitched battles, the Macedonians encountered fierce resistance from local warlords and tribal warriors employing guerrilla tactics in challenging mountain and desert landscapes. Alexander responded with characteristic determination and sometimes brutal efficiency, founding numerous new cities named Alexandria to serve as military outposts and centers of Greek influence in the region. One famous episode from this period illustrates the challenges Alexander faced and his relentless drive. This was the siege of the Sogdian Rock in 327 BCE, a supposedly impregnable mountain fortress where local chieftains had taken refuge with their families. Faced with sheer cliffs, Alexander offered rewards to soldiers who could scale the rock face using ropes and tent pegs. A small group succeeded in climbing the cliffs at night, surprising the defenders who surrendered upon seeing the Macedonians above them. It was during this period in Central Asia that Alexander also made a significant personal and political decision by marrying Roxana, the beautiful daughter of a captured Sogdian nobleman. While perhaps genuinely captivated by her, the marriage was also likely a strategic move aimed at reconciling the conquered Eastern Iranian peoples to his rule, and integrating local elites into his new imperial structure. These campaigns in Central Asia tested the endurance of Alexander's army to its limits, fighting against determined foes in harsh environments far from home. But they ultimately succeeded in suppressing resistance and securing the northeastern frontiers of his empire. Having subdued Central Asia, Alexander's restless ambition drove him further eastwards, towards a land largely unknown to the Greeks, the Indian subcontinent, specifically the Indus Valley region in modern Pakistan. Perhaps driven by a desire to reach the edge of the known world, which Greeks believed lay just beyond India, or simply by an insatiable thirst for conquest and glory, Alexander decided to invade in 327 BCE. Leading his army, now including contingents from his newly conquered eastern territories, he embarked on another arduous journey, crossing the formidable Hindu Kush mountain range, a western extension of the Himalayas, into the plains of the Punjab, the land of 5 rivers. Here, he encountered a patchwork of Indian kingdoms, some submitting to him, others preparing to resist. The most significant military challenge in India came in 326 BCE, when Alexander faced King Porus, the powerful ruler of a kingdom located between the Hydaspes River, known today as the Jhelum River, and the neighboring Chenab River. Porus possessed a large army, including infantry, cavalry, chariots, and, most formidably in the eyes of the Macedonians, a substantial force of war elephants. The battle took place on the banks of the Hydaspes during the monsoon season, with the river swollen and difficult to cross. Alexander, facing Porus's army drawn up on the opposite bank, employed a brilliant series of deceptions and maneuvers. He managed to transport a significant portion of his army across the river upstream under the cover of a stormy night, achieving strategic surprise. In the ensuing battle, Alexander's tactical genius again proved decisive. His cavalry outflanked the Indian forces, while the Macedonian phalanx held firm against the charges of Porus's war elephants, which, though initially terrifying, proved difficult to control and sometimes rampaged through their own lines when wounded. Despite a valiant fight led by Porus himself, who reportedly stood over 7 feet tall, the Indian army was defeated, and Porus was captured. In a famous encounter, Alexander, impressed by Porus's courage and kingly bearing, asked him how he wished to be treated. Porus replied, "Like a king." Alexander, in a gesture of respect and pragmatic statesmanship, not only spared Porus's life but restored him to his throne as a vassal ruler, securing a powerful ally in the region. Following the victory at the Hydaspes, Alexander wished to continue his march further east, towards the great Ganges River basin, about which fabulous tales were told. However, his long-serving Macedonian soldiers had finally reached their limit. They were thousands of miles from home, having campaigned relentlessly for over 8 years through deserts, mountains, and unfamiliar tropical lands. They were exhausted by constant warfare, drained by the monsoon rains, and intimidated by reports of even larger Indian kingdoms with vast armies and thousands more war elephants awaiting them further east. At the banks of the Hephasis River, which is the modern Base River, the army effectively mutinied. They refused to go any further. Alexander pleaded, cajoled, and even sulked in his tent, but his veterans stood firm. Recognizing he could not force them against their will, Alexander reluctantly agreed to turn back. It marked the easternmost point of his extraordinary conquests. The dream of reaching the world's end remained unfulfilled, thwarted not by an enemy army, but by the exhaustion and homesickness of his own loyal soldiers. The decision to turn back at the Hyphasis River in India marked the beginning of a long and arduous return journey for Alexander and his army, starting in late 326 BCE. Alexander, always exploring, decided to divide his forces for the westward trek. He commissioned the construction of a large fleet of ships. One part of the army, under the command of his Admiral Nearchus, sailed down the Indus River to its mouth, and then undertook a pioneering voyage westward through the unknown waters of the Indian Ocean and Persian Gulf, charting the coastline back towards Mesopotamia. This naval expedition itself was a significant feat of exploration. Meanwhile, Alexander led the main body of his army overland on a punishing march westward through the harsh Makran region of the Gedrosian Desert, located in modern southern Pakistan and southeastern Iran. This route proved exceptionally difficult. The soldiers suffered terribly from extreme heat, lack of food and fresh water, flash floods, and treacherous terrain. Thousands perished during this desert crossing, one of the greatest disasters of Alexander's campaigns, highlighting the immense logistical challenges and perhaps flawed planning involved in this part of the return. Finally, in early 324 BCE, the remnants of Alexander's army emerged from the desert and rejoined the contingents that had taken other routes, arriving back in the central provinces of Persia. Alexander found that during his long absence in the east, some of the governors he had appointed had misruled, become corrupt, or acted too independently. He dealt with these issues swiftly and often harshly, executing several prominent officials to reassert his authority and restore order within his vast empire. Having completed his conquests, Alexander now faced the immense challenge of governing and consolidating his enormous diverse realm stretching from Greece to India. He embarked on policies aimed at integrating his Macedonian and Greek followers with the elites of the conquered Persian Empire, a strategy sometimes referred to as his policy of fusion. One famous example was the mass marriage ceremony held at Susa in 324 BCE, where Alexander himself married two Persian princesses, Statera, the second daughter of Darius III, and Parysatis, the second daughter of a previous Persian king, while simultaneously arranging for thousands of his officers and soldiers to marry Persian noblewomen. He also began incorporating large numbers of Persian soldiers into his army units, training them in Macedonian tactics, and adopting some elements of Persian court dress and ceremony, such as demanding prostration known as proskynesis from his courtiers, a practice deeply offensive to Greek and Macedonian notions of freedom. These fusion policies, while perhaps visionary in attempting to create a unified ruling class for his multi-ethnic empire, caused significant friction and resentment among his traditional Macedonian troops who felt their privileged position was being undermined. This tension culminated in a mutiny among his veterans at Opis, near Babylon, whom Alexander skillfully confronted and reconciled through an emotional speech emphasizing their shared history and achievements. Back in Babylon, the magnificent ancient city on the Euphrates River, which he seemed to envision as a potential capital for his empire, Alexander was full of restless energy and making ambitious plans for the future. These reportedly included preparations for a major military expedition to conquer the Arabian Peninsula, plans for circumnavigating Africa, further exploration and extensive building projects. However, these grand designs were never to be realized. In late May or early June of 323 BCE, after attending a lengthy banquet and drinking party hosted by one of his companions, Alexander fell seriously ill with a fever. His condition worsened rapidly over the next 10 days. He became unable to speak, though remained conscious enough to recognize his loyal soldiers who filed past his bedside to pay their last respects. Finally, in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar II in Babylon, Alexander the Great died, just shy of his 33rd birthday. The exact cause of his death remains a subject of historical debate. Theories range from disease, such as malaria or typhoid fever contracted in Babylon's marshy environment, to acute pancreatitis brought on by heavy drinking, or even poisoning, although most modern historians find less evidence for foul play. Whatever the cause, the sudden death of the young conqueror at the height of his power sent shockwaves across his vast empire. Alexander's death created an immediate succession crisis. He left no designated heir. His Persian wife Roxana was pregnant at the time of his death, later giving birth to a son, Alexander IV, but an infant could not rule the empire. Alexander's mentally disabled half-brother, Philip III Aridaeus, was also nominally king for a time. When asked on his deathbed to whom he bequeathed his kingdom, Alexander supposedly whispered, "Toi kratistoi," meaning to the strongest or to the best. This ambiguous reply, whether historical or not, perfectly captured the situation. His most powerful generals, known as the Diadochi, meaning successors, immediately began maneuvering for power, initially claiming to rule in the name of the nominal kings, but soon fighting openly amongst themselves for control of different parts of the empire. These devastating wars of the successors lasted for decades, ultimately leading to the permanent fragmentation of Alexander's vast conquests. By the early 3rd century BCE, his empire had been divided into several large Hellenistic kingdoms, most notably the Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt, founded by his general Ptolemy, the Seleucid Empire encompassing much of former Persia and Mesopotamia, founded by Seleucus, and the Antigonid dynasty controlling Macedon and Greece. Despite the breakup of his empire, Alexander's legacy was profound and enduring. In just over a decade of relentless campaigning, he had overthrown the mighty Persian Empire and carved out one of the largest empires the world had ever seen, stretching from Greece to northwestern India. His military genius remains legendary. He was undefeated in major battles, renowned for his tactical brilliance, personal bravery, and ability to inspire his troops. Perhaps his most significant long-term impact was the spread of Greek language, culture, art, and ideas known collectively as Hellenism across the vast territories he conquered. The numerous cities he founded became centers of Hellenistic civilization, fostering a blend of Greek and local traditions that shaped the cultural landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean, Near East, and Central Asia for centuries. Alexander himself became a figure of myth and legend almost immediately after his death, admired and emulated by later rulers like Julius Caesar and Napoleon, and debated by historians ever since. Was he a visionary unifier seeking to bridge East and West, a civilizing force bringing Greek enlightenment, or a ruthless, power-hungry conqueror driven by insatiable ambition? Perhaps he was all of these things. His life, though tragically short, irrevocably changed the course of ancient history. Consider the vast sweep of Alexander's life, from Macedonian prince to ruler of empires, a journey across continents. Let the echoes of his ambitious campaigns fade into the mists of time. Feel the weight of ancient history settle peacefully around you, inviting deep and untroubled rest. Come with us now. Let your mind drift away from the familiar shores and venture deep into the heart of South America, ascending into the majestic Andes Mountains. We journey towards a realm of breathtaking beauty and ancient secrets, a place where the very air feels thin and charged with history. Our destination lies within the modern nation of Peru, a land rich with the echoes of powerful pre-Columbian civilizations. We travel northwest from the storied city of Cusco, the ancient capital of the Inca Empire, following the winding path carved by the Urubamba River into the formidable Cordillera de Vilcabamba mountain range. Here, suspended between earth and sky, seemingly clinging to an impossible perch, nearly 7,800 feet, or about 2,350 meters, above the sea, we find the awe-inspiring sanctuary of Machu Picchu. Imagine this landscape unfolding around you. Picture immense peaks rising like silent, powerful guardians, their slopes draped in a vibrant tapestry of green. Dense cloud forest clinging to precipitous inclines, often shrouded in ethereal wisps of mist that drift and swirl, revealing and concealing the view in a slow, hypnotic dance. Feel the cool, crisp mountain air against your skin, carrying the scent of damp earth and high-altitude vegetation. Far, far below, listen for the distant murmur of the Urubamba River, a silver ribbon snaking through the deep gorge it has carved over millennia. The Incas may have known this river as the Vilcanota, a sacred artery flowing through their world. Machu Picchu itself occupies a narrow ridge, a dramatic saddle nestled between two distinct mountains. To one side looms Machu Picchu Mountain, the old peak in the indigenous Quechua language that still resonates in these highlands. To the other rises the iconic sugarloaf shape of Huayna Picchu, the new peak standing sentinel over the ruins. This location was not chosen lightly. The Incas possessed a profound connection to their environment, viewing the towering mountains not merely as geographical features but as powerful deities, the Apus, who watched over them, controlled weather, and influenced destiny. Building Machu Picchu here, in such intimate dialogue with these colossal natural forms, underscores its likely role as a place of deep spiritual importance. It feels deliberately positioned, a threshold between the human world and the realm of the gods, a place designed to humble and inspire, perfectly integrated into the sacred geography. The sheer verticality of the surrounding cliffs offers natural defenses, but the primary impression is one of reverence, of a desire to be close to the heavens and the spirits of the mountains. For almost 400 years after the fall of the Inca Empire, this magnificent citadel remained largely hidden from the wider world. The dense vegetation reclaimed the stone structures, the pathways became obscured, and its existence faded into the realm of local knowledge and rumor. While indigenous farmers living in the valley below certainly knew of the ruins, perhaps even cultivating some of the ancient terraces, Machu Picchu was effectively lost to history. It wasn't until the early years of the 20th century, in 1911, that an American explorer brought it back into the global spotlight, igniting a fascination that continues unabated to this day. This rediscovery opened a floodgate of questions. Who were the master builders capable of constructing such a marvel in such a challenging location? Why invest such immense effort here, so far from the imperial capital? What purpose did this city in the clouds serve? And perhaps the most haunting question of all, why did its inhabitants eventually leave, allowing this place of power and beauty to fall silent? Join us now as we seek answers, exploring the story of Machu Picchu, from the empire that dreamed it into existence, through the genius of its construction and the rhythm of its daily life, to the lingering enigma of its abandonment. Let the vastness of the Andes and the enduring mystery of this sacred place envelop you, easing you towards a state of peaceful contemplation. To truly appreciate the significance of Machu Picchu, we must step back and immerse ourselves in the world of its creators, the Inca Empire, and particularly the reign of its most transformative ruler. Before the mid-15th century, the Incas were a relatively modest kingdom centered around their capital city, Cusco, located high in the fertile valleys of the Peruvian Andes. They were one power among several in the region, their influence largely confined to the area immediately surrounding their capital. However, this was about to change dramatically. Around the year 1438, a prince named Kusi Yupanqui seized a pivotal moment in history. When Cusco faced a formidable invasion by a rival confederation known as the Chancas, Kusi Yupanqui, unlike his father Viracocha Inca, who reportedly retreated, rallied the city's defenders and achieved a stunning victory. Following this triumph, he assumed the title Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, a name resonating with power and change. Pachacuti, in the Quechua language, signifies a world-altering event, a turning point in time, reverser of the world, or earth-shaker. And shake the earth he did. Pachacuti proved to be a leader of extraordinary military prowess, administrative genius, and boundless ambition. His reign marked the beginning of the Inca Empire's explosive expansion. From their Cusco heartland, Pachacuti launched campaigns that subjugated neighboring peoples and pushed the frontiers of Inca control outwards at an astonishing pace. Within just a few generations, under Pachacuti and his successor, the empire known as Tawantinsuyu, meaning 4 regions united, would stretch over 2,500 miles along the spine of the Andes, incorporating vast territories from modern-day Ecuador and Colombia in the north, down through Peru and Bolivia, into Chile and Argentina in the south. It became the largest empire ever seen in the pre-Columbian Americas, a diverse realm encompassing coastal deserts, high mountains, and tropical lowlands. Governing such a vast and diverse empire required sophisticated organization, much of which is attributed to Pachacuti's reforms. He is credited with establishing or refining the mita system, a form of rotational labor tax where communities contributed work to state projects, building roads, farming state lands, or serving in the army. He oversaw the expansion of the incredible Inca road system, the Chapac Ñan, a network vital for communication, trade, and troop movement. He established a system of state-run storehouses, the Colca, to stockpile food and goods, mitigating the risk of famine. Pachacuti also fundamentally reshaped the capital, Cusco, transforming it from a modest town into a magnificent imperial city laid out, according to some accounts, in the shape of a puma. He commissioned the rebuilding of its central religious complex, the Coricancha, the Temple of the Sun, cladding its walls with sheets of gold to reflect the glory of the Inca sun god, Inti. It was within this context of imperial expansion, consolidation, and monumental rebuilding that Machu Picchu was conceived and constructed, most likely beginning around the year 1450. Given the timing and the scale of the project, it is widely believed to have been built as a royal estate or sacred retreat for Pachacuti himself. Imagine the emperor, perhaps weary from the demands of war and administration, seeking a place of spiritual rejuvenation and seclusion. Machu Picchu, far from the bustle of Cusco, offered unparalleled natural beauty, privacy, and a powerful connection to the sacred Apus. It likely served multiple functions: a place for the Inca ruler and his court to relax, a center for important religious ceremonies tied to the landscape and celestial events, a secure location for political meetings, and, undoubtedly, a potent symbol of Pachacuti's power, wealth, and divine authority projected into the heart of the Vilcabamba region. The sheer effort required to build Machu Picchu speaks volumes about the resources Pachacuti could command and the importance he placed upon this mountain sanctuary. It was a personal project of the emperor who forged an empire, a jewel set high in the Andes, reflecting the pinnacle of Inca power and ambition. The creation of Machu Picchu stands as a breathtaking monument to the engineering prowess of the Inca civilization. To erect a city of such complexity and permanence on a narrow, steep mountain ridge, nearly 8,000 feet above sea level, subject to torrential seasonal rains and the ever-present threat of earthquakes, demanded an extraordinary fusion of practical skill, meticulous planning, and deep respect for the natural environment. The Inca engineers and laborers who built Machu Picchu were masters of adapting challenging terrain to human needs, leaving behind techniques that continue to inspire awe centuries later. Consider the fundamental challenge of the location itself. A high ridge with precipitous slopes plunging down to the Urubamba River. Building here required, first and foremost, stabilizing the land. The Incas achieved this through the construction of extensive agricultural terraces, the iconic Andeans that sculpt the mountainsides around the urban core. These were far more than simple platforms for farming. Each terrace was an engineered structure, often built with retaining walls of carefully fitted stones. Behind these walls lay layers of materials designed for optimal drainage and soil stability. Coarse gravel at the bottom for drainage, followed by sandy soil, and finally topped with rich, fertile topsoil, likely carried up from the valley floor. This sophisticated layering allowed rainwater to percolate slowly without washing away the precious soil, simultaneously preventing catastrophic landslides and creating pockets of arable land where maize, potatoes, and other essential crops could be cultivated to support the citadel's population. The sheer scale of the terracing is staggering, representing an immense investment of labor and a profound understanding of mountain hydrology and soil mechanics. Water, essential for life and agriculture, also had to be carefully managed. The Incas located natural springs higher up the mountain slopes and engineered a remarkable gravity-fed water supply system. They constructed a network of stone-lined canals, approximately 1 kilometer in length, that gently channeled the spring water into the heart of the citadel. This system fed a series of 16 interconnected fountains, known as pachas, strategically placed throughout the urban sector, providing clean drinking water accessible to the inhabitants. The design accounted for flow rates and gradients, ensuring a consistent supply while also incorporating drainage channels to handle excess water during heavy rains, preventing flooding and erosion within the city itself. This integration of water management into the very fabric of the city highlights the Incas' holistic approach to planning. However, it is perhaps the stonework of Machu Picchu that most vividly showcases Inca genius. The principal buildings, temples, palaces, residences, are constructed from massive blocks of gray granite quarried from the mountainside itself. What is astonishing is the precision with which these stones, some weighing many tons, were cut and fitted together. The Incas perfected a technique known as ashlar masonry, where blocks were shaped so perfectly, often with multiple interlocking faces and angles, that they fit together without any mortar holding them in place. Imagine the painstaking process, using harder stones and possibly bronze tools to slowly pound, chip, and grind the granite blocks into precise shapes, then testing the fit repeatedly until a seamless joint was achieved. The resulting walls are not only aesthetically beautiful, with their intricate patterns of interlocking stones, but also incredibly resilient. The tight joints and the slight inward inclination of the walls provided remarkable stability, allowing the structures to absorb and dissipate the energy of earthquakes that frequently shake the Andean region. Transporting these immense blocks from the quarry to the construction site, without wheeled vehicles or large draft animals, likely involved hundreds of laborers using log rollers, inclined ramps made of earth and stone, and sheer coordinated effort, a testament to the organizational power of the Inca state and the Mita labor system. Machu Picchu is not merely a collection of buildings. It is a masterclass in sustainable engineering, a harmonious dialogue between human ingenuity and the power of the Andean landscape. Let us now step within the stone walls of Machu Picchu, not as ruins viewed across centuries, but as a living, breathing community during its peak in the latter half of the 15th century. While the silent stones hold many secrets, archaeological study combined with our understanding of Inca society allows us to imagine the rhythms of life that once filled this mountain citadel. It was home to a population estimated between 750 and 1,000 individuals, a carefully structured community serving the needs of the Inca emperor and the functions of this remarkable estate. The layout itself speaks of organization and purpose. We can clearly distinguish the agricultural sector, those seemingly endless terraces climbing the slopes, dedicated to sustaining the inhabitants, from the urban sector built upon the more level ground of the saddle. This urban heart was further divided. Wander through its pathways and you find distinct zones. Grander residences likely occupied by visiting royalty or permanent administrators. Areas dedicated to religious observance with impressive temples. Bustling workshop zones where artisans practiced their crafts, and numerous storage buildings, or kolka, essential for preserving food and goods in the mountain climate. Who were the people who called this extraordinary place home? Given its status as a royal estate, the Sapa Inca, perhaps Pachacuti himself or his successors, along with the extended royal family and high nobility, would have been periodic residents, enjoying the site's beauty and seclusion. However, a larger, permanent population was essential for its upkeep and function. This included priests, charged with maintaining the sacred temples, conducting rituals, and making astronomical observations crucial to the Inca calendar and agricultural cycles. Skilled artisans, weavers creating fine textiles from alpaca wool, potters shaping clay into intricate vessels, metallurgists working with bronze, likely lived and worked here, their crafts contributing to the site's needs and perhaps producing prestige goods for the empire. A significant portion of the population consisted of agricultural laborers, the yanaconas or retainers, tasked with cultivating the terraces, managing the water systems, and maintaining the infrastructure. Skeletal studies suggest these permanent residents came from various regions of the vast Inca Empire, Tawantinsuyu, indicating that Machu Picchu drew people from across the diverse lands under Inca rule. Daily life likely followed the steady pulse of the sun rising and setting over the Andean peaks. Farmers would ascend or descend the terraces, tending to crops like maize and potatoes, staples of the Inca diet, their work dictated by the seasons and the intricate irrigation system. In the workshops, the sounds of crafting might fill the air, the rhythmic clatter of looms, the shaping of clay, the tapping of metal. In the kitchens, food would be prepared, perhaps simple stews cooked over fires. Yet, interwoven with these practical activities was a deep spiritual life. Religion permeated Inca society, and Machu Picchu was clearly a place of profound religious significance. Several structures stand out as focal points of this spiritual activity. The Temple of the Sun, a unique semicircular tower built with exquisite curved stonework around a large natural rock, served as a crucial astronomical observatory. Its windows align precisely with the sun's position during the June solstice, the Inti Raymi festival, allowing Inca priests to mark this vital date, signifying the sun's return and the start of the agricultural year. Inside, the central rock may have served as an altar. Nearby, high on a pyramidal platform, sits the Intihuatana stone. Carved from a single piece of granite bedrock, its name roughly translates to hitching post of the sun. This enigmatic pillar with its precisely angled faces is believed to have functioned as an accurate sundial or calendar, tracking the sun's movement and marking solstices and equinoxes through the shadows it cast throughout the day and year. It was a sacred instrument connecting the citadel to the cosmos, and even today, though touching it is prohibited, many feel a unique energy emanating from the stone. Another vital religious site is the Temple of the Three Windows, dominating one side of the sacred plaza. This impressive hall features three large, perfectly cut trapezoidal windows looking out towards the rising sun. These windows are thought by many scholars to represent the Inca conception of the cosmos. Hanan Pacha, the upper world of the gods and celestial beings. Ke Pacha, this middle world of human existence. And Uku Pacha, the inner or underworld inhabited by the spirits of the dead. The sheer quality of the stonework, among the finest in Machu Picchu, indicates the immense importance of this temple. Life here was a blend of the sacred and the mundane, a community working, living, and worshiping together, suspended between the earth and the heavens in their magnificent citadel. For perhaps a century, Machu Picchu served its purpose as a vibrant royal estate and sacred center, a symbol of Inca power nestled amongst the Andean peaks. Yet, sometime in the early or perhaps mid-16th century, the sounds of life faded, the inhabitants departed, and this carefully constructed citadel began its long slide into silence and obscurity. Why was such a magnificent place abandoned? The exact reasons remain shrouded in mystery, a historical puzzle that archaeologists and historians continue to piece together from tantalizing clues. There likely wasn't one single cause, but rather a confluence of factors related to the turbulent times that engulfed the Inca Empire during that period. A major shadow hanging over this era is the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors. Led by Francisco Pizarro, the Spanish landed on the shores of Peru in 1532 and quickly moved inland. Their capture of the Inca Emperor Atahualpa at Cajamarca threw the vast empire into disarray. While archaeological findings suggest the Spanish themselves likely never discovered the remote citadel of Machu Picchu during the initial conquest, the shockwaves of their invasion were felt throughout the Tawantinsuyu. The subsequent years saw brutal warfare, the installation of puppet rulers, widespread looting, and the systematic dismantling of Inca political and religious structures. This empire-wide chaos could have indirectly led to Machu Picchu's abandonment. The intricate network of roads, administration, and supply chains that supported such remote estates likely collapsed. Fear of the invaders, even if unseen, might have prompted the Inca elite associated with Machu Picchu to flee to safer, more hidden locations, perhaps joining the Inca resistance that held out for decades in the nearby Vilcabamba region. Maintaining a functioning royal estate under such conditions of instability would have become increasingly difficult, if not impossible. Another devastating factor brought by the Europeans, often arriving even before the conquistadors themselves, was disease. Smallpox, measles, influenza, and other illnesses to which the indigenous populations had no immunity swept through the Americas like wildfire, causing catastrophic population decline. It's estimated that these epidemics wiped out a vast percentage, perhaps upwards of 90%, of the Inca population within decades. Such widespread death would have inevitably impacted Machu Picchu. The loss of specialized laborers, administrators, priests, and even the elite residents themselves could have crippled the community, making it impossible to maintain the complex agricultural systems, perform necessary rituals, or even sustain a viable population size. The citadel may simply have become hollowed out by sickness and death. Beyond the external pressures of conquest and disease, internal or environmental factors might also have contributed. Some scholars suggest that prolonged drought cycles or subtle shifts in the climate could have strained Machu Picchu's sophisticated water management system, or reduced the productivity of the agricultural terraces, making sustenance more challenging. While Inca engineering was remarkable, it still depended on predictable environmental conditions. Others theorize that Machu Picchu's significance may have waned over time. Perhaps later, Inca rulers favored different estates, or political shifts within the empire reduced its strategic or ceremonial importance. It's even conceivable, though less supported by direct evidence, that the site was ritually abandoned, perhaps following specific celestial events or prophecies, in accordance with Inca religious beliefs about cycles of time and the sacred landscape. Most likely, the abandonment of Machu Picchu was not a single event, but a gradual process, driven by a convergence of these devastating pressures. The crumbling of the empire under Spanish invasion, the horrific toll of disease, potential environmental stresses, and shifting political landscapes probably combined to make life at this high-altitude sanctuary unsustainable. One by one, or perhaps family by family, the inhabitants left, seeking survival elsewhere, until only the wind whispered through the empty stone corridors, and the jungle began its slow work of reclaiming the citadel in the clouds. Following its abandonment in the 16th century, Machu Picchu vanished from the world stage, swallowed by the encroaching Andean cloud forest. For nearly 400 years, it remained a secret sanctuary, its existence known primarily to the Quechua-speaking farmers who lived and worked in the surrounding valleys, perhaps occasionally visiting the overgrown ruins, or even cultivating some of the lower terraces. While tantalizing hints suggest others from the outside might have glimpsed it. Possibly a German adventurer named Augusto Burns in 1867, and certainly local Peruvians like Agustin Lizárraga, who bravely inscribed his name and the date 1902 on a wall within the Temple of the Three Windows. The site remained largely undocumented and unknown globally. That changed dramatically in the austral winter of 1911. An American historian and lecturer from Yale University, Hiram Bingham III, was leading an expedition in the region. Bingham was not primarily seeking Machu Picchu. His goal was to find Vilcabamba, the legendary last refuge of the Incas who resisted Spanish rule. While exploring the Urubamba Valley, Bingham encountered Melchor Arteaga, a local innkeeper and farmer. Arteaga told Bingham of extensive ruins situated high on a nearby mountain ridge, known locally as Machu Picchu. Intrigued, Bingham persuaded Arteaga to guide him. On the morning of July 24, 1911, under a gray sky and persistent drizzle, Bingham, accompanied by Arteaga and a Peruvian sergeant assigned as an escort, began the arduous climb. They crossed the roaring Urubamba River on a precarious log bridge and ascended the steep, thickly vegetated slope. Partway up, they met local peasant families tending their fields near the ruins. It was an 11-year-old boy from one of these families, Pablito Alvarez, who ultimately led Bingham through the final stretch of dense undergrowth and into the heart of the ancient citadel. Imagine Bingham's astonishment as the vegetation parted to reveal perfectly crafted stone walls, intricate temples, grand plazas, and cascading terraces, all remarkably preserved despite centuries of neglect. He had stumbled upon a marvel. Though he initially misidentified it as Vilcabamba, Bingham immediately recognized the site's immense significance. Bingham returned with further expeditions in 1912 and 1915, sponsored by Yale University and the National Geographic Society. These expeditions undertook the first systematic clearing and archaeological excavations of Machu Picchu, mapping the site, uncovering artifacts like pottery and tools, and excavating burials. Bingham's evocative articles in National Geographic magazine and his popular book, Lost City of the Incas, published later in 1948, captured the public imagination worldwide, transforming Machu Picchu into an icon of lost civilizations and adventurous exploration. His work, while sometimes criticized for its methods and the initial removal of thousands of artifacts to Yale, which were later subject to repatriation agreements with Peru, undeniably brought Machu Picchu to global prominence. Since Bingham's time, archaeological research has continued, refining our understanding of the site's true purpose as likely a royal estate for Pachacuti, and revealing more about Inca life and engineering. In 1983, recognizing its profound cultural and natural importance, UNESCO declared Machu Picchu a World Heritage Site. Today, it stands as Peru's most visited tourist destination and one of the new 7 wonders of the world. Hundreds of thousands of people make the journey each year, arriving often by train to the bustling town of Aguas Calientes, nestled in the valley below, then ascending the winding Hiram Bingham Highway by bus to witness the citadel's majesty firsthand. They wander through the same plazas and corridors inhabited by the Incas 500 years ago, marveling at the precision stonework, the Temple of the Sun, the enigmatic Intihuatana, the Temple of the Three Windows, and the breathtaking vistas offered from the more than 3,000 stone steps that connect the site's different levels. Yet, even amidst the crowds, Machu Picchu retains its aura of mystery and profound connection to the past. Managing the delicate balance between providing access to this global treasure and preserving its fragile structures and sensitive environment for future generations is a critical, ongoing challenge. Machu Picchu endures, a breathtaking testament to the ingenuity of the Inca civilization and a timeless source of wonder, inviting quiet reflection high in the silent Andes. As our journey through Machu Picchu concludes, let the image of the silent stones resting high in the Andes fill you with a sense of enduring peace. feel the ancient mysteries settle around you like the mountain mist, guiding your mind towards calm and quiet slumber. Let your mind drift now towards the ancient land of Egypt, not the Egypt of the pyramid builders and the Old Kingdom we explored earlier, but the Egypt of a much later time, a land ruled by kings and queens who spoke Greek and traced their lineage not to the pharaohs of old, but to a general of Alexander the Great. We arrive in the Hellenistic period, the centuries following Alexander's conquests, when Greek culture and language spread across the eastern Mediterranean and beyond. In Egypt, after Alexander's death, control fell to his general Ptolemy, who established a dynasty that would rule for nearly 300 years, preserving many ancient Egyptian traditions, while also infusing the land with Greek influence. Our story centers on the last and perhaps most famous ruler of this dynasty, Cleopatra VII. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra was a princess of the Ptolemaic line, a family known for its brilliance, its ambition, and its often deadly internal rivalries. Her ancestry was primarily Macedonian Greek, though she ruled over a land with a history stretching back thousands of years before her dynasty began. Unlike many of her Ptolemaic predecessors who rarely bothered to learn the language of the people they ruled, Cleopatra was reportedly highly intelligent and exceptionally well-educated. Ancient sources tell us she was fluent in numerous languages, perhaps as many as 9, including Egyptian, a skill that would have allowed her to communicate directly with her subjects and the priests of Egypt, a rare and significant advantage. Imagine her, growing up within the opulent but politically treacherous environment of the royal palace in Alexandria, absorbing knowledge from the famous library and museum, aware from a young age of the complexities of power and the constant threat of plots and betrayals. The capital city of this Ptolemaic kingdom was Alexandria, a magnificent metropolis founded by Alexander the Great himself on the Mediterranean coast. Picture a vibrant, bustling port city, a true melting pot of cultures. Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and people from across the Mediterranean world. It was a center of learning and scholarship, home to the legendary library, a repository of ancient knowledge, and the museum, a research institution that attracted scholars from all disciplines. The city was adorned with impressive architecture, including the famous lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Guiding ships into its busy harbors, Alexandria was the heart of the Ptolemaic kingdom's wealth and power, fueled by the fertile lands of the Nile Valley, which served as the breadbasket of the Mediterranean world, exporting vast quantities of grain. Cleopatra grew up in this cosmopolitan hub, a city that looked out towards the Mediterranean and the rising power of Rome, even as it governed the ancient land of Egypt with its timeless traditions and sacred sites. The political landscape Cleopatra inherited was far from stable. The later Ptolemies were often weak rulers, plagued by family feuds and internal dissent. Cleopatra's own path to the throne was fraught with danger. Upon the death of her father, Ptolemy XII, in 51 BCE, she initially ruled jointly with her younger brother Ptolemy XIII, as was customary in the dynasty. However, power struggles quickly erupted between Cleopatra and the regents who advised her brother. Cleopatra was forced to flee Alexandria, seeking refuge and support outside of Egypt. Meanwhile, Rome, the increasingly dominant power in the Mediterranean, was becoming more and more involved in Egyptian affairs, ostensibly as protectors of the Ptolemaic dynasty, but often interfering and exploiting the kingdom's wealth and internal divisions for their own benefit. The stage was set for Cleopatra, a young queen in exile, to make a bold move that would intertwine her fate and the fate of Egypt with the destiny of the Roman Republic, then tearing itself apart in civil war. Exiled from her capital and locked in a power struggle with her brother Ptolemy XIII and his advisors, Cleopatra found herself in a precarious position. Her only hope lay in securing powerful outside support. As fate would have it, the most powerful Roman of the age, Gaius Julius Caesar, arrived in Alexandria in 48 BCE, having just defeated his great rival Pompey the Great in the Roman Civil War. Pompey, ironically, had fled to Egypt seeking refuge, but was assassinated upon arrival by Ptolemy XIII's court, who hoped to gain Caesar's favor. Caesar, however, was reportedly appalled by the murder of the Roman consul and his former son-in-law. He entered Alexandria and, asserting Roman authority, took up residence in the royal palace, ostensibly to mediate the dispute between Cleopatra and her brother. Cleopatra, recognizing this as her opportunity, made a daring and now legendary move. Unable to openly enter the city and approach Caesar due to her brother's control, she arranged to be secretly brought to him. The most famous account, from the ancient biographer Plutarch, describes her being smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or a sack, carried by a loyal servant. Imagine the scene. The young queen, risking everything, emerging from her concealment before the formidable Roman general. Her courage, her intelligence, and her ability to speak to him directly without an interpreter reportedly captivated Caesar. He was quickly won over to her side, impressed by her spirit and convinced that she was the rightful ruler. Caesar's intervention in the Ptolemaic dispute escalated into what is known as the Alexandrian War. Ptolemy XIII's forces, resenting Caesar's support for Cleopatra and his assertion of Roman dominance, besieged Caesar within the palace complex. The situation was dangerous for Caesar and his relatively small contingent of troops. However, Roman reinforcements eventually arrived, and Caesar defeated Ptolemy XIII's army in battle. The young king drowned in the Nile while attempting to escape. With her rival eliminated, Cleopatra's position as queen was secured by Roman power. Caesar restored her to the throne, establishing her as co-ruler with her even younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, a mere formality under Roman protection. The alliance between Cleopatra and Caesar was deeply rooted in political necessity and mutual benefit. For Caesar, Egypt was a vital prize. Its immense agricultural wealth could supply Rome with much-needed grain, and its riches could help fund his ongoing civil wars and ambitious building programs in Rome. Controlling Egypt also denied its resources to his rivals. For Cleopatra, Caesar's support was essential to maintain her power against internal threats and external pressures. She needed Rome to guarantee the survival of her dynasty and the independence of Egypt, albeit under Roman influence. Their relationship deepened during Caesar's stay in Egypt. They traveled together on the Nile, and Cleopatra became pregnant, giving birth to a son whom she named Ptolemy Caesar, but who became known as Caesarion, meaning Little Caesar. Cleopatra likely hoped that Caesarion, as Caesar's son, would one day inherit his father's power and perhaps even rule both Rome and Egypt, securing her dynasty's future. In 46 BCE, Cleopatra, accompanied by Caesarion and her brother Ptolemy XIV, traveled to Rome at Caesar's invitation. She stayed in Caesar's villa across the Tiber River, a prominent guest in the heart of the Roman Republic. Her presence caused a stir in Rome. While Caesar publicly acknowledged Caesarion, he did not name him as his heir. His great-nephew Octavian was designated as his successor. Cleopatra, the wealthy and sophisticated Eastern queen, was both a source of fascination and, for some conservative Romans, a symbol of Caesar's perceived autocratic tendencies and his embrace of foreign ways. Statues of Cleopatra were reportedly erected in Rome, an unusual honor for a foreign monarch. She remained in Rome until Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March, 15th March, 44 BCE, a violent act that plunged the Roman world into further chaos and left Cleopatra's position once again uncertain. The assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BCE by a group of senators who feared his growing power plunged Rome into another round of civil wars. The political landscape was fractured, with various factions vying for control. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death was eventually filled by the Second Triumvirate, an alliance formed in 43 BCE by three of Caesar's key supporters: Octavian, adopted son and designated heir; Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, a loyal general; and Marcus Antonius, known to history as Mark Antony, a charismatic general and Caesar's right-hand man. The triumvirs defeated the assassins of Caesar at the Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE, consolidating their power and dividing the Roman world into spheres of influence. Antony took control of the eastern provinces, the wealthiest part of the Roman domain. As ruler of the East, Antony needed to secure the loyalty and resources of the various kingdoms and client states in his territory. He also needed funds and supplies for his planned military campaign against the Parthian Empire, a powerful rival to Rome in the east. Egypt, under Cleopatra, was the wealthiest kingdom in the region, a vital source of grain and revenue. Therefore, in 41 BCE, Antony summoned Cleopatra to meet him in the city of Tarsus, located in modern-day Turkey. He likely intended to question her loyalty during the recent Roman conflicts and perhaps extract financial contributions from her kingdom. Cleopatra's arrival in Tarsus is one of the most famous entrances in history, immortalized by ancient writers like Plutarch. She did not arrive humbly. Instead, she sailed up the Cydnus River in a magnificent, elaborately decorated barge. Imagine a vessel with a gilded stern, purple sails billowing in the breeze, and silver oars beating time to the music of flutes and lyres. Cleopatra herself, according to the accounts, was seated under a canopy of gold cloth, dressed as the goddess Aphrodite, attended by servants dressed as cupids and nereids. The air was filled with the scent of perfumes wafting from the ship. The spectacle was designed to impress and overwhelm, a calculated display of Egyptian wealth and royal power. Antony, who had been waiting for her, was so astonished and captivated by this arrival that he invited her to feast with him. Cleopatra, with subtle confidence, invited him to feast with her instead, setting the tone for their interactions. From this first meeting, a profound and complex relationship developed between Cleopatra and Mark Antony. It was a relationship built on a foundation of political alliance, mutual ambition, and undeniable personal chemistry. Antony, a seasoned Roman general, was drawn to Cleopatra's intelligence, her charm, her wit, and her deep understanding of the Eastern world he now governed. Cleopatra, in turn, saw in Antony a powerful protector for Egypt and a potential partner in her ambitions for her dynasty, and perhaps even for a new Hellenistic Eastern power base that could rival Rome itself. Their alliance provided Antony with access to Egypt's wealth and resources for his military campaigns. Cleopatra gained the protection of the most powerful Roman in the East, and the opportunity to restore some of Egypt's lost territories and influence. Antony spent the winter of 41 to 40 BCE with Cleopatra in Alexandria. Their time together was marked by lavish banquets, intellectual discussions, and a deepening bond. Antony embraced aspects of Egyptian life and culture, participating in the relaxed and sophisticated lifestyle of the Alexandrian court, a stark contrast to the austere traditions of Rome. Over the following years, their relationship continued, cemented by the birth of 3 children: twins Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene, and later Ptolemy Philadelphus. Antony publicly acknowledged these children. In 34 BCE, Antony held a grand ceremony in Alexandria known as the Donations of Alexandria. In a highly symbolic act that shocked and angered many in Rome, Antony granted significant territories from the Roman East to Cleopatra and their children, proclaiming Caesarion as Caesar's true heir and co-ruler with Cleopatra. These actions were perceived by Octavian and his supporters in Rome not just as political maneuvering, but as evidence that Antony had fallen under Cleopatra's spell, abandoning his Roman identity and threatening the integrity of the Roman state by building a rival power base in the east with an eastern queen. The stage was set for the final, inevitable confrontation between Antony and Octavian, a conflict in which Cleopatra and Egypt would play a central and ultimately tragic role. As the relationship between Mark Antony and Cleopatra deepened and their power in the east grew, the political situation back in Rome became increasingly volatile. The delicate balance of the Second Triumvirate was always precarious, resting on the uneasy alliance between Antony and Octavian, the 2 most powerful men in the Roman world after Lepidus was effectively sidelined. While Antony was consolidating his position in the east, engaging in campaigns and solidifying his ties with Cleopatra and her wealthy kingdom, Octavian was carefully building his power base in Italy and the western provinces. He presented himself as the restorer of Roman traditions, the defender of the Republic's values, and the rightful heir of Caesar, subtly contrasting himself with Antony, who seemed to be adopting Eastern customs and aligning himself with a foreign monarch. Octavian and his shrewd advisors, particularly Marcus Agrippa and Gaius Maecenas, masterfully waged a propaganda war against Antony. They seized upon Antony's relationship with Cleopatra as a powerful weapon to turn Roman public opinion against him. They portrayed Cleopatra not as a legitimate queen and valuable ally, but as a dangerous, manipulative Eastern temptress who had seduced the noble Roman general and was leading him astray. They highlighted Antony's adoption of Eastern dress and customs in Alexandria, his participation in Egyptian festivals, and his public acknowledgement of his children with Cleopatra as evidence that he had abandoned his Roman identity and was becoming a foreign ruler. The Donations of Alexandria in 34 BCE, where Antony granted Roman-controlled territories to Cleopatra and her children and proclaimed Caesarion as Caesar's heir, was particularly damaging. Octavian's propaganda machine framed this not as a political arrangement, but as an attempt by Antony and Cleopatra to create a rival empire in the east, centered in Alexandria, that would ultimately threaten Rome itself. They painted a picture of a Roman hero corrupted by Eastern luxury and a foreign queen, a narrative that resonated with Roman fears of Eastern influence and the potential threat to their dominance. The personal rivalry between Antony and Octavian was fueled by political ambition and a fundamental clash of styles and values. Antony was a charismatic, often impulsive soldier, more comfortable on campaign than navigating the intricate politics of Rome. Octavian was a cool, calculating strategist, a master of political maneuvering and public image. The death of Lepidus in 36 BCE further intensified the rivalry, leaving Antony and Octavian as the sole contenders for supreme power. Octavian skillfully used Antony's prolonged absence in the East and his controversial actions with Cleopatra to undermine his reputation in Rome. He accused Antony of neglecting his Roman wife, Octavia, who was Octavian's sister, and of plotting against the Republic. The tension escalated towards inevitable conflict. In 32 BCE, the Roman Senate, under pressure from Octavian, declared war not directly on Antony, but on Cleopatra. This was a strategic move by Octavian, allowing him to portray the conflict as a patriotic defense of Rome against a foreign threat personified by the Egyptian queen, rather than another Roman civil war. Antony, who had formerly married Cleopatra by this point, stood by her side, gathering his forces, which included legions loyal to him, troops from his eastern allies, and the Egyptian fleet provided by Cleopatra. Cleopatra contributed immense financial resources and the bulk of the naval power to their combined effort. They established their headquarters in Greece, preparing to face Octavian's forces. Octavian, with the support of Italy and the western provinces, assembled his own formidable army and navy. His fleet was commanded by the highly capable Marcus Agrippa, a brilliant naval strategist. The stage was set for a monumental clash that would determine not only the fate of Antony and Cleopatra, but the future of the Roman world. The conflict was framed by Octavian's propaganda as a battle between Roman virtue and Eastern decadence, between the West and the East, with Cleopatra at the center of the narrative as the foreign queen threatening Roman liberty. The stakes were incredibly high, and the storm that had been gathering for years was about to break in a decisive military confrontation. The climax of the conflict between Octavian and Antony and Cleopatra came with the Battle of Actium, fought on 2 September 31 BCE. The confrontation took place off the coast of northwestern Greece, in the Ionian Sea, near the promontory of Actium. Antony and Cleopatra had gathered their combined forces there, including a large fleet and a substantial land army. Octavian, under the command of his skilled admiral Marcus Agrippa, blockaded Antony's fleet in the Gulf of Ambracia, creating a tense standoff. Antony's strategic position was becoming increasingly difficult. His army on land was suffering from disease and desertion, and his supplies were dwindling due to Octavian's blockade. Facing these pressures, Antony decided to risk a naval battle to break the blockade and potentially escape with his fleet and treasury. The Battle of Actium was primarily a naval engagement, though land armies were also present on the shore, watching the unfolding events. Antony and Cleopatra's fleet consisted of around 500 ships, including some of Cleopatra's large, heavily armed Egyptian warships. Octavian's fleet, commanded by Agrippa, was slightly smaller, perhaps around 400 ships, but his vessels were generally more maneuverable, and his crews were highly trained. The battle began with the two fleets engaging in fierce combat. The fighting was intense, with ships ramming each other, grappling hooks being used to board enemy vessels, and soldiers engaging in hand-to-hand combat on the decks. The large size of Cleopatra's ships made them formidable, but also less agile than Agrippa's lighter, faster warships. As the battle raged, a controversial and much debated event occurred. In the midst of the fighting, Cleopatra's squadron of 60 Egyptian ships, positioned at the rear of the combined fleet, suddenly hoisted sail and withdrew from the battle, heading south towards Egypt. Shortly after, Mark Antony, leaving the main engagement in his flagship, followed Cleopatra's ships. The reasons for this sudden withdrawal are not entirely clear from ancient sources. Some accounts suggest it was a pre-planned attempt by Antony and Cleopatra to break through the blockade and escape to reorganize their forces in Egypt. Others interpret it as a sign of panic or even betrayal. Whatever the intention, the effect on Antony's remaining fleet and army was devastating. Seeing their commanders abandoning the fight, the morale of Antony's forces collapsed. The remaining ships were eventually captured or destroyed, and the land army, left leaderless and demoralized, soon surrendered to Octavian. The Battle of Actium was a decisive victory for Octavian. It effectively ended the military challenge posed by Antony and Cleopatra and paved the way for Octavian's conquest of Egypt. The defeat had immediate and far-reaching consequences. Antony's power base disintegrated. His legions in the east defected to Octavian, and his allies surrendered. Antony and Cleopatra fled back to Alexandria, but their situation was desperate. They attempted to raise new forces and explore options for continuing the struggle, perhaps even seeking refuge in distant lands. However, Octavian relentlessly pursued his advantage. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian's forces arrived in Egypt. Antony attempted a final, desperate stand, but his remaining troops were defeated. Facing inevitable capture by Octavian, Mark Antony chose to end his own life. According to ancient accounts, upon receiving a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony fell on his own sword. He was brought to Cleopatra, still alive, and died in her arms. Cleopatra, now alone and with Octavian's army entering Alexandria, found herself in an impossible position. She attempted to negotiate with Octavian, perhaps hoping to save Egypt for her children or even herself. However, Octavian had no intention of allowing the Ptolemaic dynasty to continue, or of letting Cleopatra live to potentially become a symbol of resistance. He reportedly intended to parade her in a triumph in Rome, a public humiliation for the proud queen. Facing this grim prospect, Cleopatra made her final, fateful decision. Rather than suffer the indignity of being paraded as a captive in Rome, she chose to die with dignity on her own terms, in her own palace in Alexandria. The traditional account, famously popularized by Shakespeare, is that she committed suicide by allowing an asp, a type of venomous snake, to bite her. While the exact method remains debated by historians, the result is certain. Cleopatra died in August 30 BCE, shortly after Antony. Her death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the last Hellenistic kingdom, and the final chapter in the history of independent Egypt. Cleopatra's death in 30 BCE was a pivotal moment in history. With her passing, the ancient kingdom of Egypt, which had maintained a degree of independence under the Ptolemies for nearly 3 centuries, finally fell under direct Roman rule. Octavian formally annexed Egypt as a Roman province, treating it as his personal domain rather than a senatorial province, a testament to its immense wealth and strategic importance. This act secured Rome's control over the vital grain supply of the Nile Valley, further cementing Octavian's power and contributing significantly to the prosperity of the nascent Roman Empire. The vast riches of Egypt helped fund Octavian's reforms and building programs in Rome, ushering in an era of peace and stability after decades of civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of the Roman world, would soon be granted the title Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and inaugurating the Pax Romana, the long period of Roman peace. Cleopatra's story, however, did not end with her death. Almost immediately, she became a figure of myth and legend. her life and relationships interpreted and reinterpreted by subsequent generations. Roman sources, largely influenced by Octavian's propaganda, often portrayed her negatively, as a cunning, seductive foreign queen who used her charm to manipulate powerful Roman men and threatened the stability of the Republic. They emphasized her luxurious lifestyle, her perceived moral depravity, and her role in leading Antony astray. This negative image persisted for centuries in Western historical accounts, shaping the popular perception of Cleopatra as primarily a temptress rather than a capable political leader. However, other perspectives emerged over time. Greek and Egyptian sources sometimes offered a more nuanced view, recognizing her intelligence, her linguistic skills, and her efforts to protect her kingdom in a challenging geopolitical landscape. In later periods, particularly during the Renaissance and beyond, writers and artists became fascinated by her story, often romanticizing her relationship with Antony and portraying her as a tragic heroine, a powerful queen who fought for her independence against overwhelming odds. Shakespeare's play Antony and Cleopatra, written in the early 17th century, is perhaps the most famous example of this romantic portrayal, solidifying her image in the Western imagination as a figure of grand passion and tragic destiny. In more recent times, historical scholarship has sought to move beyond the stereotypical portrayals and understand Cleopatra in her historical context. Modern historians recognize her as a highly intelligent and politically astute ruler, who skillfully navigated the complex power dynamics of the late Roman Republic. She was a queen who spoke multiple languages, including Egyptian, who understood the importance of projecting power and legitimacy, and who used the resources of her kingdom to pursue her dynastic ambitions. Her relationships with Caesar and Antony are seen not just as personal affairs, but as calculated political alliances aimed at securing Egypt's survival and restoring some of the Ptolemaic kingdom's former glory. While her efforts ultimately failed to prevent Egypt's absorption into the Roman Empire, she managed to maintain its independence for a crucial period, a significant achievement given the relentless expansion of Roman power. Cleopatra was the last pharaoh of Egypt, the final ruler in a line stretching back thousands of years to the unification of the two lands. Her death marked a profound turning point, the end of an era of independent rule and the beginning of Egypt's long history as a province within larger empires, first Roman, then Byzantine, Arab, and Ottoman. The vibrant, multicultural world of Ptolemaic Alexandria, a synthesis of Greek and Egyptian cultures, gradually transformed under Roman rule. While the ancient temples and traditions of Egypt continued for centuries, the political and economic heart of the land beat to the rhythm of Rome. Today, Cleopatra remains one of the most recognizable figures from the ancient world. Her name evokes images of power, beauty, intrigue, and tragedy. She is remembered not just for her relationships with Caesar and Antony, but as the last queen of a legendary civilization, a ruler who fought to preserve her heritage in the face of overwhelming foreign dominance. Her story reminds us of the complex interplay of personality, politics, and power that shaped the ancient world, and the enduring fascination with figures who stood at the crossroads of history. As the story of Cleopatra, the last pharaoh, concludes, let the echoes of her remarkable life and the end of her ancient kingdom settle gently around you. Feel the weight of history soften into a deep sense of peace. May the quiet finality of her era guide you towards a calm and tranquil rest. Let your mind drift now across the waters of the English Channel, back in time to the early years of the 11th century, a period in history that often feels distant, yet laid the foundations for the England we know today. Picture an island kingdom, not yet united under a single undisputed crown for centuries, but an Anglo-Saxon realm with its own complex society, established laws, and a monarchy that had weathered the storms of Viking invasions and internal strife. This was England before the Norman Conquest, a land of rolling green hills, dense forests, and scattered villages and towns, bound together by a shared language, Anglo-Saxon English, and a developing sense of national identity. At the head of this kingdom, as the year 1066 dawned, sat King Edward, known to history as Edward the Confessor. He was a figure of deep religious piety, a king who would later be canonized as a saint. Edward had spent much of his early life in exile in Normandy, the powerful duchy across the Channel where his mother, Emma, was from. This period of exile had given him strong connections and sympathies with the Norman world, bringing Norman advisors and friends to his English court, a factor that would prove significant in the coming years. Edward's reign, which began in 1042, was largely peaceful compared to the turbulent times that preceded it, but beneath the surface, political tensions simmered. The power of the monarchy in Anglo-Saxon England, while significant, was balanced by the influence of the great noble families, the earls, who controlled vast territories and commanded considerable resources and manpower. Among these powerful families, one stood out above all others, the House of Godwin. Led by the shrewd and ambitious Earl Godwin of Wessex, and later by his equally capable sons, particularly Harold Godwinson, this family had risen to become the most dominant force in English politics. They held immense land holdings, controlled key earldoms, and wielded significant sway over the Witenagemot, the council of leading men, both secular and ecclesiastical, whose assent was crucial in matters of state, including the succession to the throne. Edward the Confessor's relationship with the Godwins was complex and often strained, marked by periods of conflict and reconciliation. Their power was a reality that any aspiring ruler of England had to confront. As Edward the Confessor grew older, the question of who would succeed him became increasingly urgent and fraught with danger. Edward was a deeply religious man, and while married to Edith, the daughter of Earl Godwin, their marriage produced no children. The absence of a direct heir created a dangerous vacuum, opening the door for multiple individuals, both within England and from across the sea, to lay claim to the throne. There was no clear, undisputed successor according to either strict hereditary right or established custom. The Witenagemot had the authority to elect the king from among the royal line, but the surviving male member of the old Wessex dynasty, Edgar Atheling, was young and lacked powerful support. This left the field open for powerful contenders with varying degrees of kinship to the royal line, or claims based on alleged promises and agreements. The aging king's lack of a clear successor was a storm cloud gathering on the horizon, threatening to plunge England into turmoil upon his death. The stage was being set for a monumental struggle for the crown, a conflict that would draw in ambitious men from across northwestern Europe and forever change the destiny of England. With King Edward the Confessor nearing the end of his life and no direct heir to inherit the throne, the question of succession became a matter of intense speculation and political maneuvering. Several powerful figures emerged, each believing they had a legitimate claim or the strength to seize the English crown. Understanding these contenders and the basis of their claims is essential to grasping the complex events of 1066. Foremost among the English contenders was Harold Godwinson. As the son of the powerful Earl Godwin and the brother of Queen Edith, Edward the Confessor's wife, Harold was already arguably the most influential man in England. He was a skilled military leader, a seasoned politician, and a member of the most dominant noble family. Upon Edward's death, Harold was quickly elected king by the Witenagemot, the traditional body responsible for choosing the monarch, and swiftly crowned King Harold II. His claim rested on his election by the leading men of the kingdom, and, he would later assert, on a deathbed promise from Edward himself. He represented the continuity of Anglo-Saxon rule and the power of the English aristocracy. Across the English Channel, in the Duchy of Normandy, resided another formidable claimant, William, the Duke of Normandy, a man who would become known to history as William the Conqueror. William was a distant cousin of Edward the Confessor through Edward's mother, Emma, who was the sister of William's grandfather. This familial connection formed the basis of his hereditary claim. More significantly, William asserted that Edward the Confessor had, years earlier, promised him the English throne. Norman sources strongly support this claim, citing a visit by Harold Godwinson to Normandy around 1064, during which Harold allegedly swore a solemn oath to support William's succession. William was a ruthless and effective ruler of his own duchy, a skilled military commander who had consolidated his power through cunning and force. He was determined to press his claim, viewing himself as the rightful heir to the English throne based on Edward's promise and Harold's alleged oath-breaking. From the north came a third powerful contender, Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway. Harald Hardrada, whose name means hard ruler, was a legendary Viking warrior king, a veteran of campaigns across Scandinavia and the Byzantine Empire. His claim to the English throne was based on a complex agreement made decades earlier between his predecessor, Magnus the Good, and a former Danish king of England, Harthacnut. This agreement supposedly stipulated that if either died without a son, the other would inherit his kingdom. While perhaps a somewhat tenuous claim by 1066, Harald Hardrada possessed a formidable army and the ambition to revive Viking power in England, which had been ruled by Danish kings earlier in the century. He represented the lingering threat of Scandinavian invasion. Finally, there was Edgar Atheling, the great-nephew of Edward the Confessor, and the closest surviving male relative of the old Anglo-Saxon royal line. According to strict hereditary principles, Edgar had the strongest claim. However, he was young, perhaps only in his early teens in 1066, and lacked the political connections and military power necessary to assert his right against the seasoned and powerful contenders like Harold, William, and Harald Hardrada. While he was briefly proclaimed king by some after Harold's death at Hastings, his claim was ultimately too weak to gain widespread support, and he never truly contended for the throne in a meaningful way in 1066. Thus, as England entered the pivotal year of 1066, the stage was set for a multifaceted struggle for the crown, involving not just internal English politics, but also ambitious rulers from Normandy and Norway. The death of the childless King Edward the Confessor had opened a Pandora's box of competing claims, ensuring that whoever sat on the English throne would likely have to fight to keep it. Among the most debated and pivotal events leading up to the Norman conquest is the alleged oath sworn by Harold Godwinson to William of Normandy. Around the year 1064, Harold, then Earl of Wessex and the most powerful man in England after the king, undertook a journey to the continent. The exact circumstances of this journey are unclear. Some sources say he was sent by King Edward on a diplomatic mission, while others suggest he was shipwrecked on the Norman coast. Whatever the reason for his arrival in Normandy, Harold became, for a time, the guest or perhaps the captive of Duke William. According to Norman accounts, most famously depicted in the Bayeux Tapestry, during this visit, Harold swore a solemn oath to William. The content of this oath is central to William's justification for his later invasion. Norman sources claim Harold pledged to support William's claim to the English throne upon Edward the Confessor's death, to act as William's agent in England, and possibly even to hand over certain castles or territories. The Bayeux Tapestry shows Harold standing between two shrines, his hands placed upon sacred relics, signifying the gravity of the promise he was making. From the Norman perspective, this oath, made on holy relics, was an unbreakable vow, and Harold's later acceptance of the English crown was a clear act of perjury and betrayal, justifying William's subsequent military action as a righteous endeavor. English sources, however, offer a different perspective or downplay the significance of the oath. They suggest Harold's visit was involuntary, that he was compelled to swear the oath under duress while effectively William's prisoner, rendering the oath invalid. They emphasize that Harold's primary duty was to England and its people, and that his election by the Witenagemot superseded any prior promise made under duress to a foreign ruler. The conflicting accounts highlight the propaganda battle that ensued, with both sides seeking to legitimize their claims and actions in the eyes of their contemporaries and history. The long-anticipated moment arrived in January 1066. King Edward the Confessor died. Accounts of his deathbed wishes are, perhaps unsurprisingly, conflicting. Norman sources claim Edward reaffirmed his promise of the throne to William. English sources, however, assert that on his deathbed, Edward finally designated Harold Godwinson as his successor, entrusting the kingdom and his wife to Harold's care. Whatever the truth of the dying king's words, the subsequent actions of the English nobility were swift and decisive. The Witenagemot convened and elected Harold Godwinson as king. He was crowned King Harold II in Westminster Abbey on the 6th of January, 1066, the very day of Edward's burial. This rapid coronation demonstrated the power of the Godwins and the determination of the English aristocracy to place one of their own on the throne, preempting any immediate moves by the other contenders. As the new king, Harold II, began to consolidate his position, a celestial event of extraordinary significance captured the attention of people across Europe: the appearance of a great comet in the sky. This was Halley's Comet, visible in April 1066, a spectacular sight with a long, bright tail. In an age when astronomical phenomena were often interpreted as divine signs, the comet was widely seen as an omen. Its sudden appearance and dramatic presence in the night sky were typically viewed with apprehension and fear, interpreted as a portent of impending change, upheaval, or disaster. For the English, having just crowned a new king amidst competing claims, the comet likely fueled anxieties about the future. For William of Normandy, it was perhaps interpreted as a favorable sign, a celestial validation of his claim and his planned invasion. The Bayeux Tapestry depicts the comet prominently, with people gazing up in wonder and fear, and a figure warning King Harold of the impending doom. The star with a tail, as it was often called, added a layer of cosmic drama to the already tense political situation. A silent, fiery herald of the momentous events that were about to unfold. King Harold II had barely settled onto the English throne when the threats he faced began to materialize. In the south, William of Normandy was openly preparing an invasion fleet, gathering ships and soldiers along the Norman coast, fueled by his claim to the throne and the alleged perjury of Harold. Harold, anticipating a cross-channel invasion, initially positioned his forces along the southern coast, ready to repel William's landing. However, the first blow came not from the south, but from the north, from the third major contender for the crown. Harald Hardrada, the formidable king of Norway, saw his opportunity in the divided state of England and the contested succession. He assembled a large invasion force, reportedly numbering several hundred ships and thousands of Viking warriors, hardened by years of warfare. Adding to the complexity and bitterness of this northern invasion was the involvement of Tostig Godwinson, Harold's own estranged brother. Tostig, a powerful earl who had been exiled by Edward the Confessor with Harold's support, had allied himself with Harald Hardrada, seeking revenge and a share of the English kingdom. Their combined fleet sailed across the North Sea, landing in northern England in September 1066. The invaders quickly achieved initial successes. They defeated local English forces commanded by the Earls of Northumbria and Mercia at the Battle of Fulford Gate near York. Following this victory, York, the most important city in northern England, surrendered to the Vikings. Harald Hardrada and Tostig demanded hostages and supplies from the city, seemingly establishing their control over the north. The situation was dire for King Harold. He had been patiently waiting in the south for William's invasion, but now faced a major threat hundreds of miles away in the north. Harold Godwinson demonstrated remarkable leadership and military acumen in his response. Upon receiving the news of the Viking invasion and the fall of York, he acted with astonishing speed and decisiveness. He immediately gathered his housecarls, his elite professional bodyguard troops, and as many ferdmen, the local militia, as he could quickly muster from the southern and central parts of England. Without hesitation, he began a forced march northwards, covering the considerable distance from the south coast to Yorkshire in an incredibly short time, perhaps as little as 4 or 5 days. This rapid movement caught the Viking invaders completely by surprise. Harald Hardrada and Tostig were expecting to meet representatives from York to exchange hostages at a place called Stamford Bridge, a crossing point over the River Derwent, about 7 miles east of York. They had left a significant portion of their forces with the ships and were largely unprepared for a pitched battle. On 25th September 1066, King Harold's English army arrived at Stamford Bridge, finding the Vikings relaxing on the eastern bank of the river, having left their mail shirts behind at the ships due to the warm weather. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a fierce and bloody engagement. The English army, despite their exhausting march, launched a sudden and vigorous attack. The Vikings, initially caught off guard, fought with their legendary ferocity. A small contingent of Vikings held the bridge itself against the English advance, allowing their comrades to form a shield wall. According to legend, a single giant Norwegian axeman held the narrow bridge against the entire English army for a time, killing many until he was eventually overcome by an English soldier who floated underneath the bridge in a barrel and stabbed him from below. Once the bridge was taken, the main body of the Viking army was trapped and annihilated. The battle was a crushing defeat for the Norwegians. Both Harald Hardrada and Tostig Godwinson were killed, their invasion force utterly destroyed. Only a small number of ships were needed to carry the survivors back to Norway. Harald Godwinson had successfully repelled the Viking invasion and eliminated one of his rivals for the throne through a brilliant display of speed and military effectiveness. However, this hard-won victory came at a heavy cost, leaving his army exhausted and weakened, and, tragically, he would have little time to recover before facing the next, and ultimately decisive, challenge. King Harold's triumph at Stamford Bridge was immense, securing England from the Viking threat from the north. But the celebrations were short-lived. Just days after the battle, as Harold and his exhausted army were recovering in York, news arrived that the other major contender for the throne had finally launched his invasion. William, Duke of Normandy, had been waiting for weeks on the Norman coast, his invasion fleet assembled, his army ready. Adverse winds had delayed his crossing, a delay that perhaps contributed to Harold Hardrada's decision to invade when he did, assuming William was stalled. But on 27th September 1066, the winds finally turned favorable, and William's fleet set sail across the English Channel. The Norman invasion force landed unopposed at Pevensey Bay in Sussex on 28th of September. William's army quickly established a beachhead and built a prefabricated wooden castle at Hastings, securing their position and providing a base for operations. William's timing was impeccable. He landed in the south just as Harold's army was at the opposite end of the country, recovering from a major battle. This forced Harold into an agonizing decision. He could have remained in the north to rest and gather more troops, but that would have allowed William to consolidate his position, march inland, and potentially gain support in the south. Instead, Harold chose the only course he felt was open to him as the defender of England. He would march south immediately to confront the Norman invaders. What followed was another astonishing but ultimately ruinous forced march by Harold's army. Having just fought a major battle and marched hundreds of miles north, they now had to turn around and march over 200 miles south, covering the distance in perhaps as little as 7 or 8 days. This rapid movement was a testament to the endurance and loyalty of Harold's men, but it was strategically disastrous. The army arrived in the vicinity of Hastings on the 13th of October, exhausted, depleted, and without having had sufficient time to gather the full strength of the Fyrd, or allow reinforcements from the north to join them. They were facing a fresh, well-rested, and highly motivated Norman army. The Battle of Hastings took place on Saturday, the 14th of October, 1066, on a ridge now known as Battle Hill, near the town of Battle, about 7 miles northwest of Hastings. Harold positioned his army, estimated to be around 7,000 to 8,000 men, on the crest of the hill, forming a formidable shield wall. The core of his force consisted of his veteran housecarls, armed with their fearsome two-handed axes, and the better-equipped Fyrdmen. This shield wall was a strong defensive formation, difficult for cavalry to break. William's army, also estimated to be around 7,000 to 8,000 men, was a combined force of Norman, Breton, and French soldiers, consisting of infantry, archers, and, crucially, a large contingent of highly effective cavalry. The battle began around 9 a.m., with William's archers attempting to weaken the English shield wall, followed by attacks from his infantry and cavalry. The English shield wall held firm against the initial assaults, the housecarls cutting down the Norman infantry and cavalry who reached their ranks. The fighting was intense and brutal, a grinding struggle up the slope. At one point, a rumor spread through the Norman ranks that Duke William had been killed, causing panic and a partial retreat. William dramatically rode through his lines, lifting his helmet to show he was alive and rallying his men. The turning point in the battle is debated by historians, but a key factor seems to have been the Norman tactic of feigned retreats. Several times during the day, Norman contingents appeared to break and flee down the hill. Some of the less disciplined English fyrd-men, eager to pursue and finish off the seemingly routed enemy, broke ranks and chased them down the slope. The Norman cavalry, turning back, then cut down these pursuing English soldiers who had left the protection of the shield wall. This tactic, whether deliberate or accidental, gradually weakened the integrity of the English line. As the day wore on, the English shield wall, though still fighting bravely, became thinner and more fractured. In the late afternoon, William launched a final, concentrated assault on the weakened English position. The precise details of Harold's death are uncertain. The Bayeux Tapestry famously depicts a figure identified as Harold being struck in the eye by an arrow, though this may be later interpretation or artistic convention. Other accounts suggest he was cut down by Norman knights. Whatever the exact manner, King Harold Godwinson died fighting on the hill. With their king fallen and their shield wall broken, the remaining English forces were routed. The Battle of Hastings was a decisive Norman victory, achieved through a combination of William's tactical flexibility, the effectiveness of his combined arms, and the exhaustion and losses suffered by Harold's army from their earlier campaigns and forced march. The battle did not immediately end the Norman conquest, but by killing the English king and destroying his main army, it removed the central obstacle to William's claim and opened the path for him to seize the English throne. William's victory at the Battle of Hastings on the 14th of October 1066 was a monumental achievement, but it did not instantly make him the undisputed King of England. Although the English army had been shattered and their king was dead, pockets of resistance remained, and the Witenagemot in London briefly proclaimed the young Edgar Atheling as king. William, however, was a pragmatic and determined leader. Instead of marching directly on London, which was well defended, he embarked on a strategic campaign to secure the surrounding areas, capturing key towns and castles, cutting off London's supply lines, and demonstrating his military dominance. He suppressed any local resistance he encountered, sometimes with considerable brutality. As William's forces advanced and his control solidified, the English leadership in London faced a grim reality. With their main army destroyed at Hastings, and no clear leader capable of rallying effective resistance, further opposition seemed futile, and would likely result in more bloodshed and destruction. In December 1066, the remaining members of the Witenagemot, along with leading citizens of London, came out to meet William and offered him the crown. William accepted. On Christmas Day, 25th December 1066, William of Normandy was crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey, the traditional coronation church of the Anglo-Saxon monarchs. The ceremony, conducted by the Archbishop of York, was reportedly tense, with Norman guards outside misinterpreting shouts of acclamation from within as a riot and setting fire to nearby buildings. William's coronation marked the beginning of the Norman rule over England, but the conquest was far from complete. The years that followed saw numerous English rebellions against the new Norman regime, fueled by resentment over foreign rule, heavy taxation, and the dispossession of English landowners. William responded to these uprisings with characteristic ruthlessness. The most brutal example was the harrying of the North, between 1069 and 1070, where William's forces systematically devastated large areas of northern England, destroying crops, livestock, and villages, leading to widespread famine and death. This scorched earth policy effectively crushed resistance in the north, but left a lasting scar on the landscape and population. To consolidate his control and prevent future rebellions, William implemented a radical redistribution of land. He confiscated the estates of English nobles who had fought against him or rebelled, and granted them to his loyal Norman followers. Within a couple of decades, the vast majority of land in England was held by Norman lords, fundamentally changing the aristocratic landscape. To enforce his authority and project Norman power, William embarked on an extensive castle-building program. Thousands of Motte and Bailey castles, simple but effective wooden fortifications on earth mounds, were quickly erected across the country, providing strongholds for Norman garrisons to control the surrounding areas and intimidate the local population. Later, many of these were replaced by more permanent stone castles, like the Tower of London. The Norman Conquest had a profound and lasting impact on England, transforming its political, social, and cultural fabric. Politically, it ended the Anglo-Saxon dynasty and introduced a new Norman aristocracy, creating a ruling class that was closely connected to continental Europe. William established a more centralized feudal system than had existed before, with all land ultimately held from the king in return for military service. The administrative structures of the Anglo-Saxon state, like the shires and the writ system, were largely retained but adapted to Norman rule. William commissioned the Domesday Book, a comprehensive survey of land ownership, resources, and population in England, completed in 1086, which provided an invaluable record for taxation and administration, and is still a unique historical source today. Socially, the Conquest led to the decline of the old English aristocracy and the rise of a new Norman elite. Norman French became the language of the court, government, and law, while English continued to be spoken by the majority of the population. This linguistic division had a massive impact on the development of the English language, which absorbed thousands of Norman French words, transforming it from Old English into something closer to Middle English. Culturally, the Conquest brought Norman customs, architecture, and artistic styles to England. England was drawn more fully into the political and cultural orbit of continental Europe, particularly France. The Norman Conquest was a pivotal turning point, arguably the most significant single event in English history. It replaced the ruling class, fundamentally altered the language, changed the social structure, and tied England's destiny more closely to the continent. The echoes of 1066 resonated for centuries, shaping the relationship between England and France and contributing to the unique identity of the English nation. Reflect on the momentous events of 1066, the clash of armies, the fall of kings, and the profound transformation of a kingdom. Let the echoes of this pivotal year fade into the quiet depths of time. Feel a sense of historical change settle peacefully around you, guiding you towards a calm and tranquil rest. Let us journey now across the centuries, to a time in Western Europe often called the Early Middle Ages, a period following a monumental shift in history, the decline and eventual fall of the Western Roman Empire in the late 5th century. Imagine a vast territory that had for centuries been united under Roman law, administration, and infrastructure. Its roads, its cities, its shared culture, now fragmented. The centralized authority of Rome had dissolved, leaving a patchwork of smaller kingdoms established by various Germanic tribes who had migrated into the former imperial lands. Goths, Vandals, Burgundians, and others carved out their own realms, blending to varying degrees with the existing Romanized populations and institutions. Among these successor kingdoms, one would rise to particular prominence and lay the groundwork for much of the future political map of Western Europe. This was the kingdom of the Franks, a Germanic people who had settled in the region known to the Romans as Gaul, corresponding roughly to modern-day France and parts of Germany and the Low Countries. The early Frankish kings belonged to the Merovingian dynasty, tracing their lineage back to a semi-legendary figure named Merovech. Under powerful rulers like Clovis I, the Franks expanded their territory, defeated rival tribes, and, significantly, converted to Nicene Christianity around the year 500. This conversion was crucial, as it gave the Frankish rulers the support of the powerful Christian Church, particularly the Bishop of Rome, the Pope, a relationship that would become increasingly important over the centuries. However, over generations, the power of the later Merovingian kings gradually weakened. They became known as the Do-Nothing Kings, their authority dwindling while the real power came to be held by officials known as the mayors of the palace. These mayors, initially chief household officers, became the effective rulers of the Frankish kingdom, commanding armies, making laws, and conducting foreign policy, while the Merovingian kings remained as little more than figureheads. This shift in power saw the rise of a new noble family, the Arnulfings, or Pippinids, who came to dominate the office of mayor of the palace. Through a combination of political skill, military success, and strategic alliances, this family consolidated its power, paving the way for a change in dynasty. The pivotal figure in this transition was Pippin III, known as Pippin the Short. He was the son of Charles Martel, the famous mayor of the palace who had halted the advance of a Muslim army at the Battle of Tours in 732, a victory that significantly enhanced the family's prestige as defenders of Christendom. Pippin inherited his father's power and ambition. By the mid-8th century, he felt strong enough to claim the kingship for himself. In a move that set a significant precedent for the relationship between secular rulers and the church, Pippin sent envoys to Pope Zachary, asking who should be king, the one with the title or the one with the power. The Pope, seeking a strong protector against threats in Italy, particularly from the Lombards, gave his support to Pippin. In 751, the last Merovingian king was deposed, and Pippin the Short was anointed king of the Franks by a bishop, and later by the Pope himself. This act formally established the Carolingian dynasty, named after Pippin's father, Charles Martel, and solidified a crucial alliance between the Frankish monarchy and the papacy. Pippin proved to be a capable ruler, expanding his kingdom and fulfilling his role as protector of the Pope, intervening in Italy against the Lombards. Upon his death in 768, the Frankish kingdom was divided between his two sons, Charles and Charlemagne. Our story now focuses on the elder son, Charles, a man whose reign would dramatically reshape the political and cultural landscape of Western Europe, and earn him the title the Great, Carolus Magnus in Latin, or Charlemagne. The early life of Charles, the future Charlemagne, is surprisingly sparsely documented for a figure of such immense historical importance. We know he was born into the powerful Carolingian family, the son of Pippin the Short, and his wife Bertrada. While the exact date and place of his birth are debated by historians, it was likely around the year 742. He grew up within the itinerant court of his father, traveling throughout the Frankish kingdom, observing the exercise of power, and receiving the practical education deemed necessary for a young Frankish noble, training in warfare, riding, hunting, and the customs of his people. Unlike the scholarly education that would be emphasized later in his life, his youth was steeped in the martial traditions of the Frankish aristocracy. Upon the death of his father, Pippin the Short, in 768, the Frankish kingdom was divided according to Frankish custom between Charles and his younger brother, Carloman. Charles received the outer parts of the kingdom, including Neustria, parts of Austrasia, and territories in Aquitaine, while Carloman received the central and southern parts, including Burgundy, Provence, and parts of Austrasia. This co-rule was marked by tension and rivalry from the outset. The relationship between the two brothers was strained, exacerbated by disagreements over policy and territory. There were fears that their mutual distrust might escalate into open conflict, potentially weakening the recently established Carolingian hold on power. However, this period of uneasy co-rule was unexpectedly brief. In December 771, Carloman died suddenly under unclear circumstances, though there is no evidence to suggest foul play. Carloman's wife and sons fled to the court of the Lombard king in Italy, seeking refuge. With Carloman's death, Charles disregarded the claims of his nephews and quickly asserted himself as the sole ruler of the entire Frankish kingdom. At the age of around 29, Charles, soon to be known as Charlemagne, stood as the undisputed master of a vast and powerful realm, poised to embark on a series of military campaigns that would dramatically expand his dominion and shape the future of Europe. Charlemagne's early reign was immediately marked by military action, continuing the Frankish tradition of expansion and defense. One of his first major undertakings was in Italy. The Lombard kingdom in northern Italy had long been a source of tension for the papacy, which controlled territories around Rome. The Pope, Adrian I, appealed to Charlemagne for protection against the aggressive actions of the Lombard king, Desiderius. Charlemagne, fulfilling the role of protector of the church that his father had established, led a large Frankish army across the Alps in 773. The campaign in Italy was challenging. The Lombards held strong defensive positions in the Alpine passes. Charlemagne divided his army, outflanking the Lombard defenses and forcing them to retreat. He then laid siege to Pavia, the Lombard capital. The siege was protracted, lasting for many months. While the siege was ongoing, Charlemagne made a significant visit to Rome in 774, where he was received with great honor by Pope Adrian I. He reaffirmed the Frankish commitment to protecting the papacy and participated in Easter celebrations. Upon his return to Pavia, the city finally surrendered in June 774. King Desiderius was captured and sent to a monastery. Charlemagne formally took the title King of the Lombards, adding the wealthy and strategically important territory of northern Italy to his growing kingdom. This conquest eliminated a major threat to the papacy and further cemented the crucial alliance between the Carolingian rulers and the Roman Church, a relationship that would reach its symbolic peak later in Charlemagne's reign. This early victory demonstrated Charlemagne's military capability, his strategic vision, and his commitment to the role of a Christian king defending and expanding his realm. The conquest of the Lombard kingdom in Italy was just the beginning of Charlemagne's extensive military career. For the next 3 decades, he would lead his armies on campaigns across Western Europe, driven by a combination of ambition, a desire to defend and expand Christendom, and the need to secure the borders of his growing realm. These relentless military efforts forged a vast empire, larger than any seen in the West since the height of the Roman Empire. Perhaps The most prolonged and brutal of Charlemagne's campaigns were the Saxon Wars, which lasted for over 30 years, from 772 to 804. The Saxons were a large, independent Germanic tribe inhabiting the region to the northeast of the Frankish kingdom, primarily in what is now northwestern Germany. They were largely pagan, adhering to their traditional beliefs, and frequently raided Frankish territory. Charlemagne viewed their conversion to Christianity and their subjugation to Frankish rule as both a political and a religious imperative. The wars were characterized by fierce Saxon resistance, marked by revolts, broken treaties, and brutal reprisals from the Franks. Charlemagne employed a strategy of military invasion, forced conversions, and the deportation of Saxon populations. Key events included the destruction of the Irminsul, a sacred Saxon pagan pillar, in 772, and the infamous Massacre of Verdun in 782, where Charlemagne reportedly ordered the execution of 4,500 captured Saxons who had rebelled. Despite the harshness of the campaigns, Charlemagne also attempted to integrate the Saxons into his kingdom through the establishment of bishoprics and monasteries. The eventual Frankish victory brought a vast new territory and population under Carolingian control and extended the boundaries of Latin Christendom significantly to the northeast. To the southwest, Charlemagne also engaged in campaigns against the Umayyad Caliphate of Cordoba, the Muslim state that controlled most of the Iberian Peninsula. In 778, he led an army across the Pyrenees Mountains into Spain, ostensibly to support a Muslim governor in Zaragoza who had rebelled against the Caliph. However, the expedition was unsuccessful, and Charlemagne's army was forced to retreat. During the return journey, the Frankish rearguard, led by Count Roland, was ambushed and annihilated by Basque forces in the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. While a military setback for Charlemagne, this relatively minor engagement was later immortalized and greatly exaggerated in the epic poem The Song of Roland, becoming a foundational myth of chivalry and Christian resistance against Muslims in European literature. Despite this defeat, Charlemagne later established the Spanish March, a buffer zone in the Pyrenees region, to protect his southern border. Charlemagne also turned his attention eastward, towards Central Europe. His most significant campaigns in this region were against the Avars, a nomadic people of uncertain origin who had established a powerful khanate in the Pannonian Basin, corresponding roughly to modern-day Hungary and Austria. The Avars were known for their wealth, accumulated through raids and tribute. From 788 onwards, Charlemagne launched a series of campaigns against the Avar ring fortresses, their fortified settlements. These campaigns, often led by his son Pippin of Italy and his generals, were highly successful, leading to the destruction of Avar power by 804, and the acquisition of immense quantities of gold and silver from the Avar treasury, which helped fund Charlemagne's government and cultural programs. In addition to these major fronts, Charlemagne also conducted campaigns against other groups who threatened his borders or resisted his authority, including the Bretons in northwestern France, the Gascons in southwestern France, and various Slavic tribes along his eastern frontiers. Through these relentless military efforts, Charlemagne dramatically expanded the territory under Frankish control. By the early 9th century, his realm encompassed roughly modern-day France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Switzerland, much of Germany and Austria, and large parts of Italy and Spain. He ruled over a diverse collection of peoples and regions, united primarily by his personal authority and the strength of his armies. These conquests were not merely about territorial gain. They were fundamental to the creation of a new political entity in Western Europe, a vast kingdom that was rapidly taking on the characteristics of an empire. Having forged a vast realm through decades of military conquest, Charlemagne faced the immense challenge of governing and administering this sprawling territory, which lacked the sophisticated, centralized bureaucracy and infrastructure of the old Roman Empire. His kingdom was a diverse collection of peoples with different laws, customs, and languages, spread across a wide geographical area. Charlemagne, though often on campaign, understood the necessity of effective governance to maintain order, collect revenue, and mobilize resources. At the local level, the primary agents of royal authority were the counts. These were powerful Frankish nobles appointed by Charlemagne to govern the various regions, or counties, into which the kingdom was divided. Counts were responsible for administering justice, collecting taxes and dues owed to the king, and raising troops from their territories for the royal army. They were expected to be loyal representatives of the king, but their power in their local areas was considerable, and there was always the potential for them to become too independent. Charlemagne relied on the personal loyalty of these counts, but he also implemented systems to oversee their activities and ensure they served the interests of the crown. To maintain control over his vast kingdom and ensure the loyalty and effectiveness of his counts and other officials, Charlemagne developed a unique system of royal envoys, known as the Missi Dominici. The term Missi Dominici translates from Latin as those sent by the Lord King. These were typically pairs of officials, usually a count and a bishop or abbot, who were sent out from the royal court on circuits throughout the kingdom. They traveled to different regions, often unannounced, to inspect the administration of the counts, listen to grievances from the local population, enforce royal decrees known as capitularies, and ensure that justice was being administered fairly. They reported directly back to Charlemagne, acting as his eyes and ears across the realm. This system, while not always perfectly effective, provided a crucial link between the central authority of the king and the local administration, helping to prevent corruption and maintain a degree of uniformity in governance across the diverse territories. Charlemagne also made efforts to standardize laws and procedures across his kingdom. While he generally respected the existing customary laws of the different peoples within his realm, Franks, Saxons, Lombards, Bavarians, and others, he issued his own laws and regulations, the capitularies, which were intended to apply throughout the kingdom. These capitularies covered a wide range of matters, from legal procedures and criminal justice to ecclesiastical affairs and economic regulations. He also attempted to standardize weights and measures, which facilitated trade and administration across the empire. These efforts reflected a conscious attempt to bring greater order and coherence to his vast domain, drawing inspiration, in part, from the administrative legacy of the Roman Empire. The royal court itself was the center of Charlemagne's administration, but it was not fixed in a single capital city for much of his reign. Charlemagne's court was itinerant, moving with the king as he traveled throughout his kingdom, overseeing affairs, leading campaigns, and dispensing justice. This allowed the king to maintain personal contact with different regions and ensure his authority was felt directly. However, over time, Charlemagne began to favor certain locations, and he invested heavily in the development of a magnificent palace complex at Aachen, located in modern-day Germany. Aachen, with its impressive palace buildings, assembly halls, and the stunning Palatine Chapel, became the de facto center of his empire. a place where he spent increasing amounts of time, particularly in the later years of his reign. It served as a hub for administration, a gathering place for scholars, and a powerful symbol of Carolingian power and ambition, a reflection of Charlemagne's vision for a stable and ordered Christian kingdom. Beyond his military conquests and administrative reforms, Charlemagne is also renowned for fostering a remarkable period of intellectual and cultural activity within his kingdom, often referred to by historians as the Carolingian Renaissance. While it was not a rebirth on the scale of the Italian Renaissance centuries later, it represented a conscious effort to promote learning, literacy, and the revival of classical and Christian culture after a period of decline in Western Europe. Charlemagne himself, though perhaps not fully literate in his youth, developed a deep respect for learning and surrounded himself with scholars. He actively sought out and invited prominent intellectuals from across Europe to his court, most notably the renowned English scholar Alcuin of York. Alcuin became a key advisor to Charlemagne on educational and religious matters, and headed the palace school at Aachen, which served as a center of learning for the royal family, court officials, and clergy. Other notable scholars at Charlemagne's court included Paul the Deacon, a Lombard historian, and Einhard, Charlemagne's biographer. The goals of this Carolingian Renaissance were multifaceted. Charlemagne recognized that effective governance and the proper practice of Christianity required a more educated clergy and administration. He encouraged the establishment of schools in monasteries and cathedrals throughout his kingdom to improve literacy, particularly among those destined for religious or administrative roles. A major focus was the accurate copying and preservation of important texts. Monastic scribes undertook the painstaking work of copying manuscripts, including the Bible, the writings of the Church Fathers, and classical Latin works. This effort was crucial in transmitting knowledge from antiquity and the early Christian period to later generations. To make these texts more accessible and reduce errors in copying, a new, clear, and standardized script called Carolingian minuscule was developed. This legible script was so effective that it became the basis for the lowercase letters used in printing today. There was also a revival of interest in classical learning. Scholars at Charlemagne's court studied Latin grammar, rhetoric, and classical literature. While the emphasis was often on how classical knowledge could serve Christian purposes, this renewed engagement with ancient texts helped to preserve and transmit elements of the classical tradition that might otherwise have been lost. Art and architecture also saw developments with a blend of classical, Byzantine, and Germanic styles, exemplified by the Palatine Chapel at Aachen, inspired by the Byzantine Church of San Vitale in Ravenna. The culmination of Charlemagne's rise to power and his close relationship with the Church came on Christmas Day, December 25th, 800, in Rome. Charlemagne had traveled to Rome to support Pope Leo III, who had been attacked and mistreated by his enemies within the city. During the Christmas Mass in Old St. Peter's Basilica, as Charlemagne knelt in prayer, Pope Leo unexpectedly placed a crown upon his head, and the Roman people assembled in the basilica acclaimed him as Augustus and Emperor of the Romans. The exact circumstances and Charlemagne's foreknowledge of this event are debated. His biographer, Einhard, claims Charlemagne was surprised and would not have entered the church if he had known what was planned. However, the significance of the event is undeniable. It represented the revival of the imperial title in Western Europe after more than 3 centuries, a symbolic link back to the glory of the Roman Empire. It also solidified the alliance between the Frankish monarchy and the papacy, with the Pope granting the imperial crown. This act had profound implications for the future relationship between secular and religious authority in Europe and laid the groundwork for the concept of the Holy Roman Empire. For Charlemagne, the coronation legitimized his vast conquests and elevated his status above that of other kings, recognizing him as the leading Christian ruler in the West, the protector of the Church, and the successor to the Roman emperors. The imperial coronation in 800 marked a symbolic peak in Charlemagne's reign, recognizing his dominance over a vast territory and his role as the leading Christian ruler in the West. However, the later years of his life were also marked by the challenges inherent in governing such a large and diverse empire and ensuring its continued stability. Maintaining control over distant regions, defending the extensive borders against various threats, and managing the ambitions of his own sons and powerful nobles required constant vigilance. Charlemagne was deeply concerned with the future of his empire after his death. Following Frankish tradition, he intended to divide his realm among his sons. In 806, he issued a division plan, the Divisio Regnorum, allocating specific territories to his three legitimate sons who were then alive: Charles the Younger, Pippin of Italy, and Louis the Pious. However, the deaths of Charles the Younger in 811 and Pippin of Italy in 810 left only Louis the Pious as his surviving legitimate son. In 813, Charlemagne formally crowned Louis as his co-emperor and sole heir, attempting to ensure a smooth succession and the preservation of the imperial title and the unity of the empire under one ruler. Despite his efforts to secure the succession, Charlemagne's death would inevitably usher in a period of instability. Charlemagne spent his final years primarily at his beloved palace in Aachen. He continued to oversee the administration of his empire, issue capitularies, and engage in intellectual pursuits. He reportedly maintained his physical vigor into old age, enjoying hunting and swimming. However, his health eventually began to decline. Charlemagne died in January 814 at the age of around 72, after a reign of 46 years as king and 14 years as emperor. He was buried in the Palatine Chapel at his palace in Aachen, the magnificent church he had commissioned as the spiritual heart of his empire. His death was a pivotal moment, marking the end of the reign of the most dominant figure in early medieval Western Europe. While his son, Louis the Pious, inherited a unified empire and the imperial title, the tradition of dividing the kingdom among heirs, combined with internal rivalries among Louis's own sons, proved too strong to overcome. After Louis's death, his surviving sons fought amongst themselves, eventually dividing the empire by the Treaty of Verdun in 843. This treaty effectively partitioned the Carolingian Empire into three parts: a western kingdom that would eventually become France, an eastern kingdom that would develop into Germany, and a middle kingdom that stretched from the Low Countries down through Italy, which proved unstable and was later absorbed by its neighbors. This division laid the groundwork for the future political map and the distinct national identities of France and Germany. Despite the eventual fragmentation of his empire, Charlemagne's legacy was profound and enduring, shaping the course of European history in multiple ways. Politically, he is seen as the founder of the Carolingian Empire, which, though short-lived as a unified entity, provided a model for later European states and the concept of a large Christian realm in the West. His revival of the imperial title in 800 had a lasting impact, influencing the development of the Holy Roman Empire and the relationship between secular rulers and the papacy for centuries. Culturally, the Carolingian Renaissance was a crucial period for the preservation of classical and Christian learning. Charlemagne's patronage of scholars, his support for monastic schools, and the systematic copying of manuscripts helped to transmit knowledge and texts that formed the basis of medieval European intellectual life. The development of Carolingian minuscule improved literacy and communication. Religiously, Charlemagne's conquests significantly expanded the boundaries of Latin Christendom, bringing vast new territories and populations under the influence of the Roman Church. His close alliance with the papacy strengthened the position of the Pope and helped to shape the development of Western Christianity. Charlemagne became a legendary figure in European history, remembered as a great warrior, a wise ruler, and a champion of Christianity. He is sometimes referred to as the Father of Europe, a title that reflects his role in uniting a large part of Western Europe under a single ruler and fostering a sense of shared Christian identity. His life and achievements stand as a bridge between the ancient world of Rome and the medieval world that was taking shape, a powerful testament to the impact of a single, ambitious, and visionary leader. As the story of Charlemagne, the Emperor of the Romans, concludes, feel the weight of his vast empire and his enduring legacy settle gently around you. Let the echoes of his reign fade into the quiet passage of time. Feel a sense of historical significance ease you into a deep and tranquil rest. Let your mind drift now towards a land of vast deserts, rugged mountains, and ancient trading routes, the Arabian Peninsula in the early years of the 7th century. Picture a world shaped by the rhythms of nomadic life, where Bedouin tribes roamed the arid landscapes, their existence tied to their camels and the scarce oases. Alongside this nomadic culture, vibrant trading cities had grown, hubs of commerce connecting the Indian Ocean trade routes to the Mediterranean world. The most prominent of these cities was Mecca, situated in a valley in the western part of the peninsula. Mecca was a significant center for trade, but it also held religious importance, home to the Kaaba, a cube-shaped structure that was a pilgrimage site for various Arabian tribes who worshipped a multitude of deities. The religious landscape of the peninsula was diverse, encompassing polytheistic tribal beliefs, as well as communities of Jews and Christians. Into this world, around the year 570 in the city of Mecca, a man named Muhammad was born into the Quraysh tribe, the leading tribe of Mecca. Orphaned at a young age, he grew up under the care of his uncle and became known as a trustworthy and honest merchant. He married a wealthy businesswoman named Khadija, with whom he had several children. As he reached his 40s, Muhammad began to spend time in solitary contemplation in a cave outside Mecca. According to Islamic belief, in the year 610, he received the first of a series of divine revelations from God Allah through the angel Gabriel. These revelations continued over the remaining 23 years of his life, and were compiled after his death into the Holy Book of Islam, the Quran, which Muslims believe to be the literal Word of God. The core message of these revelations was the absolute oneness of God Allah, and the call for people to submit to His will. This new faith, Islam, meaning submission to the will of God, challenged the traditional polytheistic beliefs of Mecca and the social order of the city, which was based on tribal ties and commercial interests. Muhammad began to preach the message of Islam to his family and friends, and, gradually, a small community of followers grew around him. However, the powerful merchants of Mecca, who saw the new faith as a threat to their economic and social position, opposed Muhammad and his followers, subjecting them to persecution. Facing increasing hostility and danger in Mecca, Muhammad and his followers made a momentous decision. In the year 622, they migrated from Mecca to the city of Yathrib, located about 200 miles to the north. This event, known as the Hijra, meaning migration, is considered the turning point in the early history of Islam and marks the beginning of the Islamic calendar. Yathrib was subsequently renamed Medina, meaning the city of the Prophet. In Medina, Muhammad established the first independent Muslim community, organizing his followers and drafting a constitution that governed the relationships between the various groups in the city, including Muslims, Jews, and pagan Arabs. Medina became the political and religious center of the nascent Islamic State. Over the next 10 years, the Muslim community in Medina grew and consolidated its power. There were conflicts with Mecca, including several battles, but eventually, through a combination of military campaigns, diplomacy, and conversion, Muhammad and his followers gained control of Mecca in 630. By the time of the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632, Islam had spread throughout the Arabian Peninsula, uniting the diverse tribes and cities under a single faith and political authority. This rapid unification laid the foundation for the even more astonishing expansion that would follow, as the energy and message of Islam surged out of Arabia and into the wider world. The question of who would lead the Muslim community after the Prophet's death was resolved by the establishment of the Caliphate, a system of succession where the leader, the Caliph, served as the political and religious head of the growing Islamic State, guiding the community and upholding the principles of Islam. Following the death of the Prophet Muhammad in 632, the leadership of the nascent Muslim community passed to a series of successors known as the Caliphs. The first 4 caliphs are particularly revered in Sunni Islam and are known as the Rashidun Caliphs, meaning the rightly guided caliphs. These were close companions of the Prophet: Abu Bakr, Omar ibn al-Khattab, Uthman ibn Affan, and Ali ibn Abi Talib. Their reigns, spanning from 632 to 661, were characterized by the initial explosive expansion of Islamic rule beyond the confines of the Arabian Peninsula. Driven by a combination of factors including religious zeal, the promise of wealth and land, and the relative weakness of the neighboring empires, the armies of the Rashidun Caliphate launched a series of rapid and highly successful conquests. To the north lay the Byzantine Empire, the continuation of the Eastern Roman Empire, which controlled territories in the Levant and North Africa. To the east lay the Sasanian Persian Empire, a long-standing rival of Byzantium, which ruled over Mesopotamia and Persia. Both empires had been weakened by centuries of intermittent warfare with each other and by internal strife. The mobile and highly motivated Arab-Muslim armies proved remarkably effective against the often larger but less unified forces of these empires. Under the Rashidun caliphs, key territories were swiftly brought under Muslim control. In the Levant, Byzantine forces were defeated at battles like Yarmouk in 636, leading to the capture of cities such as Damascus, Jerusalem, and Antioch. In Mesopotamia, the Sasanian army suffered decisive defeats at battles like Al-Qadisiyah in 636, opening the way for the conquest of Iraq and eventually the heartland of Persia. Egypt, the wealthy province of the Byzantine Empire, was conquered by Muslim forces led by Amr ibn al-As between 639 and 642. These early conquests were remarkable not only for their speed, but also for the relatively light touch often employed towards the conquered populations. Non-Muslims, known as dhimmis, meaning protected people, were generally allowed to retain their religions in exchange for paying a special tax. This period of rapid expansion, however, was also marked by internal political challenges and conflict, including the First Fitna, a civil war within the Muslim community that led to the assassination of the third and fourth Rashidun caliphs. This conflict resulted in a major schism within Islam, giving rise to the Sunni and Shia branches. The end of the Rashidun period in 661 saw the establishment of the Umayyad Caliphate, founded by Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan, a former governor of Syria. The Umayyads moved the capital of the Islamic State to Damascus, a city with a long history and established administrative structures. The Umayyad Caliphate, which ruled from 661 to 750, continued the policy of vast territorial expansion. To the west, Muslim armies swept across North Africa, reaching the Atlantic coast. In 711, a Muslim force crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and began the conquest of the Iberian Peninsula, establishing a presence in what they called Al-Andalus, which is modern-day Spain and Portugal. This westward expansion was eventually halted in Gaul by the Franks under Charles Martel at the Battle of Tours in 732. To the east, Umayyad forces pushed into Central Asia, reaching the borders of China and into parts of the Indian subcontinent. By the early 8th century, the Umayyad Caliphate was a vast empire stretching from the Atlantic in the west to the Indus River and Central Asia in the east, encompassing a multitude of diverse peoples, languages, and cultures. Governing such a sprawling realm presented significant administrative challenges, requiring the development of new structures to collect taxes, maintain order, and integrate the conquered populations into the Islamic State. The Umayyads adapted existing administrative systems from the Byzantine and Sasanian empires, gradually developing a more centralized bureaucracy. But their rule also faced growing discontent, particularly from non-Arab Muslims who felt they were treated as second-class citizens, despite the vast territorial reach achieved by the Umayyad Caliphate. Their rule was increasingly challenged by internal dissent and opposition. Several factors contributed to growing discontent across the empire. One major source of grievance was the social hierarchy that developed under the Umayyads, which often placed Arab Muslims at the top, granting them privileges over non-Arab converts to Islam, known as Mawali. The Mawali, despite embracing Islam, often faced discrimination, paid higher taxes, and were excluded from positions of power. This contradicted the Islamic principle of equality among believers and fueled resentment. Furthermore, many pious Muslims criticized the Umayyads for what they perceived as a focus on worldly power and luxury, rather than strict adherence to Islamic principles. There was also discontent among various factions who felt they had a stronger claim to the caliphate, particularly those who supported the lineage of the Prophet's family. This widespread dissatisfaction provided fertile ground for a revolutionary movement that would ultimately overthrow the Umayyad dynasty. This movement was led by the Abbasids, a family descended from Abbas, an uncle of the Prophet Muhammad. The Abbasids skillfully exploited the various grievances against the Umayyads, gaining support from a diverse coalition of groups, including the Mawali, discontented Arabs, and those who favored a more religiously oriented leadership. The revolution began in the eastern province of Khorasan, in modern-day Iran, where support for the Abbasids was particularly strong. The Abbasid Revolution culminated in the mid-8th century, around the year 750. The Abbasid armies, led by skilled generals, defeated the Umayyad forces in a series of battles. The decisive confrontation took place at the Battle of the Zab River in 750, which resulted in a crushing defeat for the Umayyads and the death of the last Umayyad caliph in the east. The Abbasids then consolidated their power, systematically eliminating the remaining Umayyad family members, although one prince, Abd al-Rahman I, managed to escape to the Iberian Peninsula and establish an independent Umayyad emirate in Al-Andalus, which is modern-day Spain, ensuring the continuation of Umayyad rule in that region as a separate entity from the Abbasid Caliphate. With the Umayyads overthrown, the Abbasids established their own caliphate. The first Abbasid caliph was Abu al-Abbas al-Safa. The Abbasids sought to distance themselves from the former regime and build a new imperial capital that would reflect their power and their shift in focus eastward. They chose a site on the Tigris River in Mesopotamia, a strategically important location near the ancient Sasanian capital of Ctesiphon, and at the crossroads of major trade routes connecting the Mediterranean with India and China. Here, beginning in 762 under the Caliph al-Mansur, they founded a new city, Baghdad. The founding and rapid growth of Baghdad were astonishing. It was a planned city, initially built as a circular city with concentric walls, a design that reflected Persian architectural influences. It quickly grew into a magnificent imperial capital and one of the largest and wealthiest cities in the world. Baghdad became a major center of trade, attracting merchants and goods from across the vast Abbasid Empire and beyond. It was also intended to be a center of learning and culture, a place where scholars and intellectuals from diverse backgrounds were welcomed and patronized by the caliphs. The move of the capital eastward from Damascus to Baghdad signaled a shift in the cultural orientation of the caliphate, incorporating more Persian influence into the administration and court life. The Abbasid Caliphate, with its capital in Baghdad, would rule for the next 5 centuries, presiding over a period often regarded as the golden age of Islamic civilization, a time of unparalleled intellectual, cultural, and scientific flourishing. With the establishment of the Abbasid Caliphate and the founding of Baghdad as its capital, a new era dawned for the Islamic world, an era characterized by a remarkable flourishing of intellectual and cultural life. The early Abbasid caliphs, particularly figures like Harun al-Rashid and his son al-Ma'mun, were enthusiastic patrons of learning. They actively encouraged scholarship, supported intellectuals, and fostered an environment where knowledge was highly valued. This period saw a conscious effort to gather and build upon the accumulated wisdom of past civilizations. The most famous institution of this intellectual golden age was the House of Wisdom, known in Arabic as the Bait al-Hikmah, located in Baghdad. While its exact origins and structure are debated by scholars, it is generally understood to have developed into a major intellectual center during the reign of Caliph al-Ma'mun in the early 9th century. Imagine this institution as a combination of a grand library, a translation bureau, and an academy where scholars from various backgrounds gathered to study, discuss, and create new knowledge. It was a vibrant hub of intellectual activity, attracting learned individuals from across the vast Abbasid Empire and even beyond. The most significant activity undertaken at the House of Wisdom and in other centers throughout the Islamic world during this period was a massive and systematic translation movement. The Abbasid caliphs and wealthy individuals sponsored the translation of countless works from various ancient languages into Arabic. Scholars diligently sought out manuscripts from different traditions: Greek, Persian, Indian, Syriac, and others. They translated foundational texts in philosophy, science, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and other fields. Imagine scribes and translators working side by side, rendering the complex ideas of Aristotle, Plato, Euclid, Ptolemy, Galen, and Indian mathematicians into clear and precise Arabic. This was not merely a mechanical process of linguistic conversion. It involved deep understanding and interpretation of the original texts. This translation movement was absolutely crucial for the intellectual development of the Islamic world. It provided scholars with access to the vast body of knowledge accumulated by previous civilizations, particularly the Greeks, whose works had been largely lost or were inaccessible in Western Europe at this time. By translating and studying these texts, Islamic scholars were able to absorb, critique, and build upon ancient learning. Arabic became the lingua franca of scholarship across the vast Abbasid Empire, from Spain in the west to Central Asia in the east. Scholars from different regions and religious backgrounds could communicate, share ideas, and collaborate on intellectual projects using Arabic as their common language. This shared linguistic and intellectual space facilitated the rapid dissemination of knowledge and contributed to the interconnectedness of the Islamic world's scholarly community. The House of Wisdom and the broader translation movement were not just about preserving old knowledge. They were the foundation upon which the original and groundbreaking contributions of Islamic scholars in the centuries that followed would be built, building upon the translated knowledge and fueled by an innate curiosity and the patronage of the caliphs and local rulers. Scholars throughout the Islamic world made extraordinary advancements in various fields during the Golden Age. Their contributions were not merely preserving ancient learning. They actively engaged with it, corrected errors, conducted new observations and experiments, and developed entirely new concepts and techniques. In the field of mathematics, Islamic scholars made fundamental contributions that revolutionized the discipline. Perhaps the most significant was the adoption and dissemination of the Hindu Arabic numeral system, including the concept of zero and the use of decimal place value. This system, far more efficient than Roman numerals, was introduced to the Islamic world from India and was championed by mathematicians like Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, a scholar associated with the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Al-Khwarizmi's work was also foundational to the development of algebra. The very word algebra comes from the Arabic word al-jabr, used in the title of one of his most important books. Islamic mathematicians also made significant progress in trigonometry and geometry. Astronomy was another area of intense interest and significant achievement. Islamic astronomers built observatories across the empire, equipped with sophisticated instruments like astrolabes, which they refined and improved. They meticulously observed the stars and planets, compiled detailed astronomical tables, and critically examined the existing Ptolemaic model of the universe. While they generally worked within the geocentric framework, figures like al-Battani made highly accurate measurements and corrected some of Ptolemy's calculations. Their work in positional astronomy and timekeeping was essential for religious practices, such as determining prayer times and the direction of Mecca, and for navigation. In medicine, the Islamic world during this period was far ahead of Western Europe. Scholars like al-Razi, known in the Latin West as Rhazes, a physician and alchemist from Persia, wrote extensive medical encyclopedias that summarized existing knowledge and included his own observations. He is credited with distinguishing between smallpox and measles. Ibn Sina, known as Avicenna, another Persian polymath, authored the Canon of Medicine, a monumental medical encyclopedia that became the standard medical text in both the Islamic world and Europe for centuries. Islamic physicians established hospitals, which served not only as places for treating the sick, but also as centers for medical teaching and research. They developed new surgical techniques and instruments, and had a better understanding of contagious diseases than their European counterparts. Beyond these core fields, Islamic scholars made contributions to numerous other areas of science. In optics, figures like Ibn al-Haytham, known as Al-Hazan, made groundbreaking studies on vision and light, challenging ancient Greek theories and laying the groundwork for later scientific method through his emphasis on experimentation. In chemistry, while often intertwined with alchemy, scholars developed new laboratory techniques and substances. In geography and cartography, building on Greek and Persian traditions, they produced detailed maps and descriptions of the known world, incorporating knowledge gained from extensive trade and travel across their vast empire. The arts and architecture also flourished, developing distinct Islamic styles. Calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, became one of the most revered art forms, used to adorn mosques, palaces, and manuscripts. Geometric patterns and intricate arabesques were widely used in decoration, reflecting a preference for abstract forms in religious contexts. Magnificent mosques with their domes, minarets, and decorated interiors were built as centers of worship and community life. Palaces, public baths, and markets were constructed across the empire, showcasing the wealth and sophistication of the civilization. This period saw a vibrant synthesis of artistic traditions from the various cultures incorporated into the empire, resulting in a rich and unique aesthetic. The period, often referred to as the Golden Age of Islam, while marked by extraordinary achievements centered around the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad, was not static and did not last indefinitely. Beginning roughly in the 10th century, the centralized power of the Abbasid Caliphate began a gradual decline, leading to political fragmentation across the vast empire. Several factors contributed to this weakening: internal dissent and power struggles within the Abbasid court, combined with the sheer difficulty of administering such a large territory without modern communication, led to the rise of semi-autonomous regional dynasties. Governors in distant provinces increasingly asserted their independence, establishing their own ruling families and effectively breaking away from the direct control of the caliph in Baghdad. While these regional states, such as the Fatimids in Egypt or the various dynasties in Persia and Central Asia, often maintained vibrant intellectual and cultural centers of their own, the political unity of the early Abbasid era was lost. External pressures also mounted. From the east, waves of Turkic peoples, such as the Seljuk Turks in the 11th century, migrated into the Islamic world, initially as soldiers and mercenaries, but eventually establishing powerful sultanates that further diminished the political authority of the Abbasid caliphs, who became little more than spiritual figureheads. From the west, the Crusades, beginning in the late 11th century, saw invasions from Western Europe aimed at capturing holy sites in the Levant, leading to centuries of conflict and instability in the eastern Mediterranean. The traditional, though somewhat symbolic, end date for the classical Golden Age is often marked by a devastating event: the sack of Baghdad by the Mongols in 1258. The Mongol armies, under the command of Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, besieged and captured Baghdad, destroying the city, massacring its inhabitants, and famously destroying the House of Wisdom and its priceless collection of manuscripts, reportedly throwing them into the Tigris River until the water ran black with ink. The Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad was formally abolished. This event was a catastrophic blow to Baghdad and a turning point in the political history of the Middle East. However, it is crucial to understand that the end of the centralized Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad did not mean the end of Islamic civilization or intellectual activity. While Baghdad was devastated, other centers of learning and culture continued to flourish in different parts of the Islamic world, such as Cairo under the Mamluks, cities in Persia and Central Asia under various dynasties, and particularly in Al-Andalus, where Islamic civilization continued to thrive for centuries. The intellectual traditions established during the Golden Age continued to be studied and developed in these other centers. The enduring legacy of the Golden Age of Islam is immense and has had a profound impact on global history. One of its most significant contributions was the preservation and transmission of knowledge. Through their massive translation movement, Islamic scholars saved countless works of ancient Greek, Persian, and Indian learning that might otherwise have been lost. These texts, particularly in philosophy, science, and medicine, were later translated from Arabic into Latin during the Middle Ages, playing a crucial role in the revival of learning in Western Europe and contributing to the foundations of the European Renaissance and the scientific revolution. Beyond preservation, Islamic scholars made original and groundbreaking contributions in numerous fields, pushing the boundaries of knowledge far beyond what they inherited from the ancients. Their advancements in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, optics, and other sciences were truly innovative and formed the basis for later developments in these fields globally. The Golden Age also fostered a vibrant and cosmopolitan culture, a synthesis of diverse influences from across the vast empire. Arab, Persian, Greek, Indian, and other traditions blended to create a unique Islamic civilization characterized by its emphasis on learning, its sophisticated arts and architecture, and its extensive networks of trade and intellectual exchange. Finally, the period laid the foundation for the continued spread of Islam as a major world religion and civilization. The political stability and cultural flourishing of the Golden Age made Islam attractive to peoples in conquered territories and beyond, contributing to its growth as a global faith. Reflect on this extraordinary period of intellectual and cultural flourishing, the Golden Age of Islam, a time when knowledge was pursued with passion and innovation transformed understanding. Let the echoes of its vibrant cities and its scholarly achievements settle gently around you. Feel a sense of historical breadth and quiet appreciation ease you into a deep and tranquil rest. Let your mind journey now to the island nation of Japan, specifically to the 15th and 16th centuries, a period known to history as the Sengoku Jidai, the Age of Warring States. Imagine a land fractured and torn by conflict, where central authority had collapsed, and powerful regional warlords known as daimyo constantly vied for dominance, their armies clashing in seemingly endless battles across the archipelago. The elegant imperial court in Kyoto still existed, and there was a nominal shogun, the military ruler. But their power had waned to a shadow, unable to impose order on the chaotic landscape. It was a time of great upheaval and uncertainty, but also a period that would eventually give rise to a new era of unprecedented peace and stability. The path from this turbulent age to a unified Japan was paved by three extraordinary figures, often referred to as the three unifiers of Japan. Each played a crucial role, building upon the efforts of the last, though their methods and personalities differed greatly. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant and ruthless daimyo who emerged in the mid-16th century. Nobunaga was a military innovator, one of the first Japanese warlords to effectively utilize firearms, which had been introduced by the Portuguese. He was known for his decisive action, his willingness to break with tradition, and his brutal efficiency in crushing his enemies, including powerful Buddhist monasteries that had become centers of military power. By the time of his death in 1582, betrayed by one of his own generals, Nobunaga had conquered a significant portion of Japan and laid the groundwork for national unification. Nobunaga's successor was Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a man of humble origins who rose through Nobunaga's ranks through sheer talent and loyalty. Hideyoshi continued Nobunaga's work, employing a combination of military force and shrewd diplomacy to bring the remaining daimyo under his control. By the early 1590s, Hideyoshi had effectively unified Japan. He implemented important reforms, including a nationwide land survey and a strict separation of the samurai class from the peasantry. Hideyoshi harbored grand ambitions, even launching massive, though ultimately unsuccessful, invasions of Korea in the 1590s with the aim of conquering China. Upon his death in 1598, he left behind a unified Japan, but also a council of regents to rule until his young son came of age, a precarious arrangement that quickly led to renewed power struggles. The third and final unifier was Tokugawa Ieyasu. Ieyasu had been an ally and vassal of both Nobunaga and Hideyoshi, navigating the treacherous political landscape with remarkable patience and strategic foresight. While less flamboyant than his predecessors, Ieyasu possessed exceptional political skill and a deep understanding of how to build and maintain power. He carefully built up his own domain, centered in the Kanto region, and waited for the opportune moment to assert his dominance. That moment came after Hideyoshi's death, as the Council of Regents fractured into rival factions. The decisive confrontation occurred in the year 1600 at the pivotal Battle of Sekigahara. This massive battle pitted the forces loyal to Ieyasu against a coalition of Western daimyo who opposed his growing power. It was one of the largest battles in Japanese history, and its outcome would determine the future of the nation. Through strategic positioning, timely defections of some rival daimyo to his side, and the unwavering loyalty of his own troops, Ieyasu achieved a decisive victory. The Battle of Sekigahara effectively eliminated his main rivals and solidified his position as the preeminent power in Japan. Following his victory, Ieyasu spent the next few years consolidating his control, redistributing land among loyal daimyo, and eliminating potential threats. In 1603, he took the title of shogun, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate, also known as the Edo Bakufu. He chose the city of Edo, a relatively small fishing village in his Kanto domain, as his administrative capital, rather than the traditional imperial capital of Kyoto. Edo would rapidly grow into one of the largest cities in the world, a powerful symbol of the new shogunate's authority. The establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603 marked the formal beginning of the Edo Period, an era that would bring over 250 years of peace, stability, and profound societal change to Japan. The Tokugawa shogunate established a sophisticated and enduring system of centralized feudalism that brought unprecedented stability to Japan after centuries of civil war. At the apex of this system was the shogun, the military ruler, who held the ultimate political power in the land. The Tokugawa shogunate was a hereditary dynasty. Power passed from one Tokugawa shogun to the next, ensuring continuity of rule. The shogun's government, the Bakufu, was based in Edo and controlled national policy, foreign relations, and the most important land holdings in the country. While the shogun held the real power, the ancient institution of the emperor remained. The emperor resided in Kyoto, surrounded by the imperial court. The emperor was revered as the spiritual and cultural head of the nation, tracing his lineage back to mythological times, but he held no political authority whatsoever. The shogunate carefully controlled the emperor and the court, providing for their upkeep, but ensuring they remained politically isolated and powerless. This dual system, with the shogun as the de facto ruler and the emperor as the symbolic head, was a characteristic feature of the Edo period. Beneath the shogun were the daimyo, the feudal lords who ruled over their own domains, known as han. There were typically between 250 and 300 daimyo throughout Japan, varying in size and wealth. The shogunate maintained a complex and carefully managed relationship with these daimyo to prevent any challenge to its authority. Daimyo were classified based on their relationship to the Tokugawa family, and their power was constantly monitored. The shogunate employed a variety of sophisticated control mechanisms to keep the daimyo in check. One method was the strategic redistribution of daimyo domains, moving potentially troublesome lords away from sensitive areas or between less valuable territories to prevent them from building up too much local power. The shogunate also imposed strict laws and regulations on the daimyo, controlling everything from their marriages and successions to the size and upkeep of their castles. The most ingenious and burdensome control mechanism was the Sankin Kotai system, meaning alternate attendance. Instituted in the early 17th century, this system required every daimyo to spend every other year residing in Edo, the shogun's capital. When the daimyo returned to their home domains, they were required to leave their wives and children in Edo as hostages. This system served multiple purposes. It was a massive financial and logistical burden on the daimyo, who had to maintain elaborate residences in both their domain and Edo, and undertake costly processions with large retinues every other year. This drained their resources, making it difficult for them to fund rebellions. It also ensured that the daimyo and their families were constantly under the watchful eye of the shogunate in Edo, fostering loyalty and dependence. The Sankin Kotai system was incredibly effective in maintaining peace and centralizing power for over 2 centuries. Supporting the shogun and the daimyo was the samurai class, the warrior elite who had dominated Japanese society for centuries. Under the long peace of the Tokugawa era, the role of the samurai underwent a profound transformation. With warfare largely absent, they transitioned from battlefield warriors to administrators, bureaucrats, and officials within the shogunate and the daimyo domains. While they retained their privileged status, including the right to wear 2 swords, many struggled to adapt to the changing times, particularly the rise of the money economy. Some became impoverished, while others embraced scholarly or artistic pursuits. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed a rigid social hierarchy based on Confucian principles. At the top were the samurai, followed by the peasants, who were considered important because they produced the essential food, rice. Below the peasants were the artisans, and at the bottom were the merchants. This hierarchy placed merchants at the bottom despite their growing economic power in the urban centers, a tension that would contribute to the eventual decline of the shogunate. This strict social order along with the control mechanisms over the daimyo and samurai, was instrumental in maintaining the long period of peace and stability that defined the Edo period. One of the most defining and controversial policies of the Tokugawa shogunate was the implementation of strict isolationist measures, collectively known as sakoku. The term sakoku literally means chained country or closed country, and while the reality was not one of complete closure, the policy severely restricted Japan's contact with the outside world for over 2 centuries. This policy was driven primarily by the shogunate's deep-seated concern about foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity, which they viewed as a direct threat to their authority and the social order they had so carefully established. Christianity had been introduced to Japan by European missionaries, primarily Portuguese Jesuits, in the mid-16th century. Initially, some daimyo and even ordinary people converted, and the missionaries were tolerated, even welcomed for the trade they facilitated. However, as the number of Japanese Christians grew, and as the shogunate became increasingly wary of the political ambitions of European powers like Spain and Portugal, who had colonized other parts of Asia, their attitude towards Christianity hardened. The shogunate viewed the loyalty of Christians to a foreign religious authority, the Pope, as incompatible with their loyalty to the shogun. Beginning in the late 16th century under Hideyoshi, and intensifying under the Tokugawa, the persecution of Japanese Christians became systematic and brutal. Missionaries were expelled, churches were destroyed, and Japanese Christians were forced to renounce their faith under penalty of death. This persecution culminated in the Shimabara Rebellion of 1637 to 1638. This was a large-scale uprising, primarily involving peasants, many of whom were Christian, in the Shimabara Peninsula and on the island of Amakusa. The rebellion was fueled by a combination of heavy taxation and religious persecution. The shogunate responded with overwhelming force, brutally suppressing the rebellion with the assistance of Dutch ships. The Shimabara Rebellion solidified the shogunate's conviction that Christianity and foreign influence posed an existential threat and reinforced their determination to isolate Japan. In the 1630s, a series of edicts were issued that formalized the sakoku policy. These edicts severely restricted contact with the outside world. Japanese citizens were strictly prohibited from leaving the country. Anyone attempting to do so faced the death penalty. Japanese who were already abroad were forbidden from returning. Most foreigners were expelled from Japan, and foreign ships were generally forbidden from entering Japanese ports. The goal was to prevent the spread of Christianity and to limit any potential challenge to the shogunate's authority from foreign powers or their Japanese converts. While the policy was largely effective, it was not one of absolute isolation. Limited exceptions were made for trade and diplomatic contact, but these were strictly controlled and confined. The most well-known exception was the trade with the Dutch East India Company. The Dutch, who were not interested in spreading Christianity, but only in commerce, were allowed to maintain a single trading post, confined to the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki Harbor. They were the only European power permitted to trade with Japan during the Sakoku period. Trade with Chinese merchants was also permitted at Nagasaki, and limited diplomatic and trade contacts were maintained with Korea and the Ryukyu Kingdom through specific channels. These limited contacts provided Japan with some awareness of outside developments, but they were carefully managed to prevent significant foreign influence from entering the country. The Sakoku policy had a profound and complex impact on Japan. On one hand, it ensured over 2 centuries of internal peace and allowed for the development of a unique and vibrant Japanese culture largely free from external disruption. On the other hand, it meant that Japan remained relatively isolated from the scientific, technological, and industrial revolutions that were transforming the West during this period. While internal economic and cultural development flourished, Japan fell behind in areas like military technology and industrialization, a disparity that would become critically apparent when Western powers eventually arrived on its shores in the mid-19th century, forcing an end to the isolation and ushering in a new era of rapid change. The long period of peace and stability enforced by the Tokugawa shogunate had a transformative effect on Japanese society and its economy. With the constant warfare of the Sengoku period brought to an end, resources and energy could be directed towards internal development. This era saw significant economic growth, particularly in the agricultural sector, and a dramatic rise in urbanization. Cities grew rapidly during the Edo period, becoming dynamic centers of population, commerce, and administration. The Sankin Kotai system, which required daimyo to spend alternate years in Edo with large retinues, fueled the growth of the shogun's capital into one of the largest cities in the world, with a population exceeding 1 million by the 18th century. Edo was not just a political center. It became a hub of consumption and urban culture. Other cities also flourished. Osaka, with its strategic location and extensive network of canals, developed into the commercial and financial heart of Japan, often referred to as the kitchen of Japan, due to its role in the rice trade. Kyoto remained the imperial capital and a center of traditional arts, crafts, and court culture. Castle towns, which served as the administrative centers for the daimyo domains, also grew into significant urban centers. The Edo period saw a gradual but significant shift from a primarily land-based economy, where wealth was measured in terms of rice production, to a money economy. While rice remained the fundamental unit of wealth and taxation, the increasing volume of trade, the growth of cities, and the demands of the Sankin Kotai system led to a greater reliance on currency. Gold, silver, and copper coins became widely used in transactions, particularly in the urban areas. This transition had profound social implications, as wealth began to accumulate in the hands of those involved in commerce rather than solely those who owned land. The rise of the merchant class, known as the chonin, was a defining feature of the Edo period urban centers. Despite being placed at the bottom of the official Confucian-inspired social hierarchy below the samurai, peasants, and artisans, the chonin accumulated immense wealth and influence through trade, finance, and manufacturing. They developed sophisticated business practices, established powerful merchant houses, and played a crucial role in the distribution of goods throughout the country. The chonin also became patrons of the vibrant urban culture, supporting the arts, theater, and publishing. Their economic power stood in contrast to their low social status, creating a tension within the rigid Tokugawa system. The vast majority of the population, however, remained peasants, living in villages and working the land. Their lives were largely dictated by the agricultural cycle, primarily the cultivation of rice, the staple food, and the basis of the tax system. Peasants were required to pay a significant portion of their harvest as tax to their daimyo or the shogunate, which in turn supported the samurai class and the government. While agricultural techniques saw some improvements during this period, increasing production, peasant life could be hard, marked by the constant demand for taxes and vulnerability to famine during poor harvests. Peasant uprisings, though usually localized and quickly suppressed, were a recurring feature of the Edo period, often triggered by excessive taxation or hardship. The shogunate also invested in the development of infrastructure, particularly transportation networks. The Gokaido, meaning the five routes, were the major roads connecting Edo with other important parts of the country. These roads were crucial for the Sankin Kotai system, facilitating the movement of daimyo retinues, but they also stimulated internal trade and travel. Post stations, known as shukuba, were established along these routes, providing lodging, food, and services for travelers. While internal travel was subject to checkpoints and regulations designed to control the population and monitor the daimyo, the development of these roads and urban centers fostered a greater sense of national unity and facilitated the flow of goods, information, and culture throughout Japan. The economic and social transformations of the Edo period, driven by peace and urbanization, laid the groundwork for future changes, even as the rigid social structure faced increasing strain. The unprecedented peace and prosperity of the Edo period, particularly in the burgeoning urban centers, gave rise to a vibrant and distinctive popular culture that continues to captivate people today. This culture, often referred to as the floating world, or ukiyo, centered in cities like Edo, Osaka, and Kyoto, offered a contrast to the more austere and formal culture of the samurai elite and the imperial court. It was a world of entertainment, pleasure, and artistic expression, largely supported by the rising merchant class. One of the most iconic art forms to emerge from this urban culture was ukiyo-e, meaning pictures of the floating world. These were initially paintings, but the genre is most famous for its woodblock prints, which could be produced in large numbers and were affordable for the townspeople. Ukiyo-e captured the transient pleasures and everyday life of the Edo urban centers. Their subjects were diverse and reflected the interests of the chonin. Beautiful courtesans from the pleasure districts celebrated kabuki actors in dramatic poses, legendary sumo wrestlers, scenes from history and folklore, and later, stunning landscapes and travel scenes. Early masters like Hishikawa Morinobu established the genre, while artists like Kitagawa Utamaro became renowned for their portraits of beautiful women, and Toshusai Shiraku for his striking, often exaggerated portraits of kabuki actors. In the later Edo period, landscape prints gained immense popularity, with artists like Katsushika Hokusai, famous for his series 36 Views of Mount Fuji, including the iconic The Great Wave off Kanagawa and Utagawa Hiroshige, known for his evocative travel scenes like the 53 stations of the Tokaido, creating masterpieces that are recognized worldwide. Ukiyo-e prints were not just art, they were also a form of popular media depicting celebrities, fashion, and current events. Kabuki theater was another immensely popular form of entertainment in the Edo period cities. It emerged in the early 17th century and evolved into a highly stylized and dramatic art form. Initially, kabuki was performed by women, but the shogunate banned women from performing in 1629, leading to the development of all-male troupes, with male actors specializing in female roles. Kabuki plays featured elaborate costumes and makeup, dramatic plots often drawn from historical events, moral conflicts, and the lives of ordinary people, and a distinctive style of acting, music, and dance. Large kabuki theaters were central features of the urban landscape, attracting enthusiastic audiences from all social classes, though primarily the townspeople. It was a dynamic and constantly evolving art form that provided both entertainment and a reflection of urban society. Other significant cultural forms flourished as well. Bunraku, the Japanese puppet theater, reached a high level of sophistication during the Edo period. Featuring large, intricately controlled puppets, often requiring 3 puppeteers to operate a single figure, Bunraku told dramatic and often tragic stories, accompanied by a narrator and a musician playing the shamisen. Haiku poetry, a concise form of verse with a strict 5-7-5-syllable structure, also became widely popular. Haiku aimed to capture a moment of nature, a fleeting emotion, or a simple observation, often with a sense of seasonality. Matsuo Basho, one of the most famous poets of the Edo period, elevated the haiku to a high art form, his verses still read and admired today. The overall aesthetic of Edo period culture was a fascinating blend of the refined and the popular. While the imperial court and the samurai elite continued traditional arts like no theater, ink painting, and tea ceremony, the urban centers developed their own dynamic and accessible culture. This culture was characterized by attention to detail, a sensitivity to the changing seasons, and a focus on the transient pleasures of urban life in a time of peace. Despite the isolationist policies, Edo period culture was not static. It evolved and adapted, reflecting the changing society and contributing to a unique Japanese identity that had been forged during centuries of internal peace. For over 2 centuries, the Tokugawa shogunate successfully maintained peace and stability in Japan through its sophisticated system of control and its policy of isolation. However, by the late Edo period, roughly from the late 18th century onwards, internal strains and increasing external pressures began to weaken the foundations of the shogunate, ultimately leading to its collapse. One major source of internal weakness was economic. The Tokugawa system was largely based on an agricultural economy, with taxes paid primarily in rice. However, as the money economy developed, particularly in the cities, the samurai class, whose income was fixed in rice stipends, often found themselves in financial difficulty. They frequently had to borrow money from the wealthy merchant class, who despite their low social status, accumulated significant wealth. This created resentment and tension between the samurai and the merchants, and undermined the economic position of the ruling class. Periodic famines and agricultural crises also led to peasant unrest and uprisings, further challenging the shogunate's authority. Social tensions also simmered beneath the surface of the rigid class system. The growing economic power of the merchant class was not matched by a corresponding rise in their social status, creating a source of frustration. Some samurai, particularly lower-ranking ones, became impoverished and disillusioned, losing their traditional warrior role and struggling to find a place in the changing society. Intellectual currents also played a role in undermining the shogunate. Scholars studying Japanese history and classical literature began to question the legitimacy of the shogun's rule, arguing that political authority rightfully belonged to the emperor, who had been sidelined for centuries. Movements like Kokugaku, or national learning, emphasized Japanese traditions and the divine lineage of the emperor, while the Meito school of thought promoted loyalty to the emperor and a strong national identity. These ideas, circulating among intellectuals and some samurai, provided an ideological challenge to the Tokugawa regime. While Japan was largely isolated under the Sakoku policy, the outside world was undergoing rapid transformation due to the Industrial Revolution and European expansionism. Western powers, seeking new markets, resources, and coaling stations for their steam-powered ships, began to put increasing pressure on Japan to open its ports. The shogunate repeatedly refused these demands, maintaining its isolationist stance. The pivotal moment came in 1853 when Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States Navy arrived in Edo Bay with a squadron of modern, steam-powered warships, known to the Japanese as the Black Ships. Perry's arrival and his demand that Japan open its ports, backed by a display of overwhelming military technology, plunged the shogunate into a crisis. The shogunate, lacking a modern navy and coastal defenses, was forced to sign the Convention of Kanagawa in 1854, which opened 2 ports to American ships and granted the U.S. Most Favored Nation status. This was followed by similar treaties with other Western powers, known as the Unequal Treaties, which granted extraterritorial rights to foreigners and further opened Japanese ports to trade. The shogunate's inability to effectively resist the Western powers exposed its weakness and triggered a major political crisis. It led to a surge in anti-foreign sentiment and a rise of movements advocating for revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, or sono joy. This movement gained support from various daimyo and samurai who opposed the shogunate's handling of the foreign crisis and advocated for the restoration of imperial rule and the expulsion of foreigners. The political situation deteriorated, leading to conflict between pro-shogunate forces and those who supported the emperor. This conflict escalated into a brief civil war known as the Boshin War, fought from 1868 to 1869. The forces supporting the restoration of the emperor, equipped with more modern weapons, defeated the shogunate's army. In 1868, the last Tokugawa shogun resigned, and the Emperor Meiji was formally restored to political power. This event, known as the Meiji Restoration, marked the end of the Edo Period and over 250 years of Tokugawa rule. It ushered Japan into a new era of rapid modernization, industrialization, and engagement with the world, transforming it from an isolated feudal society into a major global power within a few decades. Reflect on the Edo Period, an era of enforced peace and unique cultural development that, despite its isolation, contained the seeds of its own transformation. Let the echoes of its vibrant cities and its eventual dramatic opening to the world settle gently around you. Feel a sense of historical transition ease you into a deep and tranquil rest. Let your mind drift now to England in the mid-17th century, a land recovering from the turmoil of civil war, a nation on the cusp of significant scientific and intellectual change. This was a time when ancient ideas were being challenged by new ways of observing and understanding the natural world, a period that historians would later call the Scientific Revolution. It was into this world, marked by both political upheaval and burgeoning inquiry, that Isaac Newton was born. His story begins in the small village of Woolsthorpe, in the county of Lincolnshire, in the east of England. The date was 25th of December 1642, according to the Julian calendar then in use in England, which corresponds to 4th January 1643 in the Gregorian calendar used in much of continental Europe and today. Newton's beginning was difficult and marked by loss. He was born prematurely, a small and frail infant, and his survival was initially uncertain. Adding to this hardship, his father, a yeoman farmer also named Isaac Newton, had died just a few months before his birth. When Isaac was only 3 years old, his mother, Hannah Ayscough Newton, remarried to a wealthy clergyman named Barnabas Smith. Her new husband did not wish to raise the young boy, so Isaac was left in the care of his maternal grandmother, Marjorie Ayscough, at Woolsthorpe Manor. This separation from his mother at such a young age is thought by many biographers to have had a profound and lasting impact on Newton's personality, contributing to a certain reclusiveness and intensity he exhibited throughout his life. His childhood in rural Lincolnshire was not initially marked by academic brilliance. When he was old enough, he was sent to the local village schools. Later, his mother, after the death of his stepfather, brought him home for a time, intending for him to manage the family farm. However, young Isaac showed little interest or aptitude for farming. Instead, he seemed more inclined towards reading, contemplation, and tinkering with mechanical objects. Stories from this time describe him building intricate wooden models, such as a working model of a windmill powered by a mouse, water clocks, and even sundials. He was more fascinated by how things worked and the natural world around him than by agricultural tasks. This early inclination towards invention and observation hinted at the remarkable mind that lay beneath the surface. Recognizing his lack of interest in farming, and perhaps encouraged by his former schoolmaster at Grantham, his uncle, who was a clergyman and a graduate of Cambridge, persuaded his mother to allow him to return to school to prepare for university. He attended the King's School in Grantham, where he lived for a time in the home of the school's apothecary, a Mr. Clark. It was at Grantham that Newton began to show greater academic promise, particularly in mathematics, though he was not necessarily regarded as an exceptional student by all accounts. In 1661, at the age of 19, Isaac Newton entered Trinity College, Cambridge University. He entered as a sizar, a category of student who received financial assistance in exchange for performing menial duties for wealthier students or the college. Life as a sizar could be challenging, but it allowed students from less affluent backgrounds to access higher education. At Cambridge, the curriculum was still heavily influenced by the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle. However, newer ideas from the scientific revolution were beginning to circulate, including the works of Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, and the mechanical philosophy of Descartes. Newton likely encountered these ideas through his own reading, and perhaps through the lectures of some forward-thinking tutors. He kept notebooks known as his waste book, where he recorded his thoughts, readings, and early mathematical investigations, showing his rapid assimilation of existing knowledge and his initial steps towards original thought. Just as Newton was immersing himself in his studies at Cambridge, a great crisis struck England. The Great Plague of London, which began in 1665, was a devastating epidemic that spread rapidly, causing widespread death and fear. To prevent the spread of the disease within the university community, Cambridge, like other public institutions, was forced to temporarily close its doors and send its students home to their families. This seemingly disruptive event, forcing Newton away from the academic environment of Cambridge, would unexpectedly provide him with the quiet, uninterrupted time and space necessary for a period of intense intellectual creativity that would change the course of science forever. The closure of Cambridge University in the summer of 1665, due to the spreading Great Plague, sent Isaac Newton back to the quiet solitude of his childhood home, Woolsthorpe Manor in Lincolnshire. What followed was a period of forced isolation that, far from hindering his intellectual progress, unleashed an explosion of scientific creativity arguably unparalleled in history. This time, spanning roughly 1665 and 1666, is often referred to as Newton's Annus Mirabilis, a Latin phrase meaning year of miracles, although his groundbreaking work extended beyond a single calendar year. freed from the structured curriculum and daily routines of university life, and perhaps fueled by the urgency of a world facing a deadly epidemic, Newton turned his formidable mind to the fundamental questions that had begun to intrigue him. It was during this period at Woolsthorpe that Newton laid the foundation for three major areas of scientific inquiry that would define his legacy: calculus, optics, and the theory of gravitation. In mathematics, he developed a powerful new branch that he called the method of fluxions. This system, now known as calculus, provided a way to analyze and calculate changing quantities, rates of change, and the areas and volumes of curved shapes. It was a revolutionary tool for understanding motion and the dynamics of the physical world. Newton's work on fluxions, while developed independently and with different notation, was mathematically equivalent to the calculus being developed contemporaneously by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz in Germany. This independent discovery would, unfortunately, lead into a bitter and protracted dispute over who was the true inventor later in their lives. But in the quiet of Woolsthorpe, Newton was wielding this new mathematical language to unlock the secrets of the universe. In optics, the study of light, Newton conducted a series of ingenious experiments using prisms in his room at Woolsthorpe Manor. He darkened his room and allowed a beam of sunlight to pass through a small hole in the shutter. When he placed a prism in the path of the light beam, the white light was spread out into a band of colors, the spectrum, just as had been observed by others before him. However, Newton didn't stop there. He used a second prism to try to split the individual colors of the spectrum further, finding that they remained the same color. Then, in a crucial experiment, he used a second prism placed upside down to recombine the colors of the spectrum back into white light. These experiments led him to the revolutionary conclusion that white light is not pure, as had been widely believed based on Aristotelian philosophy, but is instead a composition of all the colors of the spectrum, each bent or refracted at a slightly different angle by the prism. This understanding of the nature of light was a fundamental shift in optics. And then there was the question of gravity. It was during this period at Woolsthorpe that the famous story of the falling apple is said to have occurred. While the tale of the apple may have been embellished over time, the core idea is central to Newton's breakthrough. Observing an apple fall from a tree to the ground, Newton began to ponder the nature of the force that pulled it downwards. He wondered if this same force extended far beyond the surface of the earth. He considered the motion of the moon around the earth and the planets around the sun. Drawing upon his new mathematical tools of calculus and the astronomical observations and laws of planetary motion described by Johannes Kepler earlier in the century, Newton began to theorize that the same force responsible for the apple's fall to the ground was also keeping the moon in its orbit around the earth. He reasoned that this force, which he called gravity, acted universally between any two objects with mass, and that its strength decreased with the square of the distance between them. These were not minor insights. They were foundational discoveries that would reshape physics and mathematics. In the span of approximately 18 months, working largely in isolation at his home, Isaac Newton had conceived the fundamental principles of calculus, developed a revolutionary theory of light and color, and formulated the inverse square law of universal gravitation. He recorded these ideas in his notebooks, but he did not publish them immediately. The full implications of his work and its synthesis into a coherent system would take more time and would eventually be presented to the world in his most famous publication. But the seeds of his genius were sown during this extraordinary period of quiet contemplation and intense intellectual labor at Woolsthorpe Manor, a time of forced retreat that became a period of unparalleled scientific advance. As the threat of the Great Plague began to recede in England, Cambridge University reopened its doors, and Isaac Newton returned in 1667. He resumed his studies and quickly distinguished himself. His talent was recognized by the university authorities and by his former tutor, Isaac Barrow, a respected mathematician and the first Lucasian professor of mathematics. In 1667, Newton was elected to a fellowship at Trinity College, which provided him with a stable income and the opportunity to continue his academic pursuits. This was a crucial step, allowing him to focus entirely on his research and intellectual development without immediate financial concerns. A significant turning point came in 1669 when Isaac Barrow resigned from his position as Lucasian professor of mathematics and recommended Newton as his successor. At the young age of 27, Newton was appointed to this prestigious professorship, a position that had been founded with the intention of promoting advanced mathematical and scientific research. The Lucasian professorship came with the requirement to give weekly lectures, and it provided Newton with a platform, albeit one he often found challenging, to present his ideas. Newton's initial lectures at Cambridge, based on his groundbreaking work done during the plague years at Woolsthorpe, focused on optics. He presented his theories of light and color, detailing his experiments with prisms, and his conclusion that white light is a composite of various colors. He described how objects appear colored because they reflect certain colors of light and absorb others. He also elaborated on his design for a reflecting telescope, which used mirrors instead of lenses to focus light. This design avoided the problem of chromatic aberration, the distortion of colors, which was a significant limitation of the refracting telescopes then in common use. In 1672, Newton demonstrated a working model of his reflecting telescope to the Royal Society in London. The telescope was a success and impressed the members of the society, bringing Newton to the attention of the wider scientific community in London. His reflecting telescope was a tangible proof of concept derived from his optical theories and a significant practical invention. As a result of this demonstration and the recognition of his scientific abilities, Newton was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society later that year, marking his entry into the premier scientific forum in England. However, the presentation of his work on optics and his theory of light to the Royal Society also marked the beginning of significant controversies that would plague Newton throughout his career and contribute to his aversion to public debate. His ideas challenged the established views on light, particularly those held by Robert Hooke, who was a prominent Fellow of the Royal Society and a respected scientist in his own right. Hooke had his own wave theory of light and disputed some of Newton's conclusions regarding the composition of white light and the nature of color. These disagreements were often acrimonious and conducted through letters and presentations at the Royal Society. Newton, who intensely disliked criticism and public challenges to his ideas, was deeply affected by these disputes. The controversies surrounding his work on optics made him hesitant to publish his findings openly, and contributed to a period where he withdrew somewhat from active scientific correspondence and debate. Despite these early conflicts and his sometimes reclusive nature, Newton continued his intense intellectual work in private during this period. While he lectured on optics, he also continued to develop his mathematical method of fluxions and deepen his understanding of mechanics and gravitation. He grappled with the mathematical complexities of planetary motion and the nature of the force that governed it. This period saw him refining the tools and concepts he had first conceived at Woolsthorpe, preparing the ground, though perhaps not yet with a conscious plan for a major publication, for the monumental work that would eventually synthesize his ideas and transform the understanding of the physical universe. The pieces were coming together in his mind, waiting for the right catalyst to be presented to the world. As the 17th century progressed, scientists across Europe were grappling with one of the most profound questions about the universe. What force kept the planets in their orbits around the sun? Building on the work of astronomers like Johannes Kepler, who had mathematically described planetary motion with remarkable accuracy, thinkers like Robert Hooke, Edmund Halley, and Christopher Wren suspected that a force emanating from the sun was responsible, and that this force decreased with the square of the distance from the sun. However, they lacked the rigorous mathematical proof needed to demonstrate conclusively that an inverse square law of gravitation would indeed produce the elliptical orbits that Kepler had observed. This intellectual puzzle set the stage for a crucial intervention by Edmund Halley, a respected astronomer known today for the comet that bears his name. In 1684, Halley visited Isaac Newton in Cambridge, seeking an answer to this very problem. He asked Newton what path a planet would follow if it were attracted to the sun by a force that diminished with the square of the distance. Without hesitation, Newton immediately replied that it would follow an elliptical orbit. Halley was astonished and asked how he knew this. Newton calmly stated that he had calculated it years ago, during his time at Woolsthorpe. However, he could not immediately find the papers containing the proof. Recognizing the immense significance of Newton's claim that he had solved the central problem of celestial mechanics that had eluded others, Halley urged Newton to reconstruct his proof and, more importantly, to publish his findings. Halley understood that Newton possessed not only the key insight into gravitation, but also the unparalleled mathematical ability, his method of fluxions or calculus, necessary to provide the rigorous demonstration. Halley's encouragement was the critical catalyst that finally spurred Newton, who had been reluctant to publish his earlier work due to controversies, to organize his revolutionary ideas into a comprehensive treatise. The result was the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, universally known simply as the Principia. Newton dedicated himself intensely to writing this monumental work over the next few years, often working with single-minded focus, neglecting meals and sleep in his pursuit of articulating his vision of the universe. The book was written in Latin, the standard language of scholarship across Europe at the time, ensuring it could be read by the widest possible scientific audience. It was structured with the formal rigor of classical geometry, presenting his ideas as a series of definitions, axioms or laws of motion, theorems, and mathematical proofs. The publication of the Principia faced initial challenges. The Royal Society, which would typically have published such a significant work, was experiencing financial difficulties at the time and was unable to fund the printing. Once again, Edmund Halley stepped forward, demonstrating his unwavering belief in the importance of Newton's work. Halley generously took on the financial responsibility himself, personally financing the publication of the first edition of the Principia, which was finally published in 1687. The content of the Principia was nothing short of revolutionary. In its pages, Newton systematically laid out his three laws of motion: the law of inertia, the law relating force, mass, and acceleration, and the law of action and reaction. These laws provided a universal framework for understanding how objects move when subjected to forces, applicable to everything from a rolling stone to a cannonball. But the crowning achievement of the Principia was Newton's law of universal gravitation. He stated that every particle of matter in the universe attracts every other particle with a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their centers. This single, elegant mathematical law explained why the apple falls to the ground, why the moon orbits the earth, why the planets orbit the sun, and even explained the tides. The impact of the Principia was profound and immediate within the scientific community. It provided a unified, comprehensive, and mathematically rigorous system that explained the workings of the physical universe, from the smallest observable motions on Earth to the grand movements of celestial bodies. It demonstrated that the same fundamental laws applied everywhere, unifying terrestrial and celestial mechanics into a single coherent framework. The Principia established the foundation for classical physics, providing the dominant scientific paradigm for the next 2 centuries and demonstrating the immense power of mathematics as the language of nature. It is widely considered one of the most important and influential scientific books ever written, a true masterpiece of human intellect. Following the publication of his monumental Principia in 1687, which cemented his reputation as the foremost scientist of his age and brought him international acclaim, Isaac Newton's life began to transition from the relatively secluded academic world of Cambridge to the more public and politically charged arena of London. While he continued his scientific pursuits, his focus gradually broadened to include significant roles in government and the scientific establishment. In the 1690s, Newton became increasingly involved in matters of state. In 1696, he was appointed to the position of Warden of the Royal Mint in London. This was a significant administrative role, particularly at a time when England was undertaking a major recoinage effort to address widespread counterfeiting and improve the quality of its currency. Newton approached this task with his characteristic intensity and meticulousness. He applied his formidable intellect and attention to detail to the complex process of assaying metals, overseeing production, and implementing strict procedures to prevent fraud. He also took a personal interest in pursuing counterfeiters, using his sharp mind to investigate cases and ensure that offenders were brought to justice. His effectiveness and dedication in this role were recognized, and in 1699 he was promoted to the prestigious and highly lucrative position of Master of the Mint, a post he held for the remaining 28 years of his life. This move to London marked a significant change in his lifestyle, providing him with considerable wealth and influence and immersing him in the practical affairs of government and finance. Newton also rose to a position of leadership within the scientific community in London. In 1703, he was elected President of the Royal Society, the most important scientific organization in Britain. He held this position continuously until his death in 1727. As president, Newton wielded significant authority and influence over the direction of scientific research and the careers of other scientists. He presided over the Society's meetings, oversaw the publication of scientific papers in its philosophical transactions, and used his position to promote his own views and consolidate his scientific authority. Despite his public roles and elevated status, Newton's later life was also marked by significant controversies and often bitter disputes with other prominent scholars. The most famous of these was the protracted and acrimonious priority dispute with the German mathematician and philosopher Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus. As we discussed earlier, Both men had independently developed calculus in the 1660s and 1670s. Leibniz published his work first in the 1680s, while Newton's method of fluxions was not widely known until later. The dispute escalated into a major international controversy, fueled by nationalistic sentiments, with supporters of Newton in Britain and supporters of Leibniz on the continent fiercely debating who was the true inventor. The Royal Society, under Newton's presidency, appointed a committee to investigate the matter, which, perhaps unsurprisingly, concluded that Newton was the first inventor. This dispute was deeply personal for both men, and had a detrimental effect on the exchange of mathematical ideas between Britain and continental Europe for many years. Newton also continued to clash with Robert Hooke, particularly regarding credit for the inverse square law of gravitation. Hooke claimed to have conceived the idea before Newton provided the mathematical proof in the Principia. These disputes, while sometimes appearing petty from a modern perspective, highlight the intense competition and desire for recognition among scientists in this era. While his most revolutionary scientific breakthroughs were behind him, Newton continued to refine and publish his work in his later years. He published a second, expanded edition of the Principia in 1713 and a third edition in 1726, incorporating new data and addressing some criticisms. In 1704, he published Optics, a comprehensive account of his experiments and theories on light and color, which also included a series of queries, where he speculated on a wide range of physical phenomena, the nature of matter, and even philosophical and theological questions. In addition to his scientific and public duties, Newton also devoted considerable time in his later life to theological studies, biblical chronology, and the study of alchemy, interests that were not considered unusual for a scholar of his time, but which he pursued with his characteristic intensity and secrecy. His move to London brought him wealth, recognition, and influence, but also immersed him in the complexities of public life and the often contentious world of scientific priority. In his final years, Sir Isaac Newton was a figure of immense national pride and international renown, widely regarded as the greatest scientist of his age. He had achieved a level of fame and respect rarely seen by scholars, holding prestigious positions and celebrated for his profound insights into the workings of the universe. Having been knighted by Queen Anne in 1705, the first scientist to be given this honor for his scientific achievements, he enjoyed the status of a national hero. Sir Isaac Newton died in London on the 20th of March, 1727, at the age of 84. His passing was considered a national event, and he was accorded a state funeral, a rare honor typically reserved for royalty and the most distinguished figures in British history. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, the traditional resting place of English monarchs and national heroes, a testament to the extraordinary esteem in which he was held by his contemporaries. His tomb, prominently located in the abbey, is adorned with symbols of his scientific work, including globes and scientific instruments, and bears an inscription celebrating his achievements. Newton's death marked the end of a long and extraordinarily productive life, but his work and ideas continued to shape the world for centuries to come. His enduring legacy is immense and multifaceted, extending far beyond the boundaries of physics and mathematics to influence philosophy, technology, and the very way we understand the universe. The most immediate and profound impact of Newton's work was on the field of science itself. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation, as articulated in the Principia, provided a unified, comprehensive, and predictive framework for understanding the physical world. Newtonian mechanics became the bedrock of classical physics, successfully explaining a vast range of phenomena, from the simple motion of objects on Earth to the complex orbits of planets, moons, and comets in the solar system. His work demonstrated the power of applying rigorous mathematical principles and empirical observation to uncover the fundamental laws of nature, setting a new standard for scientific inquiry that inspired generations of scientists. Beyond physics, Newton's methods and his vision of an orderly, law-governed universe had a profound influence on philosophy and the broader intellectual movement of the 18th century, known as the Enlightenment. Thinkers were deeply inspired by Newton's success in discovering universal, immutable laws in the physical world, and sought to apply similar principles of reason, observation, and systematic inquiry to understand human society, government, ethics, and economics. Philosophers like John Locke, Voltaire, and Immanuel Kant were significantly influenced by Newtonian thought, which contributed to ideas of natural law, individual rights, and the belief in human progress through reason and knowledge. The concept of a universe operating according to rational, discoverable laws had a transformative effect on Western intellectual thought. Newton's development of calculus, his method of fluxions, provided an essential mathematical tool that became indispensable for advancements in virtually every field of science and engineering, as well as in economics and other quantitative disciplines. His work in optics laid the foundation for the modern understanding of light, color, and vision. While later scientific developments in the early 20th century, most notably Albert Einstein's theories of relativity and the development of quantum mechanics, would eventually refine and supersede Newtonian physics at the extremes of very high speeds, very strong gravitational fields, and subatomic scales. Newton's laws remain remarkably accurate and are still used today to describe the motion of everyday objects, engineer structures, and even plan space missions. Isaac Newton remains a towering figure in the history of human thought, a true giant upon whose shoulders subsequent generations of scientists have stood. He was the architect of classical physics, the man who revealed the mathematical harmony of the cosmos, and his work fundamentally changed our understanding of the universe and our place within it. His legacy is one of profound intellectual achievement, demonstrating the power of human reason and observation to uncover the deepest secrets of nature. Reflect on the extraordinary mind of Isaac Newton, the man who revealed the mathematical order underlying the universe. Let the echoes of his groundbreaking discoveries and his enduring influence settle gently around you. Feel a sense of intellectual wonder ease you into a deep and tranquil rest. Let your mind drift now to the United States of America in the decades leading up to the mid-19th century, roughly from the 1830s through the 1850s. Imagine a young nation still expanding across the vast North American continent, a republic founded on ideals of liberty and self-governance. However, beneath the surface of national pride and westward expansion, deep and fundamental differences were developing between the different regions of the country, particularly between the North and the South. These differences were not just economic or social. They were increasingly defining two distinct ways of life, two different visions for the nation's future, setting the stage for a tragic and unavoidable conflict. Picture the North during this time. It was a region undergoing rapid transformation. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, particularly in the Northeast. Factories were springing up in cities, powered first by water and then by steam. Industries like textiles, manufacturing, and later railroads were growing, creating jobs and attracting people from the countryside and immigrants from Europe. Cities like New York, Boston, and Philadelphia were expanding rapidly, becoming bustling urban centers with diverse populations. The economy of the North was increasingly based on free labor, where individuals were paid wages for their work. While not without its own social challenges and inequalities, the North was developing into a more urbanized, industrialized society with a growing and diverse population. Now, turn your gaze to the South. The southern states remained overwhelmingly agrarian. Their economy was dominated by plantation agriculture, particularly the cultivation of cash crops like cotton, tobacco, sugar, and rice. The invention of the cotton gin in the late 18th century had made cotton cultivation immensely profitable, leading to a massive expansion of cotton production across the Deep South. This economy was heavily dependent on, and inextricably linked to, the institution of enslaved labor. Society in the South was more rigidly hierarchical than in the North, with wealthy plantation owners at the top, followed by smaller farmers, and then the vast majority of the labor force consisting of enslaved African Americans who were denied their basic human rights and held as property. The Southern way of life, its social structure, its economy, and its political power were deeply intertwined with and reliant upon the system of slavery. These fundamental differences in economy, society, and labor systems led to the growth of what historians call sectionalism. Sectionalism is a loyalty to one's own region or section of the country rather than to the nation as a whole. As the North and the South developed along increasingly divergent paths, the interests and values of each section began to clash. Southerners felt that their way of life, particularly the institution of slavery, was misunderstood and threatened by the North. Northerners, or at least a growing number of them, viewed the South's reliance on slavery as morally reprehensible and incompatible with the nation's founding ideals. For decades, political leaders had attempted to manage these tensions through a series of compromises. Measures like the Missouri Compromise of 1820, which regulated slavery in the Western territories, and others aimed to maintain a delicate balance of power between slave states and free states in the United States Senate, ensuring that neither section could dominate the other. However, these compromises were often temporary fixes, papering over the fundamental disagreements rather than resolving them. As the nation continued to expand westward, the question of whether slavery would be allowed in the new territories became a constant source of bitter political conflict, pushing the North and South further apart and making the eventual clash seem increasingly inevitable. The growing sectional divide, fueled by deeply held beliefs and conflicting economic interests, was slowly but surely tearing the United States in two. While numerous factors contributed to the growing divide between the North and the South, the institution of slavery stood as the central, most contentious, and ultimately irreconcilable issue that led to the American Civil War. It was the fundamental point of conflict, shaping political debates, economic policies, and social values in both sections of the country. For the South, slavery was not just a labor system. It was the foundation of their economy and their way of life. The production of cash crops, particularly cotton, which accounted for a huge percentage of American exports, was dependent on the forced labor of millions of enslaved people. The wealth and social status of the Southern planter class were directly tied to the ownership of enslaved individuals. Southerners defended slavery on economic grounds, arguing it was essential for their prosperity. They also developed elaborate arguments to defend it on social, cultural, and even religious grounds, portraying it as a benevolent institution and a natural order. In the North, while not all Northerners were abolitionists, opposition to slavery grew significantly throughout the antebellum period. The abolitionist movement, though initially a radical fringe, gained momentum, arguing that slavery was a moral evil, a sin, and a violation of fundamental human rights. Figures like Frederick Douglass, a formerly enslaved man who became a powerful orator and writer, and William Lloyd Garrison, a passionate white abolitionist publisher, raised public awareness and stirred consciences in the North. While mainstream political opinion in the North was often more focused on preventing the expansion of slavery than on immediate abolition, the moral critique of slavery gained increasing traction. The most intense political battles were fought over the issue of whether slavery would be allowed to expand into the new territories acquired by the United States as the nation grew westward, such as the vast lands gained from Mexico after the Mexican-American War. Southerners insisted on their right to take their property, including enslaved people, into these territories, and demanded federal protection for slavery there. Northerners, or at least a significant portion of them, opposed the expansion of slavery, fearing it would give the South too much political power, and that the new territories should be reserved for free labor. This conflict over territorial expansion led to a series of crises and legislative attempts at compromise that only served to deepen the divide. The Compromise of 1850, for example, admitted California as a free state, but included a strict new Fugitive Slave Act, which required citizens in free states to assist in capturing and returning escaped enslaved people. This act was deeply unpopular in the North and led to increased resistance to slavery. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, which allowed the residents of those territories to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery, a concept known as popular sovereignty, repealed the Missouri Compromise and led to violent conflict between pro- and anti-slavery settlers in Kansas, earning it the grim nickname Bleeding Kansas. The situation was further inflamed by the Supreme Court's infamous Dred Scott v. Sandford decision in 1857. The court ruled that African Americans, whether enslaved or free, were not citizens and had no right to sue in federal court. It also declared that Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in the territories, effectively opening all territories to slavery. This decision was a major victory for the South, but outraged many in the North, who saw it as evidence of a conspiracy to nationalize slavery. Alongside the debate over slavery, the concept of states' rights became a central argument for the South. Southerners argued that the United States was a confederation of sovereign states, and that states had the right to nullify federal laws they deemed unconstitutional, and ultimately the right to secede from the Union. They asserted the right of each state to decide for itself whether to allow slavery within its borders, free from federal interference. Northerners, including Abraham Lincoln, generally held a different view, emphasizing the supremacy of the federal government and the indivisibility of the Union, arguing that the Constitution created a perpetual union that no state could unilaterally leave. The tensions reached a fever pitch in 1859 with John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry. John Brown, a fervent abolitionist, led a small group in an attempt to seize a federal arsenal in Virginia and spark a slave rebellion. The raid failed, and Brown was captured and executed, but the event had a profoundly polarizing effect. Southerners saw Brown as a terrorist backed by Northern abolitionists, confirming their fears of Northern aggression against their way of life. Many in the North, while not supporting Brown's violent methods, saw him as a martyr for the cause of freedom. By 1860, the issue of slavery, intertwined with conflicting interpretations of the Constitution and states' rights, had pushed the nation to the brink. The deep sectional divisions that had been widening for decades came to a head in the crucial presidential election of 1860. The political landscape was fractured, reflecting the nation's divisions. The Democratic Party, which had historically been a national party with support in both the North and the South, split along sectional lines over the issue of slavery in the territories. Northern Democrats nominated Stephen Douglas, who supported popular sovereignty, allowing residents of territories to decide on slavery. Southern Democrats, who demanded federal protection for slavery in the territories, nominated John C. Breckinridge. This split effectively presented two different Democratic candidates, one for the North and one for the South. Emerging as a major force in the North was the Republican Party, a relatively new political party formed in the 1850s from a coalition of anti-slavery Whigs, Free Soilers, and other groups opposed to the expansion of slavery. The Republican platform for 1860 opposed the expansion of slavery into any new territories, although it did not call for the immediate abolition of slavery in the states where it already existed. They nominated Abraham Lincoln, a lawyer and former congressman from Illinois, who had gained national prominence for his debates with Stephen Douglas in 1858. A fourth candidate, John Bell, ran for the Constitutional Union Party, which sought to avoid the issue of slavery altogether and focus on preserving the Union. The election of 1860 was essentially two separate contests, one in the North between Lincoln and Douglas, and one in the South between Breckinridge and Bell. Abraham Lincoln won the presidency, securing a majority of the electoral votes, but he did so without receiving a single electoral vote from any state in the Deep South. His victory was based entirely on the votes of the free states in the North and West. This outcome highlighted the stark sectional nature of the country's political alignment. The South felt it had been completely shut out of the political process, and that a president hostile to their interests, particularly the institution of slavery, had been elected without their support. The reaction in the Southern states to Lincoln's election was swift and severe. For many in the South, Lincoln's victory, despite his assurances that he would not interfere with slavery where it already existed, was perceived as an existential threat. They believed that the Republican Party was dominated by abolitionists, and that Lincoln's election was the first step towards the eventual abolition of slavery throughout the country, which they saw as a direct attack on their economy, social structure, and fundamental rights as states. Secession, the act of formally withdrawing from the United States, was increasingly viewed as the only way to protect their way of life. Beginning in December 1860, just weeks after Lincoln's election, but before his inauguration in March 1861, states in the Deep South began to secede from the Union. South Carolina was the first state to secede, passing an ordinance of secession on December 20th, 1860. Over the next few weeks, 6 other states of the Deep South followed suit: Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. These 7 states believed that their rights within the Union were no longer secure, and that the election of a Republican president signaled an irreversible shift in national power that threatened their institutions. In February 1861, representatives from these 7 seceded states met in Montgomery, Alabama, to form a new nation, the Confederate States of America. They adopted a constitution which was largely similar to the U.S. Constitution, but explicitly protected the institution of slavery and emphasized states' rights. They elected Jefferson Davis, a former U.S. Senator from Mississippi, as their provisional president. While these states had declared their independence and formed a new government, the United States government under President James Buchanan, a lame duck president in the period between the election and Lincoln's inauguration, did not recognize their secession as legal. The stage was set for a confrontation over federal property and authority within the seceded states. Adding to the complexity were the border states, Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri, which were slave states but had not immediately seceded. Their loyalty was crucial to both sides, and both the Union and the Confederacy made efforts to secure their allegiance. These states became a contested ground, reflecting the divided loyalties within their populations and the difficult choices faced by individuals and communities caught between the Union and the Confederacy. The formation of the Confederacy and the assertion of states' rights to leave the Union brought the nation to the brink of armed conflict, with the question of whether the Union could be preserved by force looming large. With the secession of 7 southern states and the formation of the Confederacy, the nation stood on the precipice of war. The question was no longer if conflict would come, but when and where the first shots would be fired. The flashpoint proved to be Fort Sumter, a federal fort located in the harbor of Charleston, South Carolina, a state that had been the first to secede. Despite South Carolina's demands for the fort's surrender, the Union garrison under Major Robert Anderson remained in control. When President Abraham Lincoln took office in March 1861, he faced the immediate crisis of resupplying the fort. He notified the Confederate authorities that he would send provisions, but not troops or ammunition, hoping to avoid provoking a conflict. However, the Confederate government under Jefferson Davis viewed any attempt to resupply the fort as an act of aggression. At 4:30 a.m. on April 12, 1861, Confederate batteries surrounding Charleston Harbor opened fire on Fort Sumter. This attack marked the beginning of the American Civil War. The Union garrison, cut off and outgunned, defended the fort for 34 hours before surrendering. Miraculously, there were no fatalities during the bombardment, though 2 Union soldiers were killed in an accidental explosion during the surrender ceremony. The attack on Fort Sumter galvanized the North. Lincoln responded by calling for 75,000 volunteers to serve for 90 days to suppress the rebellion. This call to arms was seen by the remaining slave states in the Upper South as a declaration of war against the South. Within weeks, 4 more states seceded and joined the Confederacy: Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas. The Confederate capital was moved from Montgomery, Alabama to Richmond, Virginia, a city just over 100 miles from the Union capital in Washington, D.C., setting the stage for much of the war's fighting to occur in Virginia. The border states of Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri remained in the Union, though deeply divided, often experiencing internal conflict and sending soldiers to fight on both sides. Both the Union and the Confederacy entered the war with distinct strategies and expectations of a relatively short conflict. The Union, with its larger population, greater industrial capacity, and more extensive railroad network, planned to use its material advantages. The Union strategy, sometimes called the Anaconda Plan, devised by General Winfield Scott, aimed to blockade southern ports to cripple the Confederacy's economy, gain control of the Mississippi River to split the Confederacy in 2, and ultimately capture the Confederate capital at Richmond. The Confederacy, with its smaller population and limited industrial base, adopted a primarily defensive strategy, hoping to wear down the North's will to fight, protect its territory, and perhaps gain recognition and aid from European powers like Great Britain and France, who were dependent on Southern cotton. The initial enthusiasm for the war was high on both sides, with volunteers eagerly enlisting, expecting a quick and glorious victory. However, these illusions were shattered by the first major battle of the war, fought on 21st July 1861, near a creek called Bull Run in northern Virginia, known to the Confederates as the First Battle of Manassas. Union forces advanced towards Richmond, but were met by Confederate troops. The battle was chaotic and poorly managed on both sides, but ultimately resulted in a Confederate victory and a hasty retreat by the Union Army back to Washington, D.C. The First Battle of Bull Run showed that the war would not be short and easy, but long and bloody. Over the next year, fighting intensified, particularly in the Eastern Theater in Virginia. Union efforts to capture Richmond were repeatedly frustrated by the skillful leadership of Confederate generals like Robert E. Lee, who took command of the Army of Northern Virginia in June 1862, and Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson. Major campaigns like the Peninsula Campaign, where Union General George McClellan attempted to capture Richmond by advancing up the Virginia Peninsula, and the Shenandoah Valley Campaign, where Jackson conducted a brilliant series of maneuvers to tie up larger Union forces, resulted in heavy casualties, but no decisive Union breakthrough. The 7 days battles in June 1862 saw Lee successfully defend Richmond against McClellan's advance, and the Second Battle of Bull Run in August 1862 was another Confederate victory. Flush with these successes, Robert E. Lee launched his first invasion of the North in September 1862, crossing the Potomac River into Maryland. His goal was to gain supplies, potentially influence the upcoming mid-term elections in the North, and perhaps even gain foreign recognition for the Confederacy. The invasion culminated in the Battle of Antietam, fought near Sharpsburg, Maryland, on September 17, 1862. Antietam remains the single bloodiest day in American history, with over 23,000 casualties on both sides in just 12 hours of fighting. The battle was tactically inconclusive, but Lee's invasion was halted, and he was forced to retreat back to Virginia. While a tactical draw, Antietam was a strategic victory for the Union, preventing Confederate success on Northern soil and providing President Lincoln with the opportunity he needed to make a pivotal change in the war's objectives. The Battle of Antietam in September 1862 provided President Lincoln with the strategic opportunity he had been waiting for to fundamentally change the nature and goals of the Civil War. For months, Lincoln had been considering using his executive powers to strike at slavery, recognizing that it was the economic and social foundation of the Confederacy. He had drafted a proclamation, but was advised by his cabinet to wait for a Union victory, so that it would not appear to be an act of desperation. Antietam, though not a decisive military victory, was sufficient. On 22 September 1862, Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that if the Confederate States did not return to the Union by 1st January 1863, all enslaved people in the rebellious territories would be declared free. The Emancipation Proclamation, which took effect on January 1, 1863, was a landmark document. Its immediate practical effect was limited. It applied only to enslaved people in Confederate-held territory, where the Union government had no power to enforce it. It did not apply to the border states loyal to the Union or to Confederate areas already under Union control. However, its symbolic and practical impact was immense. It transformed the goals of the war. The fight was no longer solely about preserving the Union, but also about ending slavery. It encouraged enslaved people in the Confederacy to escape to Union lines, where they could gain their freedom. Crucially, it also authorized the enlistment of African American men into the Union Army and Navy, adding a vital new source of manpower to the Union forces. By the end of the war, nearly 200,000 African American soldiers and sailors had fought for the Union, playing a crucial role in the final victory. The Emancipation Proclamation was a moral turning point, aligning the Union cause with the cause of freedom. The year 1863 is often considered the turning point of the American Civil War, marked by two pivotal Union victories that significantly shifted the momentum. In the Western Theater, Union forces under the command of Ulysses S. Grant had been engaged in a long and difficult campaign to gain control of the Mississippi River, a key objective of the Anaconda Plan. The Confederate stronghold of Vicksburg, Mississippi, located on a bluff overlooking the river, was the last major obstacle to Union control of the entire waterway. After a series of maneuvers, Grant laid siege to the city in May 1863. The siege of Vicksburg lasted for nearly 6 weeks, with the Confederate garrison and the civilian population enduring relentless bombardment and starvation. On the 4th of July, 1863, the Confederate forces in Vicksburg surrendered to Grant. The Union now controlled the entire length of the Mississippi River, effectively splitting the Confederacy in two, severing vital supply lines, and preventing the movement of Confederate troops and resources between the eastern and western parts of their nation. Simultaneously, in the Eastern Theater, Robert E. Lee launched his second invasion of the North in June 1863, hoping to relieve pressure on Vicksburg, gain a victory on Union soil, and perhaps force the Union to negotiate. His Army of Northern Virginia marched into Pennsylvania. Union forces under General George Meade moved to intercept him. The two armies clashed near the town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, beginning on July 1, 1863. The Battle of Gettysburg was the largest battle fought in North America, involving over 160,000 soldiers. The fighting raged for 3 days, with incredibly heavy casualties on both sides. On the third day, 3rd July, Lee ordered a massive frontal assault on the center of the Union line, known as Pickett's Charge, which was repulsed with devastating losses for the Confederacy. Lee's invasion was defeated, and his army suffered irreplaceable casualties. He was forced to retreat back to Virginia. The Union victories at Vicksburg and Gettysburg in July 1863 were a devastating 1-2 punch for the Confederacy. Vicksburg secured the Mississippi and split the South, while Gettysburg ended Lee's hopes of a decisive victory in the North and inflicted heavy losses on his army. These battles marked a crucial turning point, from which the Confederacy would never fully recover. In 1864, Ulysses S. Grant was appointed General-in-Chief of all Union armies. He devised a coordinated strategy to apply relentless pressure on the Confederacy on multiple fronts. Grant personally took command of the Army of the Potomac in the Eastern Theater and launched the Overland Campaign against Lee's army in Virginia. This campaign was characterized by continuous fighting and incredibly high casualties on both sides. But Grant, with the Union's greater manpower reserves, was able to absorb the losses and continue pressing forward, a strategy of attrition designed to grind down Lee's army. While Grant fought Lee in Virginia, General William Tecumseh Sherman led a Union army on a campaign through Georgia. After capturing Atlanta, a vital Confederate industrial and transportation center, Sherman launched his infamous March to the Sea in late 1864. His army marched from Atlanta to Savannah on the coast, living off the land and destroying infrastructure, railroads, factories, crops, in a deliberate effort to cripple the Confederacy's ability to wage war and break the will of the Southern population. Sherman's march was a controversial but effective example of total war. By the end of 1864, the Union held a clear military advantage, and the end of the Confederacy seemed increasingly likely. As 1865 dawned, the Confederacy was on its last legs. Union forces held the advantage in manpower, resources, and strategic position. General Ulysses S. Grant continued to apply relentless pressure on Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which was entrenched in defensive lines around Petersburg, a vital railroad hub south of Richmond. The siege of Petersburg had begun in the summer of 1864 and became a brutal war of attrition, with trench warfare and heavy casualties on both sides. In the spring of 1865, Grant launched a final offensive aimed at breaking Lee's lines and cutting off his escape routes. Lee's army, weakened by casualties, desertion, and a lack of supplies, was no longer able to resist the overwhelming Union forces. After a series of engagements, including the Battle of Five Forks, Lee's lines around Petersburg and Richmond were finally broken. The Confederate government evacuated Richmond, and the city fell to Union forces in early April 1865. Lee attempted to march his remaining troops westward, hoping to link up with other Confederate forces, but Grant's army pursued him relentlessly. The end came on the 9th of April, 1865. Surrounded by Union forces and with no realistic hope of escape or reinforcement, General Robert E. Lee met with General Ulysses S. Grant in the parlor of the McLean House in the village of Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia. There, Lee formally surrendered the Army of Northern Virginia to Grant. This act effectively ended the major fighting of the American Civil War. Other Confederate forces in different parts of the country surrendered in the following weeks, but Appomattox is recognized as the symbolic end of the war. Grant's terms of surrender were remarkably generous, reflecting his desire for reconciliation rather than retribution. Confederate soldiers were allowed to return to their homes after laying down their arms, and officers were permitted to keep their swords and horses. Grant also ordered that the defeated Confederate soldiers be given rations from Union supplies, recognizing that they were hungry. These terms helped to facilitate a peaceful disbandment of the Confederate Army and set a tone for the difficult process of national healing that lay ahead. The nation had barely begun to absorb the news of victory and the end of the war when tragedy struck. On the evening of April 14, 1865, just 5 days after Lee's surrender at Appomattox, President Abraham Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer and famous actor, while attending a play at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. Lincoln died the following morning, April 15th. His assassination was a devastating blow to the nation, robbing it of the leader who had guided it through its greatest crisis, and who was perhaps best positioned to oversee the challenging process of reuniting the country and integrating the formerly enslaved population into society. The immediate consequences of the Civil War were immense. The most significant outcome was the preservation of the United States as a single, indivisible nation. The principle of states' rights to secede was definitively rejected. The other monumental outcome was the abolition of slavery throughout the country. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had paved the way, and in December 1865, the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified, formally abolishing slavery in all states and territories. The human cost of the war was staggering. Over 600,000 soldiers, both Union and Confederate, died during the conflict, more American military fatalities than in all other U.S. wars combined from the Revolution through the Korean War. Millions more were wounded, and the war left a generation marked by loss and trauma. The economic cost was also immense, particularly in the South, where infrastructure was destroyed and the economy was devastated. The period following the war, known as Reconstruction, was a complex and challenging era focused on rebuilding the South, readmitting the Confederate States to the Union, and defining the rights of the millions of newly freed African Americans. While significant legal and political gains were made during early Reconstruction, including the passage of the 14th and 15th Amendments, granting citizenship and voting rights to African American men, the process faced fierce resistance in the South, and ultimately fell short of achieving full equality. The American Civil War remains the central event in U.S. history, a brutal and defining crisis that settled the fundamental questions of Union and slavery. Its legacy is complex and enduring, continuing to shape debates about race, equality, states' rights, and the role of the federal government in American life. It is a conflict that fundamentally transformed the nation, forging a stronger, albeit still imperfect, union, and laying the groundwork for a more inclusive society, even as the scars of slavery and war would take generations to heal. Reflect on the immense human cost and the profound consequences of the American Civil War, a conflict that tested the very foundations of a nation. Let the echoes of its battles and its complex legacy settle gently around you. Feel a sense of historical weight, and quiet reflection ease you into a deep and tranquil rest. Let your mind drift now to France in the late 18th century, a nation reeling from the seismic changes of the French Revolution. Imagine a country that had overthrown its monarchy, executed its king and queen, and plunged into years of radical political upheaval, violence, and uncertainty. Following the initial revolutionary fervor and the brutal period known as the Reign of Terror, France was governed by a body called the Directory, which ruled from 1795 to 1799. This was a time of continued instability, corruption, and economic problems. While the Directory struggled to maintain order internally, France was also engaged in a series of wars against the monarchies of Europe, who feared the spread of revolutionary ideas. In this chaotic environment, the military played an increasingly vital role, seen as the defender of the nation against foreign powers and, at times, the only force capable of imposing order within France itself. This turbulent period created unprecedented opportunities for talented individuals to rise based on merit, rather than the aristocratic birth that had defined the old regime. It was into this world of revolution and opportunity that Napoleon Bonaparte was born on the 15th of August, 1769, on the island of Corsica. Located in the Mediterranean Sea, Corsica had been a Genoese possession for centuries, before being acquired by France just a year before Napoleon's birth. His family, the Bonapartes, were members of the minor Corsican nobility, but they were not wealthy or particularly influential by French standards. Growing up on Corsica, Napoleon experienced a sense of being an outsider, a feeling that would shape his perspective and ambitions. His first language was Corsican, and he learned French with a distinct accent that he never entirely lost. Recognizing his intelligence, Napoleon's parents sent him to mainland France for his education, aiming for him to pursue a military career, one of the few avenues for advancement for a noble family of limited means. He attended a military school at Brienne-le-Château from 1779 to 1785, and then the prestigious École Militaire in Paris. Life at these schools was challenging for the young Corsican. He was often teased by his wealthier French classmates for his accent and his provincial background. He was a serious and diligent student, excelling in subjects like mathematics, history, and geography, which would prove invaluable in his later military career. He was known for his intense focus, his voracious reading, particularly of history and classical literature, and a certain solitary nature. He completed the 2-year course at the École Militaire in just 1 year, demonstrating his exceptional aptitude. He graduated in 1785 at the age of 16, commissioned as a second lieutenant in an artillery regiment. The outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789 dramatically changed the landscape of French society and opened up new possibilities for ambitious young officers like Napoleon. Many aristocratic officers of the old royal army fled France, creating vacancies for advancement. Napoleon, who initially harbored Corsican nationalist sympathies, eventually aligned himself with the revolution, seeing it as a force that could offer him opportunities denied by the old system. His early military career during the Revolution saw him gain experience and demonstrate his skills. His crucial moment came during the Siege of Toulon in 1793. Toulon was a port city in southern France that had rebelled against the revolutionary government and was occupied by British and Royalist forces. Napoleon, then a young artillery officer, devised a plan to capture Key City overlooking the harbor, from which his artillery could bombard the British fleet. His plan was adopted, and his strategic placement and effective use of artillery were instrumental in forcing the British to withdraw and the city to surrender. This victory brought him to the attention of the revolutionary government and earned him a promotion to brigadier general at the remarkably young age of 24. His reputation as a capable and politically reliable officer grew during the turbulent years of the Directory. He was involved in suppressing a royalist uprising in Paris in 1795, further demonstrating his loyalty to the Republic. He cultivated political connections and navigated the shifting alliances of the Directory government. The Directory, facing ongoing wars abroad and instability at home, increasingly relied on successful generals to maintain its power. Napoleon, with his proven military talent and his ambition, was perfectly positioned to take advantage of this environment, setting the stage for his rapid ascent to the pinnacle of French power. Having established his reputation as a promising young general during the Revolution, Napoleon Bonaparte was given his first major independent command in 1796. The Army of Italy. Italy, at this time, was a complex patchwork of states, many of which were under the influence of or allied with Austria, a major enemy of revolutionary France. The Army of Italy was a relatively neglected force, poorly supplied, and lacking in morale. Napoleon arrived to take command of this army at the age of 26, facing the daunting task of confronting well-established Austrian and Piedmontese forces in northern Italy. It was in this campaign that Napoleon truly revealed his military genius. He compensated for his army's deficiencies with brilliant strategy and innovative tactics. He emphasized rapid marches, moving his troops with astonishing speed to surprise and outmaneuver his opponents. he concentrated his forces to achieve local superiority, striking quickly against divided enemy armies before they could combine. He inspired his soldiers with charismatic leadership and promises of glory and plunder. In a series of stunning victories over the course of 1796 and 1797, including battles at Montenotte, Millesimo, Lodi, Arcole, and Rivoli, Napoleon repeatedly defeated Austrian and Piedmontese forces much larger than his own. The military victories in Italy had significant political outcomes. Napoleon negotiated directly with Austria, bypassing the Directory government in Paris. The Treaty of Campo Formio, signed in 1797, formally ended the War of the First Coalition. This treaty dramatically reshaped the political map of Italy, expanding French influence and control. Napoleon oversaw the creation of new French-aligned republics in northern Italy, such as the Cisalpine Republic. The Italian campaign not only brought wealth and territory to France, but also solidified Napoleon's reputation as a military prodigy and a shrewd negotiator who could achieve favorable political settlements through military success. He returned to France a national hero, immensely popular with the public. Despite his popularity, the Directory government in Paris was wary of Napoleon's growing influence and sought to keep him occupied, away from the center of power. They approved his plan for an ambitious expedition to Egypt in 1798. The goals of the Egyptian campaign were multifaceted: to disrupt British trade routes to India, potentially establish a French presence in the Middle East, and perhaps also to keep the ambitious general occupied far from Paris. Napoleon sailed with a large army and a contingent of scientists and scholars, reflecting his interest in knowledge and culture. The expedition achieved initial successes, including the capture of Malta and a decisive victory against the ruling Mamluk forces at the Battle of the Pyramids near Cairo in July 1798. However, the Egyptian campaign suffered a major setback almost immediately after these initial victories. In August 1798, the British fleet under the command of Admiral Horatio Nelson discovered and destroyed the anchored French fleet at the Battle of the Nile in Aboukir Bay. This devastating naval defeat trapped Napoleon's army in Egypt, cutting off their supply lines and reinforcement from France. Despite being isolated, Napoleon attempted to administer Egypt, introducing some reforms and sponsoring the work of the accompanying scholars, whose discoveries, including the finding of the Rosetta Stone, provided invaluable insights into ancient Egypt. Facing a deteriorating situation in Egypt and sensing the political instability of the Directory government back in France, Napoleon made a controversial decision. In August 1799, he secretly left his army in Egypt under the command of General Kleber and returned to France. He arrived in Paris in October 1799, where the Directory government was on the verge of collapse, unpopular and ineffective. Sensing the opportunity, Napoleon allied himself with key political figures who desired a stronger, more stable government. On 9 November 1799, corresponding to 18 Brumaire in the revolutionary calendar, Napoleon participated in a coup d'état that overthrew the Directory. The coup led to the establishment of a new government called the Consulate. Initially, power was vested in 3 consuls, but Napoleon quickly consolidated his position, becoming first consul with significantly more power than the others. Through political maneuvering and exploiting his popularity and military backing, he effectively became the strongman of France, promising to bring order, stability, and prosperity after a decade of revolution and chaos. the consulate marked a decisive shift in French politics, ending the revolutionary period and paving the way for Napoleon's authoritarian rule. With the establishment of the consulate and his position as first consul secured, Napoleon Bonaparte embarked on a comprehensive program of domestic reforms aimed at bringing stability, order, and efficiency to France after the tumultuous years of the Revolution. He understood that his power, while initially based on military success and the coup, needed to be legitimized through effective governance and the reconciliation of a divided nation. One of Napoleon's key priorities was to heal the deep rift that the Revolution had created between the French state and the Catholic Church. The Revolution had confiscated church property, abolished religious orders, and attempted to impose state control over the clergy, leading to widespread resistance from devout Catholics. Napoleon, while not a deeply religious man himself, recognized the importance of the Church as a source of social order and legitimacy. He entered into negotiations with Pope Pius VII, which resulted in the Concordat of 1801. This agreement reconciled France with the papacy, recognizing Catholicism as the religion of the vast majority of French citizens, and allowing for the reopening of churches and the restoration of some of the Church's traditional practices. In return, the Pope accepted the loss of church lands confiscated during the Revolution, and agreed that bishops would be nominated by the French government. The Concordat was a pragmatic solution that ended a decade of religious conflict and gained Napoleon the support of a significant portion of the French population, while keeping the Church firmly under state control. Perhaps Napoleon's most enduring legacy is the creation of the Napoleonic Code, formerly known as the Civil Code of 1804. Before the Revolution, France had a complex and often contradictory patchwork of laws, varying significantly from region to region. The Revolution had attempted some legal reforms, but a unified code was still needed. Napoleon commissioned a commission of legal experts to draft a comprehensive civil code. The resulting Napoleonic Code codified many of the legal principles that had emerged from the Revolution, such as equality of all male citizens before the law, the protection of property rights, and the abolition of feudal privileges. It standardized laws regarding property, family, and individual rights across France, while it also rolled back some of the rights granted to women during the Revolution. The Napoleonic Code was a clear, accessible, and comprehensive legal system that provided a stable framework for French society. Its influence extended far beyond France, serving as a model for the legal systems of many other countries in Europe and around the world. Napoleon also implemented sweeping administrative reforms that created a highly centralized and efficient state structure, much of which remains in place in France today. He divided France into departments, each administered by a prefect appointed directly by the central government in Paris. This system ensured uniform application of laws and policies throughout the country, and provided the government with effective control over the provinces. He reformed the tax system, making it more efficient and equitable, which helped to stabilize the nation's finances. He also established the Bank of France in 1800, a central bank that played a crucial role in managing the national debt and issuing currency. Education was another area of reform. Napoleon recognized the need for a well-educated citizenry, and particularly for trained administrators and military officers loyal to the state. He created a system of lycées, state-controlled secondary schools with a standardized curriculum emphasizing subjects like mathematics, science, and classics. These schools were designed to produce capable individuals based on merit, providing a pathway for advancement based on talent rather than birth. Napoleon also initiated extensive public works projects across France and in the territories he controlled in Europe. He ordered the construction of new roads, canals, bridges, and ports, improving infrastructure, facilitating trade and communication, and stimulating the economy. He also commissioned grand monuments and buildings in Paris, transforming the city and serving as symbols of his power and the glory of France. In 1703, Napoleon made a significant decision regarding France's overseas territories by selling the vast Louisiana territory in North America to the United States. His motivations likely included the need for funds to finance his ongoing wars in Europe, and perhaps the realization that he could not effectively defend such a large territory from British expansion. The Louisiana Purchase doubled the size of the United States and was one of the largest land deals in history. The final step in Napoleon's consolidation of power was the transition from first consul to emperor. Citing the need for a stable and permanent government, and exploiting a perceived royalist plot, Napoleon, with the support of the Senate and a popular vote, was declared Emperor of the French. His elaborate coronation ceremony took place on the 2nd of December 1804 in Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. In a highly symbolic act, Napoleon famously took the imperial crown from the hands of Pope Pius VII and placed it on his own head, signifying that he owed his authority not to the Church or to divine right, but to his own will and the will of the French people, as expressed through the plebiscite. This event marked the formal end of the Republican phase of the French Revolution and the establishment of the First French Empire under Napoleon, a move that completed his ascent from a Corsican outsider to the ruler of a vast European power. With his position as emperor secured, Napoleon Bonaparte embarked on a period of relentless military campaigns that would see him dominate the European continent and bring France to the height of its power and influence. This was the era of the Napoleonic Wars, a series of conflicts that pitted France and its allies against shifting coalitions of European powers, primarily led by Great Britain, Austria, Prussia, and Russia. Napoleon's military genius was on full display during these years, characterized by innovative strategies and tactics that repeatedly confounded his enemies. Napoleon's military approach emphasized speed, maneuver, and the concentration of forces at the decisive point. He moved his armies with astonishing rapidity, often covering long distances quickly to surprise his opponents. He excelled at dividing enemy armies, and then using his concentrated forces to defeat them in detail before they could reunite. His battles were often aimed at achieving a decisive victory through a single, crushing engagement. He also reformed the French army, creating the Grande Armée, a highly professional and motivated fighting force that included soldiers from France and its allied states. The Grande Armée was organized into corps, relatively self-sufficient units that could march separately but quickly converge for battle, giving Napoleon strategic flexibility. Napoleon achieved a string of spectacular military triumphs during this period. In 1805, he faced the Third Coalition. He swiftly marched his army across Europe and inflicted a crushing defeat on the combined Austrian and Russian armies at the Battle of Austerlitz, often considered his greatest victory, a masterpiece of tactical execution. In 1706, he turned against Prussia in the Fourth Coalition, annihilating the Prussian army at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt. In 1707, he defeated the Russian army at the Battle of Friedland, leading to the Treaty of Tilsit, where he formed a complex alliance with Tsar Alexander I, seemingly dividing Europe into French and Russian spheres of influence. These victories expanded the French Empire and brought much of continental Europe under Napoleon's direct or indirect control. Napoleon reshaped the political map of Europe, dissolving old political entities like the Holy Roman Empire and creating new states and alliances under French influence. He placed his relatives and loyalists on the thrones of newly created kingdoms, such as the Kingdom of Italy, the Kingdom of Naples, the Kingdom of Holland, and the Kingdom of Westphalia. He also organized a large part of the German states into the Confederation of the Rhine, a French satellite. These actions spread the administrative and legal reforms of the Napoleonic Code across Europe, but they also sowed the seeds of future resistance as national identities began to stir in response to French domination. Throughout this period of continental dominance, Great Britain remained Napoleon's most persistent and implacable enemy. Protected by its powerful navy, Britain was largely immune to direct invasion. Napoleon attempted to defeat Britain through economic warfare, implementing the continental system, a policy that aimed to prevent all trade between continental Europe and Britain, hoping to cripple the British economy. However, the continental system was difficult to enforce, harmed the economies of continental European states, and led to widespread smuggling. While Napoleon was master of the land, Britain ruled the waves. In 1805, the British fleet under the brilliant Admiral Horatio Nelson decisively defeated the combined French and Spanish fleets at the Battle of Trafalgar off the coast of Spain. This victory secured British naval supremacy for the rest of the Napoleonic Wars and prevented any realistic possibility of a French invasion of Britain. The ongoing naval conflict and the economic struggle of the continental system were constant challenges for Napoleon, highlighting the limitations of his power against a determined maritime foe and contributing to the eventual strains on his vast empire. Despite the outward appearance of unchallenged dominance at the height of the French Empire, internal strains and strategic overreach were beginning to sow the seeds of Napoleon's eventual downfall. Two major conflicts, the Peninsular War in Spain and the disastrous invasion of Russia, proved to be the turning points that marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon's vast empire. The first major crack in the imperial facade appeared in Spain. In 1808, Napoleon intervened in a dispute within the Spanish royal family, deposed the Bourbon monarchs, and placed his brother Joseph Bonaparte on the Spanish throne. This move was intended to consolidate French control over the Iberian Peninsula and enforce the continental system against Britain. However, it triggered a fierce and unexpected popular uprising throughout Spain. The Spanish people, deeply nationalistic and devoutly Catholic, resisted the French occupation and the imposition of a foreign king. What followed was a brutal and protracted conflict known as the Peninsular War, which lasted from 1808 to 1814. The Peninsular War was characterized by widespread guerrilla warfare, with Spanish irregular forces constantly harassing and ambushing French troops. The French army, accustomed to fighting pitched battles against conventional armies, struggled to cope with this new form of warfare. Great Britain also intervened in the conflict, sending an expeditionary force under the command of Arthur Wellesley, who would later become the Duke of Wellington. Wellington's British and Portuguese forces engaged the French in conventional battles and gradually pushed them back. The Peninsular War became a massive drain on French resources and manpower, tying down hundreds of thousands of Napoleon's best troops and becoming, in Napoleon's own words, a running sore for the empire. It demonstrated that popular resistance and guerrilla tactics, combined with British support, could effectively challenge French military power. even as the Peninsular War raged, Napoleon's relationship with his key continental ally, Tsar Alexander I of Russia, began to deteriorate. The alliance forged at Tilsit in 1807 was always fragile, based on mutual self-interest rather than genuine trust. Disagreements arose over various issues, including the continental system, which was harming the Russian economy, and Napoleon's actions in Poland, which Russia viewed with suspicion. By 1812, the alliance had broken down completely. In a fateful decision that would prove to be his greatest mistake, Napoleon decided to invade Russia to force Tsar Alexander back into line and ensure compliance with the continental system. He assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, the Grande Armée, numbering over 600,000 men, drawn from France and across his allied states. In June 1812, this massive force crossed the Niemen River and invaded Russia. The Russian campaign was a disaster of epic proportions. The Russian army, under generals like Barclay de Tolly and Kutuzov, avoided decisive pitched battles in the early stages, instead employing a scorched earth strategy, retreating deeper into Russia and destroying crops and supplies as they went. This stretched Napoleon's supply lines to their breaking point. The Grande Armée suffered from disease, hunger, and exhaustion during the long marches. A massive and bloody battle was fought at Borodino in September 1812, a tactical victory for Napoleon, but at a terrible cost in casualties for both sides. Napoleon captured Moscow, but found the city largely abandoned and then set ablaze. Tsar Alexander refused to negotiate. Facing the prospect of winter in a devastated city with dwindling supplies, Napoleon was forced to order a retreat in October 1812. The retreat from Moscow was a catastrophic ordeal. The Grande Armée, already weakened, was subjected to the brutal conditions of the Russian winter, with freezing temperatures, blizzards, and starvation. Russian attacks on the retreating columns inflicted further heavy losses. By the time the remnants of the Grande Armée staggered back across the Niemen River in December 1812, it had been annihilated as an effective fighting force. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers had perished. The disaster in Russia severely weakened Napoleon's military power and shattered his image of invincibility, emboldening the European powers who had chafed under his domination to form a new coalition against him. The catastrophic destruction of the Grande Armée in Russia in 1812 marked the decisive turning point in the Napoleonic Wars. Sensing Napoleon's weakness, the European powers who had been defeated and humiliated by him over the years seized the opportunity to form a new coalition, the Sixth Coalition, which included Great Britain, Russia, Prussia, Austria, Sweden, and various smaller states. In 1813, Napoleon attempted to raise a new army and defend his empire in Germany. Despite his continued tactical brilliance, he was outnumbered and facing a united and determined enemy. The campaigns in Germany culminated in the massive Battle of Leipzig, fought in October 1813, often known as the Battle of Nations due to the large number of different nationalities involved. It was one of the largest battles of the Napoleonic Wars, and it resulted in a decisive defeat for Napoleon. His German allies defected to the coalition, and he was forced to retreat back to France. In 1814, the Allied armies invaded France. Napoleon, fighting on his own territory, conducted a brilliant defensive campaign, winning several smaller victories against the invading forces. However, he was vastly outnumbered, and the sheer weight of the Allied armies proved overwhelming. In March 1814, the Allied forces captured Paris. Facing inevitable defeat and pressure from his own marshals, Napoleon abdicated his throne in April 1814. The victorious powers exiled him to the small island of Elba, off the coast of Italy, allowing him to retain the title of emperor and a small personal guard. The Bourbon monarchy was restored in France with Louis XVIII, the brother of the executed King Louis XVI, placed on the throne. However, Napoleon's story was not yet over. While the European powers met at the Congress of Vienna to redraw the map of Europe, discontent grew in France with the restored Bourbon monarchy. Sensing an opportunity, Napoleon made a daring move. In March 1815, he escaped from Elba with a small force and landed in France. As he marched towards Paris, troops sent to arrest him rallied to his side, still loyal to their emperor. King Louis XVIII fled, and Napoleon regained control of France without firing a shot, a period known as the 100 Days. The European powers were stunned, and immediately formed a seventh coalition to defeat Napoleon once and for all. Napoleon quickly raised a new army and marched into Belgium, hoping to defeat the Allied armies separately before they could combine. His final confrontation came at the Battle of Waterloo on 18 June 1815. Facing a combined British, Dutch, and German army under the command of the Duke of Wellington, and with the timely arrival of a Prussian army under General Blücher, Napoleon's forces were decisively defeated. Waterloo marked the final end of Napoleon's military career and his reign. Following his defeat at Waterloo, Napoleon abdicated for a second and final time. To prevent any possibility of his return, the Allied powers exiled him to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic Ocean, thousands of miles from Europe. He spent the remaining years of his life on St. Helena under strict British guard, dictating his memoirs, reflecting on his life and campaigns, and complaining about his conditions. Napoleon Bonaparte died on St. Helena on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. The cause of his death has been debated, with theories ranging from stomach cancer to arsenic poisoning, though most historians favor natural causes related to stomach illness. Napoleon's enduring legacy is complex and has been the subject of debate for 2 centuries. Militarily, he is regarded as one of the greatest commanders in history. His innovative tactics and strategies still studied in military academies around the world. Politically and legally, his impact was profound. The Napoleonic Code provided a lasting legal framework for France and influenced legal systems globally. His administrative reforms created a centralized and efficient state. While he ended the Republican phase of the Revolution and established an authoritarian empire, he also spread many of the Revolution's ideas, such as legal equality and the abolition of feudalism, across Europe, albeit often by force. This spread of French influence and the reaction against it contributed to the rise of nationalism as a powerful force in the 19th century. Napoleon's conquests reshaped the political map of Europe, ending old entities like the Holy Roman Empire and influencing subsequent unification movements in Italy and Germany. Napoleon remains a controversial figure. Was he a successor to the revolution's ideals, or a tyrannical dictator driven by insatiable ambition? A military genius, or a reckless adventurer whose ambition ultimately led to ruin? Perhaps he was all of these things. His life, a dramatic trajectory from Corsican outsider to Emperor of the French, left an indelible mark on France and Europe, transforming institutions, inspiring both loyalty and fierce opposition, and shaping the course of history for generations to come. reflect on the extraordinary life and complex legacy of Napoleon Bonaparte, the man who rose from obscurity to conquer an empire and whose ambition changed the face of Europe. Let the echoes of his triumphs and his eventual fall settle gently around you. Feel a sense of historical scale and quiet contemplation ease you into a deep and tranquil rest. Thank you for joining us on this long journey through history tonight. If you've found peace and rest in these stories, and if you appreciate the significant time and care that goes into researching, writing, and creating each one of these lengthy historical narrations for you, please consider subscribing to Midnight History. Your support truly helps us continue crafting these deep dives into the past. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep and your dreams be tranquil.